England 31 for 1.
We were hoping Alex Lees would score a century. Heaven knows he's miserable now. Heaven knows he's miserable now. We love you, Alex. Just stop leaving the ball in the channel.
Crawley edges and taken a good delivery, good length delivery. He just leans forwards, shaping to defend the ball. And he's out once again, caught in the slips. Crawley gone for 9, 32 for 2. And New Zealand backing themselves here.
2 slips and a gully go down, and a short mid-wicket. Bolt rushes in and bowls to Pope. He's bowled him. That looked like a beauty. He's knocked his off stump at the ground. Bolt from round the wicket. Pope has to drag himself away. Walks off very, very slowly. England are 46 for 3, and Pope has gone for 10.
Bolt comes in around the wicket from the pavilion end and is driven sumptuously by Bairstow. That's going to run up to the boundary in front of the grandstand for 4. It was a little wide, but he's gone after that, and he's hit it along the ground through the offside. The 50 up for England, 53 for 3, as Bolt comes in over the wicket to him, and he reaches for this and drives again through the covers for 4. The timing on that was impeccable. So you like about 2 months at the IPL, but it does give you the confidence to throw your hands at the ball. Well, and he's picked up a couple of boundaries, 57 for 3.
Brilliant shots.
Bolt in, Bairstow cuts at this, he'll get 4 more. Gets it through backward point, down to the boundary. Well, Johnny Bairstow is counter-attacking here for England. And they need something to happen to change the way this game is going. They're 63 for 3, and 14 runs have come in this over. So Kyle Jamieson is going to bowl a 6th over in this spell. 3 slips and a gully into Root. And, Root pulls through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 more. Well, well. It was a drag down from Jamieson. But it's a 4th boundary in the last 7 deliveries.
I reckon Joe's just saying to Johnny, look, he's got 1 ball left. No, just see him out of the attack. Do not risk too much on this 1 ball.
Yeah. That would be a horrible way to get out. He drove at thin air there, and he could have left it. He could have taken Michael Vaughan's advice. He didn't, but he's got away with it. Last ball of the over, in theory. Jamieson in. Bairstow's bowled him! Through the gate, might have got a little inside edge back onto his stumps. He hasn't survived this Jamieson spell. He's driven rather airily at a full ball, and he's been castled. And England lose their 4th. They're 69 for 4. Oh dear, Michael Vaughan.
I'm sorry, that is dumb. That is pathetic. Nips back. You just know it's going to be his last ball. Just do not gamble. He just bowled a terrific spell. He's now going to bowl another one because the new batter's going out there. That is...
There's a brilliant sight in the box at the moment. It's Philip Tufnell sat on a chair in front of a keyboard with a microphone in front of him. You just don't know what he's going to... Tom Waits' song is what I'm imagining is going to come out of there. The piano has been drinking.
Well, as soon as our producer has gone out the room, Tuffers takes it upon himself to play the piano.
Adam Mountford has left the building, so Tuffers is going to come straight in.
It's like when your teacher leaves the room and your lesson when carnage happens for that 10 minutes.
Can you imagine? Can't you? Can you imagine being in a class with Tuffers when the teacher had left the room? I mean, that would be that.
He's off.
Oh, he is off. Well, this could be fun.
De Grandhomme bowls. Stokes is bowled. Dragging it on, again going down the pitch. Well, extravagant shot from Stokes, who plays it again, and the shot he plays is a cut shot through the offside. He was a long way down there and managed to chop on against de Grandhomme, and England subsiding. 76 for 5. Stokes on his way, played on to de Grandhomme.
I was just going to say that I don't think New Zealand mind him running down the wicket. You know, running down to Leeds, there's a lot going on in Ben's head to do that, and it's a very, very ugly shot. Oh, no.
Hold on.
Oh, no.
Is it a no ball? It's a no ball. Come back, Ben. All is forgiven.
Now, is this the twist that England needed? Is this the moment that the game's turned? And Colin de Grandhomme run out first ball, being a bit dopey, and now a no ball. As you're seeing the replay.
How far is he over? Let's have a look.
Oh, he's over.
Yeah, there's no doubt about the no ball. Yeah, it's a clear enough no ball. Not a difficult one for the TV umpire. Well, it's not been Colin de Grandhomme's day today. Not so far, anyway.
Patel in again. Very economical approach, and Stokes has launched one out into the grandstand, and it's gone all the way for 6. Well, he's not bothered waiting to have a look here, hasn't Stokes? He's decided you can't bowl left arm spin at him, and he's whacked it into the crowd. There'll be a while trying to find that ball. 95 for 4.
Here's one down the leg side, brushed away to long leg. And the 100 comes up for England, 100 for 4. The target 277. Crowd willing them on, saying, come on, let's do something special here.
And now Stokes goes again, and he's hit it out to the grandstand, and he's hit it for 6 more. What a lovely shot that was from Stokes. We didn't think he'd wait long. If there's any length at all, he was going to go for it. And it might even have been caught by a lady in the crowd. We'll have to see the replay here. It was full enough for him, and he just got that front leg out in front of him and gave a big swing of the bat. The sun is right out now as Patel is in, and he's gone again. Stokes, it's gone high again. It's gone into the grandstand again. Well. This is counter-attacking from Stokes. He is not going to allow a left-arm spinner to bolt him, that's for sure. It feels a bit perilous.
Yeah, it's worth, though, Kane Williamson carrying on, because it's such a high risk. I mean, he's hit that miles.
Jamieson starts a new over, round the wicket to Stokes, and he pushes it to the offside. That'll be his half century. He's hit it square of the wicket. It's running up to the grandstand, being pursued by a fielder who hauls it back, not before they've come back for 3, and Ben Stokes, his first game as full-time England captain, raises his bat to an ecstatic Lord's crowd. They're all on their feet because he's reached a half century, the first one for England in this match. Punches gloves with Joe Root. Look at this crowd. They're all on their feet. They're all rising to Ben Stokes here.
Yeah, he's just got that know-how and that amazing ability to just soak up a bit of pressure. He's taken some gambles. He's had a bit of fortune.
Jamieson into Stokes. And Stokes attempts the ramp. He's got an edge and he's gone. He can't believe it. He throws his head to the heavens. Jamieson following him with a short ball. He looked to ramp it up and over the keeper, and he has simply placed the ball into the gloves of Blundell, the ecstatic keeper. The Kiwis have got their breakthrough, and just as England were asserting themselves and getting on top in this match, their captain has gone. 159 for 5.
Well, you just said that England had become favourites, 52%. Well, it'll go the other way now. You can see what he's trying to do. It's a short ball, well directed by Jamieson. He's been outstanding. 6'6", whacking the pitch, and the shot was on. It was there. There's a big vacant space, and it just runs off the face. A simple catch. He's whacking himself on his right hip, Ben Stokes. Now it's down to Ben Foakes to come and just play with Joe and just try and get one more strong partnership. It's going to require these two to get quite close.
Oh, hang on, men coming in, and the batsman hasn't noticed that, and Stokes plays it away towards square leg, gets his 50. He might be a bit surprised to see the fielder there, though. And Joe Root reaches 50. And while he's there, England still have hope, and certainly every spectator here believes that. His 54th Test century, showing his bat. Part of him, of course, bitterly disappointed that he's not captain anymore, but he'll put that away and just bat and score loads of runs. Southey's on his way, and he's bowling to Joe Root. He's on the leg stump. He's picked that off nicely. A big chase for the man out there. He can't get there. It's a boundary 4. Perfectly placed. He's waited for a moment and turned his wrists just a little bit more to send the ball to deep square legs right and out of his reach. Southey on his way again, bowls outside the off stump, and he's carved that away for 4 more. Past gully, it was in the air but went very quickly. Now there'll be a few anxious feelings, I think. Kane Williamson's tummy.
Southeys into Root. Oh, cuts against a thick inside edge. It's running down fine, down towards the boundary, being pursued by Fine Leg. You're not going to get there. That's a very fortuitous fall. That cannot have been far from the leg stump, or maybe off stump. We'll have a look at the replay and see, but it's 4 to Root, and the 200 has come up. Hence the cheers of the crowd, who have really got into this match during England's fight back. First Root and Stokes, now Root and Folkes.
Southey goes into bowl to Root. Root gets one on his pads, flicked away, might get 2 more here. Goes backward a square, out towards the grandstand, and Root comes back for another 2. Straying onto the pads of Root. They haven't got the man back, the 2 men back on the backward square leg boundary. That's the 50 partnership up with those 2 runs. Root's got most of them.
On their
Folkes
feet, on their feet.
Yeah. Jameson bowls to Folkes. It's a short ball, and Folkes plays a rather uncertain leave there, sort of ducking under it. It's almost as if he was shaping to play for a moment, then thought, hold on a second, if you can think all that while the ball's coming down at 85 miles an hour. Should I play? Should I leave? He left. There are the 3 men back.
2 balls. Just watch them sail. Well, yes, are they going to be bouncers? One will be a bouncer, one will be stumpers.
Oh, just hook it out of the ground.
Well, yes.
Get it under 60 overnight. I saw Will Jacks hit a 6 out of the oval the other night.
Yeah, he's a strong boy,
Yeah,
isn't he?
and the pitch was in the middle as well. It was a massive blow into the road at deep back of square leg. Here's Jameson bowling, short ball pulled away, along the ground, he's controlled it, but it does mean Root will have to face the last ball of the day. Patel is there. Folkes goes to 9, England 215 for 5, they need 62 to win.
The partnership 56 now from a ball under 15 overs. Since Stokes was out, Root has 42 from 41 balls. Just 4 fours amongst that. Again, it highlights the skill with which he's manipulated the ball.
Yeah, he's so good at that. Anything straight, just knocks it away and looks to run it behind point. Yes.
Now another change for the last ball of the over. Jameson is going to come round the wicket to bowl to Root with 3 men back. With that square leg in, the umpire's gone over to point, and there's also a fly third as well, a fly slip. Last ball of the day. Root's on 76, Tuffers can't watch. Jameson bowls to Root. It's short, he pulled it away into the ground, out towards deep back with square leg. Lovely controlled pull shot from Joe Root. And he has seen England to the close, and he's given them some hope, a lot of hope, for the 4th day of this Test match. He's 77 not out. England needs 61 more runs to win. They have 5 wickets left. What a day's cricket it has been. Gripping day. England fighting back this morning, in trouble with the bat, and then fighting back again. And who's to say where this Test match is going to go? You've got a ticket for the 4th day. Make sure you're here by 5 to 11.
Don't have a lie-in.
Yeah.
Get up early and get here, because tomorrow is going to be a cracker. And that was a cracking day. Joe Root raises his bat as he goes in, and all the England players on the balcony clapping him off. Fantastic knock, and has got England within, what was it, 60 odd? 60...
61.
61. Oh, it's going to be a good day tomorrow. It's going to be a tense day tomorrow. Don't miss it.
Jameson starts a new over, round the wicket to Stokes. He pushes it to the offside, that'll be his half century. He's hit it square of the wicket, it's running up to the grandstand, being pursued by a fielder, and Ben Stokes, his first game as full-time England captain, raises his bat to an ecstatic Lord's crowd. They're all on their feet, punches gloves with Joe Root. Look at this crowd.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Lord's for the fourth and surely the final day of this first Test match between England and New Zealand. So brilliantly poised, but yet on such a drab and dreary morning. It's a really weird contrast. And we'll get the weather forecast for you in just a second. The main news is that it isn't raining at the moment. It has done, and I think over much of the country that rain has moved north, as it were. So it's really fingers crossed here that we can get through this morning. It's very low cloud, the floodlights are on and so on, but the crowd coming in expectantly because it is tantalisingly poised. England, as we know, needs 61 more runs to win. New Zealand need 5 wickets. Joe Root or bust, it just feels like it. He played so well yesterday for his 77 not out. He and Folkes have put on 57. With Folkes on 9 not out. But as we know, there's not much batting to come after this. There might even be a little bit of juggling of the batting order. There's some talk of maybe of Stuart Broad already leapfrogging Potts and then Anderson and Parkinson. So this is a crucial partnership. The new ball is 15 overs away. All these things you throw into the cauldron, into the mix, and you get this wonderful feeling of expectation. As I say, on this rather drab and dreary Sunday morning otherwise, let's call in Chris Fawkes immediately for an update. Chris, it's a funny old morning. Good day to you.
Yes, indeed, Aggers. We had the heavy rain overnight, didn't we? That's all cleared through, as you said. But when I was outside just earlier on, I could feel the slightest bit of drizzle.
Yes.
Not even enough to wet your skin. I don't know whether they'd stop play for something like that. But we could get something like that just for the first hour or two, just with that really low cloud that you're mentioning. It will pick up a little bit. Probably get a few brighter spells later on in the afternoon. But then towards southwest England, I know it's a long way away from Lord's, but we're going to start to see a weather front develop here during the early part of the afternoon, and rain will eventually creep towards the London area. Will it get here towards the end of play? Well, maybe, but hopefully we won't need to go that far anyway. We'll keep a lot of cloud, mind you, today. Temperature about 18 degrees Celsius, where we do see a few brighter spells just poking out for a time. And we'll keep the winds in a light northeasterly direction. That's how things are looking today.
Well, I hope I'm rolling out the barrel by the time that comes into the southwest.
Fingers crossed.
I've got hopes on our village party. Thanks ever so much, Chris. And well, that doesn't sound too bad, but it is absolutely it is misty and mizzly, and that sort of indescribable dampness that you get sort of lurking in the atmosphere. But we are going to start on time, and the ground staff are running their rope around at the moment on the back of their buggies. A heavy roller is loitering there, ready to do its bit. The New Zealanders loosening up some bowlers there and so on. So we are set to go, and it will start on time unless it is actually raining at the time. And the fourth umpire I can see with an umbrella, but it's tightened up, it's rolled up, and it's not unfurled. So all being well at the moment. Fingers crossed, all will be well to get this exciting match concluded. Let's get the mood in that England camp then. Alison Mitchell has been speaking this morning with Jimmy Anderson.
Well, Jimmy, 61 runs versus 5 wickets. Given the way this match has seesawed, how are the confidence levels versus the nerves?
I think a mixture of both. I think the confidence is there. We've seen that it's not an impossible task to bat on this wicket. There's obviously nerves there because we've seen how this game's ebbed and flowed, and we've been behind the game at times. We've had to fight our way back in, and we've been on top at times as well. And New Zealand have fought their way back, so I don't see anything different this morning. It'll be 2 teams battling hard to try and get over the line, but we've just got to try and do it however we do it. Whoever is there at the end, we just want to try and get over that line.
What's the approach got to be with the bats, given as well that a new ball, 15 overs away, and we saw the damage that Stuart did with that?
Yeah, well, obviously the new ball's good key, I think. And obviously, I think with these conditions, the lights are on, there's low cloud. It could be in favour of the bowler this morning, so it's down to the 2 out in the middle to try and battle the way through. If they do get opportunities to score, then try and pounce on them. And obviously, if we can get over the line without facing that new ball, then that would be ideal. But if we get to that new ball, then we might just have to manage our way through that because it could be quite tricky, as we saw yesterday.
Does that make it doubly important that Joe Root is still there, should that point come?
Well, yeah, obviously, we'd love Joe to be there right the way to the end. You always want your sort of senior batter or senior player to be there at the end and try and help everyone through. But as I said, if whoever's there at the end, we're all, however many are left of us, 5 I think, or 4 to come, we'll just battle our way through, try and get there if we can.
How have you enjoyed bowling throughout this Test match, and in particular being on the field for that crazy spell with those 3 wickets falling yesterday?
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, it's been a great Test match. We've absolutely loved playing in it. As I said, there's been lots of ups and downs, but that's Test cricket. That's the beauty of it. And yesterday, being on the field for Stuart's over, with lots happening, him stirring up the crowd, and it's as loud as I've heard Lords for quite a while. So it was amazing to be a part of that.
Is it a timely reminder of what the two of you still have to offer after you didn't feature in the West Indies?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're just both delighted that we've been given an opportunity to play, and we're going to enjoy every single minute of it and try our best to try and take wickets and win games of cricket for England. That's all we want to do. Try and, enjoy it as much as we can, as we have done so far this week.
What about with the bat, Jim? Have you ever hit the winning runs at a Test match or at Lords even?
I don't think I have. I don't think I've ever.
Are you prepared for it potentially?
I've never hit the winning runs. No, so I'm. As I said, we're all sort of, confident that we can get the job done. However we do it, however scrappy it might be, however difficult it might be, and whoever's there at the end, we want to get over that line. So we'll all be trying our very best.
And as seesawing and as crazily entertaining as this match has been, you bowlers haven't had much rest because of the batting. Is that still a problem for this team going forwards?
The rest or the batting?
The combination.
No, I think I feel like we're definitely going in the right direction. It's been difficult for both teams to bat on this wicket in the first innings. I think, as we've seen, it's got slightly easier as the game's gone on to bat on it. And I think we've showed signs of how we want to be as a team going forward. I thought the way Alex Lees and Zach Crawley in both innings actually have been positive. The way they've any chance they've got to put pressure back on the bowlers, they've taken it. If they get a loose ball, they'll pounce on it, and they've been really positive with that. So I think that's a really good sign going forward, and hopefully we can just build on that.
As a final thought for you, another new coach, you've seen a lot of new coaches. I think you debuted for England before Brendan did for New Zealand even. What has Brendan's presence done for you and his messaging to you?
Well, I think he's been great for everyone. He's very sort of level, and as we've been on a journey this week that's been really up and down as players, when the coach is that level, I think that really helps us. Just keeps us calm, keeps us really in the moment, focused on now. Today we come here, we forget what's gone on the first 3 days. We've got a task of getting 60 runs today, and that's all we're focused on and how to do that. And he's very keen on trying to make sure we do that, and it's been great so far.
Good luck today, particularly if you get out there with the bat.
Thank you.
Oh, there's such nervous times as a tail ender as well. They'll have to go out there and try and bat in this situation. And there'll be some very, very anxious numbers 8, 9, 10s and 11s. I've seen Stuart Broad heading purposefully for the nets earlier on, all padded up to go and get a little bit of practice. I think he might well be promoted, come out and play some shots, which I think would be a reasonable tactic. But then who knows when that is going to be, and we still don't know really how effective Potts' batting is at this level. So all of these unknowns and so on, it's going to be a really, really exciting morning. We hope the game will be done by lunchtime, I'd imagine, either way. So who knows? Jeremy Coney, good morning to you.
Good morning, Eggers.
Have you got a little Test match tingle about the climax of this?
Yeah, I like these games.
Yes.
I mean, you just see which people are able to cope with the pressure, don't you? And that's what you like to know, that you've got those sorts of people within the compass of your team. You value those people. If I had to favour anybody, I think probably England would be favoured. Why? Joe Root is there at the moment. Now, whether he can stay there, if he can get started again, once he does that, I think England will get enough runs to get close to this target before the new ball. Obviously, New Zealand, as far as they're concerned, they'll be wanting to take a wicket if they can prior to that, and they'd love it to be Joe Root.
Yeah.
I'd pick Jameson as one bowler, because I think he looked the most threatening through that phase yesterday when the pitch was a bit more sedate. I think maybe Southee, because if anything, Jameson takes it back into the right-hander, and I'd like to have one going away. But you don't want too far away, do you? There's got to be enough catches in positions by Williamson, and I think that they've got to really keep away from leg stump. I mean, Joe, why Joe? Joe is because, okay, he came in at a time when the pitch was actually at an easier, so he had a good start. But he's also a player who at his best is orthodox, so he handles orthodox deliveries and puts them away. And he's a very good manipulator of a cricket ball. So
Yes.
the runs keep coming. And I thought he played beautifully yesterday once Stokes went out, actually.
Yeah.
I thought he got enough runs and momentum about it that they are this close at the moment. So that's why I think Root is the key to the whole thing, really, this morning.
Yeah. Morning, Michael.
Good morning.
I'm promoting Broad to 8.
Yeah.
If folks were to get out particularly, because if we don't know enough about Matty Potts' batting, do we? But if he were to come in, or Anderson, or where it may be, and non-shot players, actually it'd be easier for Williamson to squeeze things and make it difficult for Root to manipulate the strike. He's got another thing to think about. Whereas if it is Broad, who's can crash boundaries, it's going to be more difficult for Williamson to have that tight field to keep Root away from the striker. So you have to have some men out.
Yeah, and boundary here is what you have to do as a captain in this situation, is protect the boundaries, so there'll be bigger gaps for the singles.
Exactly.
So that would be a good move. I was here at 8:45, and who did I walk past going to the nets with? Matthew Potts.
Oh, was he on his way?
8:45, he had a few throwdowns. There was John Lewis there, Marcus Trescothick. He looked very calm, but on debut in this situation, I think because the test match has ebbed and flowed, I wouldn't be surprised if it flows again and ebbs.
The twist.
I just feel it's just been an amazing week to watch. There's been some just incredible test match cricket. There's been some poor test match cricket,
Yes.
particularly with the batting hand. But, we've had that, England start, the Kiwis bouncing back, then the Kiwis on top and England bouncing back. England now just on top. I wouldn't say they're completely controlling the game, but they are on top. And it wouldn't surprise me if New Zealand bounced back. I will say that if Joe Root's still there at 11:20, I think England will win the test match. New Zealand, if they get him inside and anyone, I don't care who you are, starting again the next day, the clouds are around. I put my hand on the pitch and it is cold. There is a little bit of something there, but they've got a ball that's 65 overs old, so that seems not quite as prominent. And I think that may just be the difference, that old ball that England have to face.
Vital first few overs, Jeremy.
Yes.
An early wicket.
Early wicket,
all
excellent. That would make it more exciting, wouldn't it?
Could it be even more exciting than it is now, I wonder? Thanks, Jeremy. We'll catch up with you later on. The players are in the middle. And a touch of the gloves there between Folkes and Root as they approach the pitch. It is a bit brighter now. It still needs the floodlights for play to take place. Without those, we would not be watching cricket at the moment.
I'll tell you what I would do, though, if I was Kane Williamson. I'd offer the single to Joe Root.
Would you?
Yeah, just get him off strike and then really put the squeeze on Ben Folkes. Now, Joe Root is just a world-class performer. He's nearing 10,000. He's never got a fourth innings 100. And he's 23 away. And if he gets 3 figures, you've got to feel that England will win the test match. So if I'm Kane Williamson, I'm not going to be too scared of giving Joe Root a single. Because, you get Ben Folkes out and then you're into the tail.
Yeah, and suddenly 61 looks a long way away. No, I'd agree with that. And in fact, so does Williamson. So he's got a deep point, a deep square leg. There are 2 slips and a gully, but there are gaps there. Big gap at mid-wicket, for instance, square leg, and square in the offside where the ball often runs, where Root can get one. And then, yes, Folkes is that sort of batsman where you can bring the field in, actually. I mean, he's not a natural boundary hitter as such.
No, you try and force him to play that bigger shot, wouldn't
Indeed. He's at the non-striker's end. It'll be Root that faces the first ball. The crowd still coming in. No one wants to miss a ball this morning. Still waiting for the clock to tick around precisely.
I'll tell you what, I took a few of the team members to Tommy Banks next door. We had a nice full Monty.
Oh, for breakfast?
Oh, yeah, lovely.
Oh, okay.
Just in the restaurant there in the Edridge stand. It's Nick Compton, Alistair Cook, the cat.
The cat on
Macca. Craig McMillan joined us.
Good. 216 for 5. Here's the first ball then. Southey's bowling it, and Root immediately tickles the ball away around the corner. He'll want 2 if he possibly can. It's a long way for the fielder down there. He sends Folkes back. Good decision. It's Bolt down there in the deep.
Well, straight away, it's taken me 1 ball to just tell me Joe Root's going to go straight back to that tempo that he had last night.
Yep.
He kind of walked it Southey got his feet outside of off stump. There's a big space on the onside, so he's just trying to look to score on that onside. If he gets anything width, he played a couple of Robin Smith-style cut shots over the top of the vacant third yesterday. Straight away proactive, and straight away Kane Williamson's folks on strike, squeeze. All the fielders in.
Well, he's faced 48 balls for his 9, and he's just simply happily played second fiddle. Of course, a supporting role to Root, but it does mean that you can bring those fielders in. But then the only time pressure that there is the new ball.
Yeah.
England would want this done if they can before that is taken. Southey's on his way, bowls, and folks plays his first ball carefully to mid-wicket. Gets a round of applause. He's better than that, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, you can sense the atmosphere that's here at Lord's today. But that's the only pressure of time, isn't it? The new ball. And New Zealand are going to try and have as much possible time as they can with that second new ball. England would rather dispense with it altogether. There's 15 overs.
Well, I reckon that New Zealand may get 10 runs to play with.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not going to be a great deal. But we saw yesterday Broad go bang, bang with the new ball. So you don't want to leave too many to get with that second new ball.
Southey bowls, and that's flicked by folks. Runs for him. There should be 2 here. The ball rolls up the slope towards the grandstand. Nice stroke, little turn of the wrists as Southey drifted towards leg stump.
Well, there's nothing through the air so far. That's the first thing that I was looking for. Will it swing a little bit more with the low clouds? But the outfield is moist. You know, there's been rain throughout the night.
Yep.
You know, it's like when the ball gets a little bit wet. Generally doesn't do quite as much through the air. And so far, it's gone gun barrel straight.
219 for 5, so England need 58 to win. And folks steps in again. He's over his bat. There's a man at short mid-wicket now. Southey over the wicket, bowls, and folks defends from the crease. Patel fields at cover. There's no run. And again, people applauding. Such excitement. I think how long people have been waiting. Have those tickets in their hand. I'm going to the Sunday of the Lord's Test match, and here it is. It's upon us. I doubt it'll be a long day by any means. In fact, it's possible. I suspect you might get a refund depending on how many overs are bowled today. So
that's true, isn't it?
You come and have an exciting finish and get your money back, or at least part of it. Southey bowls, and folks can play that comfortably enough on the back foot. It was too short.
Well, already inside the first 5 deliveries, I think Jeremy Coney has got it spot on. Jamieson's going to be the key. That extra height. You know, he doesn't rely on movement as much as the likes of Southey, the likes of Bolt, because he can get the odd ball from that height just to go a bit lower or just get that extra bit of bounce.
You definitely want him bowling at the lower order ones, wouldn't you? Those that come next.
Yeah, well, I think Bolt will be a key for the lower order if they get to that.
Southey bowls, and folks again plays that very comfortably. Southey fields. 3 from the over.
See, I reckon Kane Williamson last night missed a trick. In the last hour, I think this partnership now, what's it at now, the partnership, Andy?
60. 60.
So 60.
Yeah,
so
16 overs.
So you've got 2 right-handed batters, and he's not bowled 1 over of the left-arm spin to the right-handed batter. From the nursery stand end, with the slope, you know, while the partnership was just starting to develop, you know, surely a few overs at the left arm spin. I know Ben Stokes put him into the stand, but that's a left-hander.
Yeah.
To think that he's not bowled 1 ball to 2 right-handers. And it might have been that New Zealand may have nicked 3 or 4 more overs as well. And all right, it might have cost another few runs, but you can always go over the wicket or just nullify the scoring options. I'm amazed Kane Williamson just didn't turn to the spinner last night.
But he's got Bolt inevitably from the pavilion end.
So obviously Jamieson's going to come from this end.
Yeah.
He's going to replace Tim Southey, you would think.
Williamson, arms folded, very laid back, relaxed individual, and again they're going to put the man back at point. So once more there's a single for Root. Not everywhere, they haven't put everyone back, but certainly square both sides of the wicket. There are gaps, but they have got a short mid-wicket that'll clip away off the toes. See if he can pick up a catch there. Bolt moves in and bowls to Root, who comes forward, plays the ball firmly out to cover, and there is no run.
I know you like your scores and from other leagues around the world. There's
Yes.
a T20 qualifier for the women's.
Excellent.
Nepal were playing the UAE.
One of the improving teams.
Yeah,
in Nepal,
Nepal
aren't
won the toss, dry wicket, batted first.
they? As you would.
Yep, trying to get a score on the board. They scored 8.
8.
Yeah, the UAE team knocked them off in 1.1 overs.
Excellent. So that's it.
Yeah,
Stumps
end
pulled
off.
out the ground.
That's
and-
it, done.
In comes Bolt outside the off stump. No stroke from Root.
But I know you'll like this one. This was a game, the Ranji Trophy is an eliminator, and it was Jagahan versus Nagaland. Now, from what I'm seeing, clearly Nagaland had to win because I think they finished below Jagahan, and they had to beat them outright. So Jagahan won the toss and decided to bat first. You know, it was a good pitch. They scored 880.
Right.
Batting first. They bowled Nagaland out for 289, so they had a rather large lead. You'd think follow on. You know,
Lead of about 600.
Yeah.
Here's Bolt's bowling and is defended by Root stoically out to cover.
But of course, they only needed the draw, so they decided to bat again.
Well, the bowlers might have been a bit tired.
Yeah, and
Hot
in the
day.
second innings, they scored 417 for 6, match drawn. They were ahead by over 1,000.
That'll bring people back to cricket.
That's right, yes.
Well, I suppose inevitably that's what happens, isn't it? I mean, we did sort of talk about that with the World Test Championship, and if one team only needed to draw in order to win the trophy, actually it could produce perhaps not quite that sort of a game, but something like it. In comes Bolt, and it's sliced away down to third man. Runs here for Root, he'll get 2. As the man from deep point runs to his left, Root's made his ground. 221 for 5.
Yeah, and again, nothing through the air. There's no swing, just the angle from Bolt around the wicket. It's been a productive scoring area against Bolt, that kind of behind square on the offside.
Only a slip and a gully now. Still that short mid-wicket. Bolt again runs in, bowls to Root, who plays that so late and down into the gully where Southey fields. Well, I must be honest, having talked about this for the last few days, I dusted down my little television thing last night and I watched Tuffers with Brendan.
Oh, did you?
Brendan McCullum and Tuffers. It is actually it's a beautifully shot television program because New Zealand is so pretty, and of course they're going around these golf courses. In comes the field. We've got 1 to go in this over.
Yeah.
They'll want to keep Root at this end. Bolt on his way, moves in, bowls to him, and he gets it away. He beats the man there, who's been brought in from point. Certainly 2. Let's see if Folks can get a third here. No, he can't. So 2 runs taken, but Root will be off strike for the start of the next over. And England need 54 to win this game. Now they're 223 for 5. And I'm halfway through it. It is a sort of thing that you do binge. But if you want to get to know something about Brendan McCullum, I think it's a good programme to watch. It's a really lovely, laid back, just 2 blokes in the car chatting, playing golf, hacking around. But the loser has to pay a forfeit. And so far, Tuffers at golf actually is better than I thought it would be. He's more than a hacker. And unfortunately, however, he lost the first round. And so you do get, and I don't know where they put the camera for this, but when they launch him from the Auckland Tower with a bungee rope, there's this rather grotesque close-up of Tufnell's face as he's plummeting to earth. I mean, it is funny. And I saw Brendan this morning. I said I was watching it. He did say, I did feel a bit sorry for Tuffers because he obviously lost all the crucial ones. And as we know, he's got to pay some awful forfeits later on. But it does give you a really gentle insight actually into England's new coach. I do recommend it. It's great fun. And I did say to him today that if there's one thing I've learnt over the last 20 years or so, you do not underestimate Philip Charles Roderick Tufnell.
The cat.
You can play that foolish side all the time, but actually there's rather more to him than that. 223 for 5. In goes Jameson then. That didn't take long, and it's first ball's played out to mid-wicket. So Southey off after 1 over, and the big man is on. He's not quick. He's not a fast bowler. He's just got that awkward bounce. Such a tall man, and he can swing the ball.
Yeah, he's the key. He's just got that extra height, that extra ability to just extract anything from the surface, and you can see if he gets A couple of quick ones. This game's going to change quickly, but so far, again, there's just nothing through the air. There's no seam off the pitch. There's no shape through the air. There's no swing at all.
Long giant strides, he bowls it's full and played firmly towards mid-on. Oh, that's brilliant half save there by Southey, flinging himself to his left. That saved a boundary, but they've taken 2. There's a good stroke as well from Folkes. He is a front foot player predominantly. He likes to drive, and that was a beautifully struck shot. 52 to win. Folkes 13 not out on this murky morning at Lord's, but the floodlights doing their jobs and ensuring that play can take place.
Yeah, I mean, the initial first couple of overs, you're always nervous that the ball might do plenty more than it was last night. But so far, if anything, it looks like it's coming onto the bat a little bit better.
I think a new ball will be doing a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Jameson bowls down the leg side, brushed away by Folkes. Again, can they get 2? Bolt comes sweeping in, he's got a terrific throw. Folkes is going for it. And the throw came in on the bounce, which took a lot of the pace off it. And so Folkes was home. Very good running. And now it's exactly 50 to win. 2 leg byes, thank you. Andy, good morning to you.
Morning, Agus. Just looking at Joe Root's masterful innings so far in 2 principal phases. Up to when Stokes was out, and since then he had 34 of 89 balls when Stokes was out. Since then, 48 of 49 balls, and he's scored off 29 out of those 49 balls, well over half. Generally in Test cricket, you see maybe batsmen scoring off about a quarter of deliveries. It's been a notably varied innings in the way he's played.
50 to win. 2 slips a gully. Folkes raises his bat. Jameson lumbers in, bowls outside the off stump, and he hits it hard into the ground. Patel fields at cover. No run. Still people coming in. Dad over there with his young lad, I can see, helping him to his seat in the tavern stand. The Warner stand is virtually full, apart from a little bit at the bottom.
Like the members section. Is that where the members go up there?
Well, whenever you say, well, there's no one there, they'll say, well, we're inside because it's a bit chilly. So that might be the case. There's no breeze at all. The flag is hanging there by its pole above the grandstand as Jameson bowls, and that brings Folkes onto the front foot. Ball rolls down to mid-off where Kane Williamson picks it up. A 3-match Test series too. You get an early win under your belt. Takes a lot of pressure off, doesn't it?
Oh, this is. If England could get over the line here, when you think they won 1 in 17,
yes,
you just feel that they can really kick on from there, because they haven't played at their best by a long stretch. They've bowled great, but obviously the batting is still a huge concern. But if you can get that win.
Jameson bowls to Folkes, who watches that go through outside the off stump. It cut back a little, but was starting too wide. And it's 227 for 5. So England haven't lost a wicket this morning. We're just tuning our way. Welcome to Lord's. We've had 15 minutes of play. Root is now 82 not out. Folkes is on 13. And there's 13 overs to go till the new ball could be taken. And England need 50 more to win.
12 overs.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong bit. You're right, 12 overs.
Yeah, 12 overs. So you need 50 more. So they're going to score at 3s at least, aren't they?
Really,
it's only going to be 10, It's
just that little bit. That's the only time thing, isn't it?
What do you? I mean, obviously the 5 down by they've won the game. I can't imagine you're going to lose 5 wickets for 10 runs. But they're trying to change the ball, New Zealand.
Yeah.
It's going straight through that device, so there won't be a change at this stage.
No.
If the 7 down, still requiring 10.
10 to win.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is only the start of this.
And you
session.
know in sport how hard it is to get that when you've not won for such a long time.
In comes Bolt, and he bowls to Root. It's short, and he pulls it away into the leg side. A chase for Patel. Running around to his left. Oh, he's fumbled it a bit, and he had to dive. And in fact, he lost the ball completely there, hence the cheer. So it's an easy 2. I think it would probably always have been 2. But it's slippery out there, and he's just stamping down now on the divot.
Yeah, I just go back to last night. The fact that this pair have just faced all seam. It's remarkable. Last night, hour ago, you know that Joe Root was up in the tempo.
I'm surprised that Mitchell didn't bowl either, actually, because he just bowls a nice little floaty medium pace. You've got to hit the ball. Bolt again outside the off stump, and Root, as he does, just waits to the last moment. The ball's almost past him when he plays that guiding shot down to square third man for one.
From what I've seen already in the 4 over, it'd be worth putting the spinner on now. Just have a look. He can skim one onto the front of the pad from the nursery stand end. Joe Root might play a big shot. Folks might dash down. Can play the field. Now, Kane Williamson's captaincy, it's renowned for not using spin that often. He just doesn't seem to like to turn to his spinner. I guess de Grandhomme's been kind of the spinner role in this team for quite a while, where he just holds an end.
As mentioned, he's not on the field, by the way. He's still obviously got this heel problem, so let's hope he's all right for Trent Bridge. I haven't seen any news overnight regarding his fitness. 2:30 for 5. Bolt bustles in, he bowls, and Folks on the back foot plays that firmly, but it's cut off at point. The field coming in again for England's wicketkeeper batsman.
Just to highlight what Michael was saying, Ben Folks in his first class career has struggled against left arm spin, averages 26 against left arm spin, compared with over 50 against right arm spin, and mid to high 30s against pace.
In these conditions, you know, he could easily just get one to just skim off the surface.
DRS.
Yeah. Particularly when we've seen 4 overs of, it's just been quite nice.
Yeah, but it hasn't done anything, and
Batting
Bolt's
perspective.
coming over the wicket now, so he's going to change the angle, and so they're bringing in another slip here as he tries to push the ball across Folks. So 2 slips, gully's quite fine, no one behind them, so a little nick along the ground past Southey would be handy for England. In goes Bolt and bowls outside the off stump, and Folks watches it go through quite low to Blundell. Still grey and murky, no breeze at all. Looking at this, maybe the England flag is just flopping down there from the pavilion, but not much else. The lights are on within the pavilion. See the chandeliers there. 2:30 for 5. Bolt bowls. Folks forward again, head right over that. It's playing patiently, determinedly. It's 47 needed.
I think the over the wicket angle just looks a little bit more threatening with the ball doing nothing. You could just see him just getting one to go across or up the slope from this angle. 2 slips and a gully await that outside edge. Big space of extra cover available to Folks if he fancies the drive, but it comes at a risk.
Bolt again, the last ball of the over bowls, and Folks again plays that very, very confidently, getting onto the front foot. Bolt fields, and it's the end of the over. So we've had, what, four this morning. No wickets have fallen. I've done my job for the first 20 minutes or so anyway. 47 to win, 2:30 for 5. Michael, thoughts from you? And then Simon Mann's coming here.
Yeah, it's going to be Jamieson to carry on. Williamson not opting to just try the spinner. Folks and Root so far look very comfortable. You can see they're busy, they're running between the wickets hard, trying to make ones into twos. Kiwis at the minute just look like they're hoping for a mistake. It doesn't look at the minute to the eye that there's going to be many jaffers out there, any unplayable deliveries, so you are, as a fielding side in this situation, just hoping that you can force the error, force a mistake because of the pressure.
Good morning, Michael.
Morning,
Well, it's
Sam.
still tense out there, but it's been a good first 20 minutes for England. Here's Root on 85. Jamieson goes in to bowl to him. Right arm over the wicket. Root nudges it into the onside for a single, short of mid-on. Southey comes in, can't prevent it. England ticking them off. They need 46 more. 5 wickets left. And Root on to 86. So this is so you're saying that bring the left armour on? Patel?
I'm staggered that, you know, someone like Kane, who's such a wonderful player, that he's just not asked the question. This partnership has been fantastic for England, but you know, they've not been asked the question to face a slow bowler yet.
Jameson bowls to Folkes outside the off stump. Folkes leans forward. Good carry from Jameson, as you'd expect with a bowler who's 6'8". Goes flying into the gloves of Blundell to just slightly adjust there.
And what is it doing for Patel? I mean, he's got 10 wickets in his last Test match in an innings. What's it doing to his confidence? Because he may throw him the ball in 15 runs' time. It'd be too late.
That was why it was so clever from Ben Stokes yesterday, wasn't it, to attack him, because it also forced them to bowl their 3 main bowlers, and they probably bowled a bit more than they wanted to, so they were a bit tired towards the end of the day's play. The runs came a bit quickly for New Zealand's liking. Jameson bowls to Folkes outside the off stump. Nothing from Folkes again. And of course Root is a very good player, slow bowling as well. That's in the back of their minds, I'm sure.
Yeah, you just I mean, you can go through the whole Test match, and it'll be one of those weeks where I think both teams go, oh, what if we'd have just batted a little bit better? I mean, New Zealand yesterday morning, they only needed another 40 or 50. Yeah. Well, another 40 or 50 on this, knowing that the second new ball's coming.
Well, I think about Patel's shot yesterday. I mean, little moments in the game.
Yeah.
You know, huge swipe, but he's quite a good defensive. Yeah. And he had a batter, and he had Southey at the other end who can score quickly. Jameson bowls to Folkes, full, driven by Folkes, not beating the man at mid-off, Williamson.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can say Patel, but you've got to say Colin de Grandhomme's dismissal.
And that one as well.
I mean, that's quite dozy.
Yeah.
First ball to be run out like that. That was obviously when all the action was starting and Broad was on that roll, and then he bowls a beauty to get rid of Jameson. And New Zealand were right on the back foot.
2:31 for 5, 46 to win. 10 overs and 2 balls to go until the new ball. Jameson bowls to Folkes outside the off stump, forced away, runs here, probably 4. Down towards the deep third boundary. It hits it now. Fielder about 10 metres behind. Nicely played by Folkes, guided away off the back foot. Finding the gap, running down the hill towards the tavern stand.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, just a little bit of width. It's that bounce, the straight bat, just lets it come to him, Ben Folkes, just glides it into that vacant space.
Now the best of Folkes there takes him to 17, and England to 235 for 5, with 1 ball left of the 70th over.
That was the first boundary for 10 overs, but England have still managed to score at over 3 and over in that time.
If they score at 3 and over until the new ball, they will require about 10, 12 to win, something like that. Jameson goes in, bowls to Folkes. Folkes covers up, and a good stop at second slip. Excellent stop by Latham away to his right-hand side. It's played with soft hands by Folkes into the ground, guided away. But Latham died away and prevented the ball going for, well, possibly 4, but certainly 2. It could have been 3, so vital piece of fielding. So far, so good for England this morning. 235 for 5, 42 more required.
I'm just saying, if Ajaz Patel's warming up in any way, no. He's had no communication so far with the captain. It's got to be worth a try.
No de Grandhomme again this morning. He's out of the Test match with that heel injury he sustained yesterday. I mean, he had a wretched day. It's hard to make up his bad day, isn't it? Everything went wrong for him. The wicket off the no ball as well. If that hadn't been a no ball, I think the game would have been over yesterday. New Zealand would have won the match. Stokes reprieved. 235 for 5. Here's Bolt with a new over from the pavilion end. Bowls to Root. Root gets a thick outside edge on that, squared up. Diving save by Southey. Away to his right-hand side, moving round from, well, he's sort of half gully, half slip, where he's got a 4th slip position. The field for Bolt, he's got a 2nd slip, a 4th stroke, 5th slip, a man at deep backward point, a cover and mid-off, that's on the offside, and then 2 men back on the leg side, deep backward, square leg and fine leg, a mid-on and a short mid-wicket. Bolt turns, roaring into bowl to Root short, pulled away, controlled pull from Root down towards fine leg. We saw that so often last night. It's only a single. Jameson returns.
Well, you know what?
Root being tested out in the middle of the pitch, but guiding it and keeping it down. One more, 236 for 5.
It might be the way to go, because there's no swing and there's no seam, so you might as well ask a question of the England batters. Can you play the pull shot and pack the leg side feel, almost like a Neil Wagner style feel. Wagner in this kind of attack. Wagner would have been so much better for the Kiwis this week if they weren't going to, they haven't used a spinner at all.
So just 5 seamers.
Yeah, well, at the start of the game, it'd been 6. It'd have been better this week than playing the spinner.
Bolt to Folkes, short ball. Folkes ducks underneath it. We did see Folkes take it on against Jameson yesterday evening, but not that time. Actually, he did have one look at Jameson, and then Jameson banged it in. And this second ball that he bowled short to me did take it on. And they're putting Patel back on the deep back of square leg boundary. Come up for that delivery. With Bolt bowling to Folkes. 236 for 5, 41 to win. The lights are on. It's overcast. In theory, good bowling conditions. But New Zealand are tantalisingly 9.5 overs away from a second new ball. Bolt sets off again, past umpire Gough. Into Bolt to Folkes, who drives, doesn't really time it. He's bobbling back down the pitch. Bolt knocks it down. And there is no run. Yeah, I mean, the game has accelerated, hasn't it? So that in a way, you'd think if this went 5 days, then it started dry. You'd think spinner. I mean, both sides picked a spinner, didn't they? They might come into play more, but it's been a seamer pitch, really. So yeah, I mean, they'd love to have had Wagner out there this morning. Bolt bowls, turned away by Folkes, off his hip, nice looking shot. Out to Patel, deep back with square leg, one more run.
Well, what I like about Wagner in the New Zealand side is that he almost takes conditions out of the equation. So New Zealand have got a team very similar to England, brilliant new ball attack. When the ball's doing something fantastic, when it gets a little bit flat and there's not a great deal there, then they start to struggle a little bit, i.e. same as England. And Wagner offers that out of the box kind of bowler that's just completely different. Players just don't face someone like that who just runs in his bowls bounces. So he takes away the conditions. It's just so difficult to face someone that's completely different.
Bolt bowls, Root drives straight to extra cover. Nice looking shot. Root hoping for 4 there, up to the grandstand, but he picked out the fielder on the offside. Just getting a fraction brighter at Lords. The lights are on, that's aiding the light obviously, but the natural light is a bit brighter now. It's really filled in the distance, northwest London. 237 for 5, 40 to win. So the end of Bolt's over. It's quite a luxury, isn't it, to leave out a bowler who's taken 244 test wickets at 26. Okay, he's 36 now. But
yeah, he's just so different to anything else that you face. You've got Trent Bolt, who's you're kind of orthodox, if you like, left arm seam bowler that gets it up there, swings, and Wagner can get it up there and swing. But when you're looking for something different, I just think he offers you a difference in your attack when the ball gets a bit older and there's not as much swing. I just think you can throw the ball to Wagner and he makes things happen.
Yeah, well, remember those old days of one-day international substitutes?
Yeah.
You feel New Zealand would love to do that now. Take one player off, i.e. Patel, and bring in someone like Wagner.
But, they haven't got Wagner and they should have used Patel better. He should have bowled quite a few overs to these right-handers.
Jameson begins a new over, bowls to Folkes with 2 slips in the gully in. Folkes turns it away into the onside, diving save at short mid-wicket. The substitute fielder Bracewell prevents a run. So the 3 pace bowlers, Andy, have bowled how many of the overs that we've seen so far? So we had 71 overs. I mean, they bowled nearly all of them, haven't they? De Grandhomme a little bit and Patel 2.
So 6 overs by a combination of de Grandhomme 3.5, Mitchell the 1 ball to finish de Grandhomme's over, and 2 from Patel. So yes, there's now the 66th over by the 3 main pacers.
It's a lot of bowling,
especially in back-to-back
test matches. Yeah. Jameson bowls full, driven down the ground. A nice looking shot from Folkes. It's going out towards the long on boundary. South is after it. It's going for 4. There's the roar from the England supporters to greet another boundary from Ben Folkes. He's had a good half an hour here. Takes him on to 22. England need 36 to win, and they're up to 241 for 5.
Yeah, it's a glorious shot. Just leans on it, full face of the bat, that messy bat that we were talking about yesterday. Needs a clean. It's the best shot in the book.
Well, he is in good form, or has been in good form in Championship cricket. Didn't have a great tour of the West Indies.
Oh, this is a big innings for Ben Folkes. If he can be there, not out at the end.
There's 22 not out. Jameson bowls to Folkes outside the off stump. Folkes tries to force that, doesn't really time it, goes bobbling towards Patel, fielding in the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, Folkes since the start of this season now 415 runs, average 83, just out 5 times. The century in 250s for Surrey.
Yeah.
And to highlight how England have kept the scoreboard moving, there's only been 2 maidens in the last 34 overs, and both of those 2 maidens had leg buys in, so New Zealand haven't had a scoreless over for since the 38th of the innings. We're now in the 72nd.
Yeah, and that might be a bit of tiredness, but also Root's busyness as well.
Yeah.
Root 13 away from 100 at the non-striker's end, watching on. Jameson goes in to bowl a short ball to Folkes. Folkes ducks underneath it, does not take it on. Jameson gives him a look.
Andy, I'm going to try and get you to get a stat that I don't know if you can or you. I reckon Joe Root's one of the players in the history of the game that has had the fewest maidens bowled to him.
Oh.
He is one of those busy players that I don't see many maidens bowled to Joe Root.
Listen, you're going to get a day and a half off, Zoltz.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. And there's a stat that I look at sometimes, which is run rate excluding balls that are hit for 4 and 6.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Which shows busyness at the crease. Jameson wide of the crease. Balls fall to Folkes, who finds the gap through extra cover. Runs here. Williamson's after it. They'll come back for 2, possibly 3. Some relay fielding out there. Williamson underarms it to Patel. Patel returns to Blundell. They do get 2. England knocking them off here. 34 more required. Still 5 wickets left. Just making that dressing room feel a little easier.
Yeah, so that statistic shows how adept a batter is at manoeuvring the ball around when not hitting boundaries. Looked at initially in context of Joe Root in one-day cricket when he's masterful at that, but also in Test cricket. So he has one of the highest scoring rates excluding boundaries. So, and we've seen that in this innings, just 7 fours out of his 87, but going at a good rate.
Folkes on 24. 34 to win. Jameson wide of the crease again, angling it into Folkes. Folkes lifts the bat, lets it go. And that is the end of Jameson's over. And it has been a very frustrating half an hour for New Zealand. They haven't looked like taking a wicket so far. And Folkes and Root have been in control.
You can see Ajay Patel just having a little look over his left shoulder to the skipper, as if to say, I am here. Kane just walked straight by him. Clearly he's not in his thoughts at the minute. It's going to be Southey to replace Bolt from the pavilion end.
So what have we had this morning in terms of the breakdown of New Zealand's bowling?
Southey bowled 1, 3 each for Bolt and Jameson, so 7 overs in total, in which England have scored 27 runs.
Well, it's been an excellent morning for them, as good as they could have hoped for when play started. Under really gloomy skies with the lights on. But it's that new ball New Zealand want, and it might be they don't get it, certainly not in time anyway. Still 8 overs until the new ball. It's 34 to win. 5 wickets still for New Zealand to take. Here is Southey going into bowl to Root, full on his pads, clipped away down towards fine leg. Another single. Another example there of Root ticking the board over, although to be fair to him there, and that was a full ball on the pads. He would have been disappointed if he hadn't scored something off that. There are 2 men back, so not so easy to hit for 4. Root to 88, and England needing 33 more for victory. 244 for 5. Michael Vaughan has gone. Alistair Cook is here.
Morning, Simon.
Good morning.
Morning. Well, it's been quite plain sailing, isn't it, so far? I'm surprised the ball hasn't done anything, with these conditions.
Southey bowls to Folkes. That one keeps a bit low on the stumps, and Folkes is equal to it, playing it into the onside. And you wonder what this pitch is going to be like would be like on the 5th day, if 2 teams playing had been able to score more freely, or at least elongate their first innings. There have been some low balls, not grubbers, not ones that just sort of bounce in the middle of the pitch and roll on the ground, as we've sometimes seen from Test pitches. There's that famous Nasser Hussain one in the Caribbean. It's always worth digging out on YouTube. Folkes on 24. Southey bowls to him outside the off stump. Forced away, nice looking shot, but straight to backward point. Stopped by Trent Bolt. And there is no run.
I was just wondering whether New Zealand could decide, well, we've had our little go at them now. Can we hide the ball for 8 overs? Can we go 7-2, 8-1? throw it in the channel really wide just to get through the next 8 overs the least damage as possible. What they've done hasn't worked. They haven't got the early breakthrough,
Southey to Folkes. Folkes is forward in defence, pushing it to cover. There's no run.
They haven't got the mistake for the England batsmen starting again. It's always hard the next morning to start again. That's their only hope, it seems, doesn't it? That new ball.
So what? Have 20 runs with the new ball, something like that. Bowl wide of off stump, 8-1 offside field, say,
Or
and make it really
7-2.
hard,
Yeah.
really hard to score. And to try to dry up the run save. England, you want to take a chance until the new ball. You can, might get a wicket.
The danger, obviously, with Joe Root is he tends to find, he will tend to find, a way of scoring. But I just wonder whether that is a tactic that New Zealand could use.
Southey and again to Folkes. Folkes is forward again. They thought they got through there, but not quite. Folkes getting the bat down just in time. Pushing it up towards mid-on.
Southey has looked better this end, hasn't he, with the ball running back into the right-hander.
Yeah, that was it. Inside edge onto the pad there from Folkes. Just rather tentative on that front foot. But Southey's bowling the channel. Experienced, high-class bowler. The slope to work with as well. Moves in past the umpire, up to the stumps now, bowls to Folkes, full, driven, but straight to Williamson at mid-off, and there's no run. A couple of nice shots in that over from Ben Folkes, but straight to fielders. How many off the over? Just the one from Southey. Well, that's a little bonus for New Zealand, but still 7 overs until the new ball. 33 more required by England, Root 12 away from 100. And the crowd at Lord's today, it's by no means a full house, but a decent number in. And I know a friend of mine said he didn't bother coming today, even though he had a ticket. He's a big cricket fan as well. I'm not sure why he wouldn't have come today on a day like that. You think you'd pop down for an hour, wouldn't you? But
Well, it depends how far he's got to come.
Not that far, North London.
Well, no, absolutely. It's a chance to see history. Joe Root gets these 12 more runs and England win. 12 more for 10,000 for Joe Root and England win at Lord's. You thought it'd be worth the 20-minute taxi ride?
Alex Riding emails. He's sitting on a sweaty bus in Vietnam following the action. Not sure the locals will be too pleased with my reaction when, he says, we chase it down.
I like the optimism, like it.
Slight delay. New Zealand just making England wait. It's Jameson with a new over. Moves into bowl to Root. And Root plays that very late, trying to guide it down towards deep third, but instead of that he finds gully and there's no run. New Zealand couldn't have had a better morning, you think, on which to bowl, but the ball hasn't done a lot. But it's the rate at which England scored. It's been something we've been talking about throughout this second innings, is when the new ball is going to be available, how many runs will England have left to chase. And I suppose Stokes' acceleration, his aggression at times has been important.
And actually, Joe Root's game management last night, he knew that. He knew when Ben Stokes got out.
Jameson bowls to Root, full,
Shot.
driven down the ground, more runs here. It's going up towards the long on boundary. Has it got enough on it? Yes, I think it has. It beats Southey, whose cap falls off just before he gets to the ball. Beautiful straight drive from Root, the best of Root, and he's into the 90s. 92 not out, 248 for 5. England closing in.
Almost a carbon copy, wasn't it, of the Ben Folkes shot last over of Jameson. Straight down the ground. Brilliant shot. And on drive as a batsman, what a feeling.
It's Joe Root's highest score in the fourth innings of a test. Now, beating the 87 he made in the 2013-14 Ashes in Sydney.
Yeah, it'll be something for him if he can score a fourth innings 100 in his first match after standing down as captain. No one ever questioned his ability. He's been in magnificent form as the team struggles. Here is Jameson bowling, cut away by Root. Flamboyant fashion, but very well stopped in the gully by Conway. And there's no run. Beautifully played by Root, just rocking back and chopping it away, but too close to Conway. He gets a low 5 actually from 2 of his colleagues. Stopped 4 there. 29 to win.
Yeah, just going back to that game management, Joe Root. Ben Folkes got out. You could have easily said, well, I need to be there tomorrow. And if England needed, 100 runs this morning, with that new ball would have definitely come into play. And he actually took, I think he scored 40 or 40 balls in that period. And he was, like he does, seriously low-risk batting, but it was that change of intent was masterful.
Jameson bowls to Root, who tries that back cut again. It's very close to off stump. He missed it. It missed the stumps, and the wicketkeeper dropped it as well. Well, he's got a smile on his face. The smile that says, well, I might have got away with one there. That was, I think, just about the first full shot we've seen this morning. It went past the inside edge. It didn't go past the outside edge with the angle from Jameson.
Yeah, just kept a little bit low. Not that low. It was quite a full ball to be playing that, not quite wide enough to play that kind of run-down one-day shot.
The field comes up. Well, the deep square comes up anyway. With 2 balls left there, they clearly want to bowl at Folkes rather than Root, although Folkes has played very well. Root tapping away at the crease. Bat raised now. Jameson goes in to bowl to him, and Root nudges into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run. Jameson going very wide of the crease there, almost getting in back foot no ball territory.
He bowled one yesterday, did he? He bowled a wide one yesterday. As in, was it called a no ball? It should have been, wasn't it? It was almost outside the popping crease, the line on the popping crease.
His foot is outside the line of the return crease.
Can your back foot
but
be
as
outside?
long as it's above it, it's fine. If it cuts it, if it touches it.
I thought I just touched it there.
Yeah, well, it might have done. They might have missed one. But the foot was raised. It was a long way over the back foot, but it was some of it was raised. Some of it might have touched the line. Here's Jameson bowling to Root, who plays that lovely, delicate sort of back dab. Again, brilliant fielding from Conway to his left, prevents a run, and Root stays on 92. Some intriguing cricket in that over, some skillful batting from Root, and some clever bowling as well from Jameson. 248 for 5. Folkes has 24. Root has 92. England need 29 to win. More from Zoltz or Alistair or both, and then it will be Isha.
Well, just on Root's facility at keeping the score ticking over, I mentioned that statistic of run rate excluding boundaries. So if you take out all balls hit for 4 or 6, Root scores at 32 runs per 100 balls. And of the 74 batsmen who faced 1,000 balls in Test cricket since the start of the 2019 English summer, that's the 3rd highest scoring rate when you take out boundaries, behind Niroshan Dickwella, Sri Lankan wicketkeeper, and David Warner, the Australian opener.
So he likes a rotation of strike, Joe Root, as Tim Southey is bowling from the pavilion end to Folkes forward and defending to the offside. No run, 248 for 5 then, England needing 29 more to win. They've picked up 32 runs in quick time this morning already, in 9 overs in fact, so going at a good clip with the second new ball available in 6 overs time. I wonder if that was a tactic that they talked about this morning. Good morning to you, Alistair.
I thought sitting up here wouldn't make me nervous. But for some reason, I'm feeling the nerves, even though it seems to be pretty comfortable so far for England.
Slip in the gully in position as that's pulled away by Folkes out to the deep square boundary. It's going to reach the fence in front of the mound stand. England edging closer, needing 25 more to win. Folkes are 28.
Yeah, an attempted bouncer from Tim Southey. He didn't get up, and Ben Folkes on this slow wicket had plenty of time to get on the back foot. He's absolutely nailed that. Probably about 40 yards behind square. No chance for fine leg. And the runs just keep coming. New Zealand can't stop the leakage of runs before the new ball, and I think the damage could be done before the new ball arrives.
Ajaz Patel being sent out to the deep square boundary now, as Kane Williamson is having a chat to Tim Southey at the top of his mark. Going to go same again, or a line and length. Here he comes bowling to Folkes. Good length delivery that he just tucks to the leg side, to mid-wicket, no run. I don't want to tempt fate, Alistair.
But you're going to anyway.
This would have been better for Simon Mann to do, because he doesn't believe in all this stuff, whereas I do.
I do as well, so I can't believe what I think you're about to say.
Root is 31 years and 157 days old on day 4 of his Lord's Test. He's on 92. As Folkes is facing up to Southey, clipping it out to deep backward square for a single, moves to 29. He is 8 runs away from becoming the second England player to reach 10,000 runs. Do you know who the youngest to 10,000 Test runs was?
I do know this, and this was pointed out to me this morning. The good news for me is that he can't break one of my records finally, he can only equal it. Should I text my mum and find out what time I was born? Are we going to go that desperate?
Yes.
Are we going that desperate to clarify? And what time I scored
I think you should. Can you please?
What time did I score my 10,000th run in Durham?
Southey passes the stumps to Root.
Oh.
Nearly chops onto the stumps. It's running away to the boundary. Really, that was so close.
I told you not to talk about this.
By a whisker. It beats the 5-leg fielder for 4. Root to 96. 20 more to win for England.
I knew we shouldn't have started talking about it, but that was the almost identical shot to he played to Jameson, where he missed it last over. That run down the third man against that bottom edge, just past the stumps, and diving wicketkeeper couldn't get there. It takes him to 96, one hit away from an unbelievable 100 and an unbelievable milestone for Joe Root.
Well, the other thing is that he's never scored a fourth innings ton before, Joe Root. Back and across. Clipping it out to fine leg. As Jameson is round to collect the ball, come through for 1, moves to 97, Joe Root. 19 more to win at the end of the over. Crowd getting involved. They want to see it happen. 258 for 5, England. Yet, of leading Test run scorers in the fourth innings, the top 35, only Root and Gale haven't scored a century. Are you surprised by that?
A little bit. But I do think it's just one of those things. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, he's got the all-round game in every situation, in every condition, in every circumstance. So I just think it's one of those stats which has just occurred, and hopefully you can cross out Root and it'll only be Chris Gale. Not with those number of runs, but I don't like the fact we've been talking about it as much as we have the last 5 minutes or so.
Root's on strike now. Jameson bowling from the nursery end, bounding in to Root, who works the ball to a vacant mid-wicket. Comes through for 1, moves to 98. Just 2 away. As England need 18 more to win. A partnership worth 100 for these two came at a really important time yesterday. Folks, they needed someone to stay with Root when Stokes left the crease, having made it to 50, and he's done his job, Ben Folkes.
He hasn't done his job. There's still 18 to go, and I can tell you who will be telling you that. Stuart Broad, James Anderson, Matthew Potts and Parkey. He has not done his job.
Folkes on 29, 2 slips in the gully. Jameson bowls, leaves it in the channel.
But it has been a brilliant partnership, hasn't it? And actually, Ben Folkes this morning, you know, last night it was all about occupation, all about just not losing a wicket, all about getting through with Joe Root. How many times have England lost 1 wicket, then lost 3 or 4 over the last 3 or 4 years, it seems? And actually, he came in. It wasn't about runs, it was about staying at the crease. Joe Root then took the mantle on of scoring. He upped his scoring rate after Ben Stokes. It's been a brilliant partnership.
Folkes guiding the ball to gully, no run.
Under some serious pressure. There's no bigger pressure of, you know, trying to win a game for England in the 4th innings.
Especially with the way England have played in the last few years with the bat and the collapses generally, the pressure that's mounted onto this England team because of their frailties and what's happened before and their vulnerability when it comes to collapses.
And absolutely the only way this side is not going to collapse is for people to stand up and be counted in those situations and not allow another wicket to fall when you had a bit of a partnership. And Ben Folkes has done that absolutely fantastically.
The tall frame of Jameson in again, bowls a good length delivery. Folkes pats the ball to mid-off. Almost surprised by that extra bit of bounce off the pitch up the slope. That's where he's been so dangerous, Jameson, bowling that wonderful line and length. But because of that height, every now and then it will just rise up that fraction more, but also the ones that stay low, they're the danger balls.
Yeah, it's been a good cricket wicket though, hasn't it? It's been a little bit in it for everyone. If you got through that hard new ball, there's been runs to be had. There's been a bit in it for the bowlers when it has been harder, the ball.
Folks, this time guides to gully. Coming out right in front, that bat and hands. Almost feeling for it, but playing it down nicely. Yeah. Lights are on here at Lord's. Gloomy conditions. We came here this morning thinking New Zealand would believe just one wicket and they might have a chance to run through England. So far, these two, not only have they retained those 5 wickets, but they've scored at a pretty good rate as well, ahead of the second new ball. Folkes still in his crease. Gently taps his bat down. The blonde-haired Jameson in again. Pulls the ball, Folkes. Backward a square out to fine leg. Another 2 to the score. England needs 16 to win. Folkes to 31 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and he keeps Joe Root on strike, the crowd like that. I said at the end of kind of day 2, whoever lost this game will feel as if they've had opportunities to win it. And New Zealand had a couple of really good opportunities to win this game. So have England. That breaking that open yesterday with Stuart Broad, that 3 overs and 3 wickets and an over, it's turned this game in his head. England have had to bat really well second innings to get these runs, and they have done. But if England had lost this game, they would have looked at themselves and said, how did we lose from 12 for 4, 45 for 7? They had New Zealand in the first innings, but the game of cricket has had absolutely everything. There can't be another twist, surely.
Well, the way the rest of this test match has gone, we were expecting that today for sure, but it's been all England so far. 16 more to win. Tim Southey will continue from the pavilion end. Joe Root on strike. He's got a backward square and a fine leg, slipping a gully in position. Root on 98. Dabs at the ball outside the off stump. Like listening on the ball as it's been given a shine now. Point in position, extra, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket for Joe Root. Where is he going to score these runs? He's been fairly proactive today. He's got a lot of dabs down to third, through the point region. He's played off his legs.
He'll find a way. He always does.
Southey past the stumps to Root forward and defending the ball solidly to mid-off. No run.
I'm sure he's trying to act cool now. He's trying to act calm, but inside there'll be some nerves, a little bit of anxiety, which seems strange when you scored 98, but with that milestone just hanging over him just a little bit. It took me about 4 or 5 attempts to get the last 100 runs, and looks like he's just going to do it in a match-winning innings.
Plenty of players dotted around. Up on the dressing room, Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum. Root advances, clips the ball past mid-wicket, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's coming back for the second. Joe Root. Another memorable moment here at Lord's. He takes his helmet off. He raises his bat to the crowd and he embraces Ben Folkes, the second Englishman to reach 10,000 runs, his 26th Test ton. And one of the greatest moments for him here at Lord's.
Well played, Joe Root. What a moment. I'm so glad I was here to witness that. An unbelievable knock, an unbelievable player. And to join the 10,000 run club is an extraordinary achievement, and to do it as well as he's done it. Without, in my opinion, England's most complete batsman in all forms. Can he just see the job done home now?
He equals your record, Sir Alistair Cook, as Root is forward and defending solidly back down the pitch. England need 14 more runs to win. 2 milestones reached. Another Test century, his first in a 4th innings. in Test cricket, which is staggering. And making it to 10,000 Test runs. Carey, his partner, standing up in delight and applauding with everyone else as Southee is in again to Root, again advancing, but this time just playing it delicately back to mid-on. Everyone up on the dressing room balcony as well, in unison, applauding Joe Root as he reached that milestone, kissing the badge in the process. 31 years and 157 days, equaling Alistair Cook's record as the youngest to 10,000 Test runs.
That is mad, isn't it? That is absolutely mad. That it's the same, exactly the same.
You're going to have to message your mum. Southee in to Root, back and across, flicking the ball down to fine leg. As he'll pick up another single. End of the over then, 264 for 5. England need 13 to win.
Yeah, Joe Root's 26th Test century came from his 157th ball with 9 fours. His third against New Zealand, his 5th here at Lord's. It's the 9th of his last 13 scores of 50 that he's converted into a century since the start of 2021, having converted only 6 of his previous 32. He's the 14th player in all Test cricket to reach 10,000 runs, the second English player after Alistair. Yes, done so at the youngest, well, the joint youngest age. We'll get the proper hours and minutes on that if we can. Yes, averaging now just 49.5 in his astonishing career so far.
I'm happy to call it a draw. I'm happy to call it a draw.
You took 11 more innings than he did, Alistair, and 10 more matches. So
Okay,
I think
kick a man while he's down as well now.
he might win it on the tiebreaker.
No, what a moment. And actually the crowd just sensed it, didn't it? And to do it at Lord's looks like to win a game as well.
Here comes Trent Boult, change of bowling from the nursery end. Root carries on his merry way, tucking away, deep backward square. So good in that region. The left armour bowling into the pads. And a bit of a hospital pass, you might think. They're hoping for him to try and break the game open, but England needing just 12 more runs to win as Root moves to 102.
Well, I just think the ability he's shown in this innings, or after Ben Stokes had got out, it just shows how good a player he is. You can't stop him scoring. It's so hard to stop Joe Root scoring, and runs just happen for that. It sound a bit flippant in one sense. He's just so hard to tie down in any way. He's got options all around the ground.
As Folkes clips this down to fine leg. Again, that leg stump line from Boult. He'll be frustrated with that as Folkes easily gets that away for 1, moves to 32, 11 more to win.
And they're all low risk. That's what makes him one of the greats, because it's all low risk batting. It's all on his terms, when he's in control of pretty much everything he does, and he just belongs, doesn't he? He belonged for the moment he turned up in India on that first Test tour in 2012 and he played that last game and got 70 odd.
Back and across, driving to mid-off. He's frustrated with himself on that one. I think it might have hit the bat, then onto the foot as he plays it out there. No run.
Yeah, he's very particular on his balance. I think he just fell over a little bit and just pushed at the ball, and he's, very simple technique in terms of his movements. Very simple technique in terms of movements, and that's what he bases his game on. Simple movements, great rhythm, and he just knows when things aren't quite working. He can get it back very, very quickly. Played.
Forward, solidly defending to the man at extra cover.
Oh.
So Root's 5th century at Lord's, as I mentioned. Only 2 players have scored more. Graham Gooch and Michael Vaughan have 6. Kevin Peterson and Andrew Strauss also have 5 on this ground. To highlight what you're saying, Alistair, 34 of 89 balls. At the moment, Stokes was out. And then to reach his 166 off another 68 balls. Just 6 fours amongst that. 24 of his runs in boundary. So, yeah, just they can't keep him quiet.
Joe Root driving. Trent Boult getting his left hand on the half volley and parrying it to mid-off, no run. Just delaying the inevitable, really, at the moment. Although, in Joe Root's mind, He'll want to make sure he does the job and gets England through. What a turnaround in this match.
It's had it all, hasn't it? It's had it absolutely every bit of cricket you'd want to watch.
Flashes of red from the soles of Trent Boult as he bowls full. Joe Root slices out to deep point. Wide, full one. And will come through for one as he moves to 103. Throw sent in, 267 for 5, then England, 10 more to win. As he just raises his helmet above his head. He looks determined, Joe Root, the former captain. As the players take a drink. Lights on. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Sounds, but Radio 4 long wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. A few more words from you, Sir Alistair. And then the great man, Jonathan Agnew, will be in.
I've never heard him described like that before, but if we're going to have to be nice to Aggers, nice to have you back,
I can
Aggers.
honestly say I've never heard myself been described like that before either. Anyway, isn't it spooky that the exact same age, down to the day?
It's unbelievable,
that
isn't
you
it?
and Joe Root scored your 10,000 runs. It's amazing.
I mean, the text has been sent to my mother to see what time I was born, but you know, I just thought, you know what?
Yeah.
We'll share it. Let's just share it.
I think just share it. I think just share it.
Because I know I definitely born late in the day and he'll definitely win it, won't he?
Well, I was going to say share it unless you do find out that you were born early.
No, what an innings.
But I'll tell you something. I mean, you know, we're lucky enough. We're following his cricket all the time. I've not seen that smile like that on Joe Root's face for a very long time.
No,
it was really emotional.
Well, it's an emotional moment, but to do it with 100 as well, exactly 100 in a match-winning innings at Lords, after all he's been through, I think, over the last couple of years, England captaincy, all the kind of bad cards he's been dealt as a captain. He deserves this moment.
Back to that fresh face again, which, you know, if you'd been in Grenada and you'd looked in his eyes at the end of that game, you thought, wow, it was gaunt. You know, his kind of eyes were sort of a bit vague and vacant. You know, he just looked, well, a million miles away from that smile there when he scored his 100.
Yeah, absolutely.
So good to
and absolutely. And, you know, word from the England camp is he's had that smile back this week. He's been a totally different guy, as you kind of would expect. You know, that smile, the weight of the world does get lifted off your shoulders when you hand back the captain like he did. And it's a big moment in your life, though, when you suddenly realise that you're no longer England captain. Because it is such an honour. It's such a great job to have. And you know you're never going to be England captain again.
But I would think, conversely, people talk about, you know, how will that former captain be going back into the ranks, and will his presence make it difficult for the new captain, and those sort of things. But actually, you know, we look at you, look at Root. Why not? You know, you can just, that pressure's off. You're just going to play better.
Well, you hoped, and I hoped Joe Root felt the same when I was around, that, you know, I wasn't a problem in the room. I was there if, you know, for advice if he wanted advice. Yeah. Obviously, I think Joe will feel very careful not to step on Ben Stokes' toes. I certainly felt that in certain times, and if I had something I wanted to say which is quite different to what Joe Root wanted, I wouldn't have said it. And I was very conscious of that, and I'm sure there'll be moments over the next little bit which Rooty will feel the same as that. But that's understandable. But I'd hope that, you know, I didn't have much. I do have a bit of an ego probably, but not enough an ego in the dressing room which would harm that. And knowing Joe like I know Joe, I don't think he would say he'll just be there for Stokes. He's there any question or anything he could help Ben with, but he'll let Ben do his own way. And do you know what Ben would want? Him to stand at first slip, take his catches and score hundreds.
Score loads of runs. Yep.
And we think he'll definitely score the runs.
In comes Southey from the pavilion end, and he bowls to Root. Oh, he's played a beautiful shot there. He left that so late, and then just leant back and ran the ball away off the face of the bat, through the slips, down to that vacant third man boundary. Beautiful, delicate touch.
Cheeky.
Isn't that a wonderful shot?
Lovely. Just to let it come all the time in the world, all the confidence, just to wait.
Yeah.
Chunk.
They've been playing Test cricket here since 1884. It's the 142nd Test. There's only been 2 previous centuries in winning causes in the 4th innings of Tests here.
Southey again, bowls and Root drives him for 4. Between mid-off and the bowler, straight down towards the New Zealand dressing room. And England need just 2 to win. The crowd on their feet. And let's see if Joe Root here can complete it by hitting the winning runs.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
100 winning runs, gets England off to a bang start of the summer.
Well, they're bringing the field in, or at least some of the field.
Well, the game is up.
The game's up.
Yeah, the game's up.
England need 2 to win. In comes Southey, and he bowls to Root. Oh, almost chops the ball into his stumps. The second time he's done that today.
It's just with that angle of the pitch slope, just brings it onto you.
The only other 2 4th innings hundreds on this ground in a winning cause were Nasser Hussein's valedictory century against New Zealand, chasing 282 in 2004, and Gordon Greenwich's incredible 214 not
I
out.
remember that as well.
I was trying to forget that one.
I was sitting on the sofa as a baby.
2 to win. Root is on 111 not out. And Southey's on his way, and he bowls to him, and he hits him hard into the offside. There's a bit of a fumble.
He's looking for it, Rooty. He's looking to hit those winning runs now.
A yard either side of that fielder, and that was 4.
We were on next door, Haggers, weren't we? It was quite. I think I might have had a tear in my eye almost.
It was very emotional.
It was. You just saw that smile come back onto his face just naturally.
Absolutely. It's lit up.
Yes, it did. All those pressures gone.
2 to win. There's 2 balls left in this over. In comes Southey. He bowls to Root, who pulls him into the leg side. That'll be it. 4 runs through mid-wicket, and Joe Root has steered England home. He's getting a big hug from Folkes, who has also played more than just a small hand in this partnership, which has seen England to this victory by 5 wickets. But it'll be all about Joe Root, who's played magnificently here. The first time that he's scored a century in the 4th innings of a Test match, but just more than that, is just a man who's been released. One of the best batsmen to play for England, well, since the Second World War for sure. And he's had such a difficult time of it. He's resigned the captaincy. And he's come out, he's just like the fresh-faced Joe Root of old. And my word, he's played well. He really has played brilliantly. And what will that do to that England dressing room, I wonder? A new start, a new coach, new captain, a new era. From rock bottom, from the very bottom of the pile. They've won a match they could easily have lost. It's been a game in which they've clung to it with their fingernails. In and out and in and out. And now Root heads towards the pavilion. The members are all on their feet. His helmet's off. Mopping his brow. And I'll bet there's a tear or 2 in those eyes. He's blinking them away. There are. He is crying.
Couldn't happen to a nicer fella.
No.
Well played, Joe. We all came in this morning, didn't we? We were a bit on the edge of our seats, as we have been for the last 4 days as well. I think the only one who wasn't nervous was Joe Root, the way he went about that. Wonderful innings for his country. Wonderful innings for his mate, sat up there as well, Ben Stokes. Calm as you like. I think you're right, one of England's best.
Yeah.
One of England's best.
There is no doubt. And the emotion there. You can see a big hug there for Stokes and McCullum.
I told you he was a hugger.
You did. You did. And has given Stokes a nice, gentle man hug there. The new combination. But got off to their start by the old. It's funny how this game works, isn't it?
Beautiful story, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a story. Comes back, as you said, after having a torrid, 18 months, and just to do that shows a lot of character. That and a lot of ability.
I can't wait to talk with him. He must be man of the match, and
Got to be.
it'll be the first time that we've interviewed Joe Root in happy circumstances since last August. Which puts it into context when England last won a Test match.
Yeah.
Seems incredible, isn't it?
Yeah,
the first win in 10. That was against India, of course. The flogging in the Ashes. But it is a new start, and it's got off to a good start.
Well, it's going to be a happy dressing room, that's for sure.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to head off down there.
Go on,
and see
Angus.
what goes on. I'm going to enjoy this.
Yes.
And then we've got the party this afternoon as well. It's a proper Jubilee weekend.
It is indeed.
England winning their first match for ages. And we can enjoy the nationwide celebrations this afternoon too. Tuffers, some thoughts from you, and Simon Mann's coming in here.
Well, I don't know quite what that roar was for. I think it was Joe Root coming out on the balcony to give the crowd a wave or something. But yes, what a Test match. Bonkers Test match, really. Bowled out for 130 a couple of times, and then a great fight back by New Zealand, and then England getting on top, New Zealand getting on top again, and then finished off today in superb style. He's some player, you know.
But a magnificent, brilliant innings from Root.
Oh,
so in control. I think
it
that's
was.
There's rarely a moment when you thought he looked like getting out.
No, focused. You could see it in the eyes that, you know, as you said, we were all a bit, you know, if they lose one early. The most calm man in this arena was Joe Root, and he just went about his business. I got the feeling yesterday that when he sort of got to about 20, he said, right, this is, I've got this, and I'm going to go about my work, ones and twos, put the odd four away, didn't he? But just that way he ran between the wickets, you just felt that he was warming to the task, and we can do that. I mean, listen, you knock off 270.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good effort.
It's a good chase, yeah, definitely.
Good chase.
And another thing we said as well was that you shouldn't lose a Test match if you have the opposition 45 for 7.
Well,
and they haven't lost a Test match from that position. But I mean, what ups and downs they've been on the way to get there.
I think that now England have got themselves over the line, it'll be huge for them. If they hadn't, they would have been sitting there going, just as you said, crikey, O'Reilly, we bowled them out for 120, we had them 40 odd for 5, second dig as well. You know, that would have even made it harder to sort of like grab this team and sort of by the scruff of the neck and get them playing again. But that is a fantastic tonic for that side. Great for Joe as well, coming back after that torrid couple of years as captain. Listen, it didn't affect his batting, and it showed there. But yeah, great result for English, and great result for English cricket as well.
Yeah, a really interesting Test match to start the summer off with.
Likewise, Jez.
Very hard to predict. Yeah, Jeremy Coney's with us as well to give us the New Zealand perspective on that. I mean, both sides had their opportunities in this game. There's no doubt about that.
New Zealand made loads of errors in this match, and it was still relatively close.
Yes, bit rusty.
It was a very, I mean, in terms of Test match standard, it was a very poor test.
Yeah.
But let's just leave that to one side for a second. Well done, England. That's the first thing I would like to say. In a way, I'm quite pleased because it's a small cricket community and we can't afford to have England losing so many matches. And it's good that England will get, I think, a fillip from this, and who knows what will happen from here. As far as this morning is concerned, Simon, I thought what an anticlimax, actually. Everything, the portents were for a nice, compelling finish. They had to get someone like Root out very early. That didn't happen. He's such a good high-quality player, and he plays with such a base and cardinal tenets of orthodoxy. He plays the appropriately flowing ball to the delivery he's presented with, like a meal. They bring it out, and he munches it. And so I just think it's nice that someone like Joe Root was able to play the way he does. I mean, as it happens, the change of ball yesterday didn't suit New Zealand. No. It did nothing. They tried to change it 3 times today. They didn't bowl a maiden today. They didn't even try and get any pressure built up today. De Grandhomme's error yesterday was quite severe in the context of what we've just seen. That could have been changed quite a lot. And the fact that he was absent today when the 3 bowlers couldn't bowl, I think is quite a thing. But I thought the relationship between the fielders either side of the wicket today weren't changed at all. They stayed stoically 5-4 fields, which begs straight bowling, and they didn't bowl straight. It begged belief to me to see the lack of control of those three bowlers, and they just couldn't do anything. And for me, that was probably a really poor part of the game.
It's tricky though, Jez, isn't it? When you've got about 50 or 60 and you've got someone like Joe Root, you go up there. I know what you're trying to...
you put Joe Root at the other end. The problem was that Foakes kept on scoring runs.
Correct.
Because the bowling was so inaccurate. So, but I mean, I don't want to take... comments away because of the England win. I don't. But that was the fact of what I think we all saw, and we're kind of nodding, aren't we, at each other to say that's what it was.
Yeah.
I mean, but well done, England. I mean, that's a great start for this new little whatever they call it here. Resets and blank canvases and Jackson Pollock canvases. It doesn't matter what it's called. It's good for the cricket community to see this. It's not great for New Zealand. I mentioned early on in the commentary that I felt that this side was over the crest. They breasted their tape, if you like, at Southampton, and a lot of things obviously need to be addressed. Yeah. So that's the New Zealand perspective from me. Others may feel differently. I don't know.
I always enjoy test matches and matches with New Zealand. I don't know why we don't have a few more, really.
Well,
there are two more to come.
You can say that now.
Well, no,
5
come
minutes
on.
after
You
you've just
gave
beaten
us a good stuff in last year, didn't you? So, but they're always good, sort of like tussles.
They get on well together. I mean, it's a nicely fought. Yeah, it's the way it should be played.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there are two more tests to come in this series, and we'll bring you the second game on Friday from Trent Bridge. We'll be on air at 10:25. We'll get some reaction from the far side of the ground. Jonathan and Michael have made their way to the far side of the ground. We'll hear from the two captains. We'll hear from Joe Root as well, who must be the player of the match. Wonderful innings. Just switched on, 115 not out. A stand of 120 for the 6th wicket with Ben Foakes. There were so many opportunities for both sides. That de Grandhomme run out yesterday. De Grandhomme's day yesterday, actually, almost swung the game. It did. Helped to swing the game England's way. The no ball, the injury, and then, of course, the fact he wasn't able to bowl, and the fact the others had to bowl. Right, OK, we can go to the far side of the ground now and join Jonathan and Michael Vaughan.
I'm just wondering if we might get a chat with Kane Williamson here, who's coming very much into range, and he is. Hello, Kane. Thanks for kicking it all off. Well, how do you assess that this morning?
I mean, we were certainly hopeful if we could get a breakthrough early and then get the bowlers out there, then, there was a lot to play for, and, it wasn't to be. And, like someone like Joe Root, obviously a very difficult man to dismiss, and played outstandingly well and scored an amazing 100. So, credit to England. But, it was... on a bit of a knife edge we felt, and obviously we had some opportunities there, and wasn't quite meant to be.
Yeah. Soft ball, you're obviously trying to get rid of it. I mean, it might have been different if that ball had been newer and harder.
Not over the stands. Yes. Look, it sort of was a reflection of, both teams' innings. I think throughout there were a lot of similarities, and clearly the harder ball reacts, a little bit quicker and makes life a little bit more difficult. And as it gets softer, it's a slightly different, plan of attack, and there's a patience game to play. But, so we weren't able to get that breakthrough, which was frustrating for us. But, all in all, it was a very good game of cricket. Just, a shame for us that we went on the right side of the result.
Let's talk about Joe Root, who obviously we've seen a lot of over the last 18 months, really having a tough time as captain. He looked like a fresh-faced youngster again out there when he got that 100. Yeah,
look, he's been batting incredibly well his whole career, really. But the last sort of period of time, 18 months or 2 years, he's been, absolutely prolific, and showed his class again today. And to bring up 10,000 runs is really, quite a special achievement. And in so many respects, longevity, quality, all of the above. So, such a special player, and, a tough man to dismiss on the opposition side. But, an incredible innings from Joe.
We'll see you at Trent Bridge. Thanks, Kane, very much indeed for all the entertainment of this match. I can see Joe Root, he's already handling his medal over there, and Ben Stokes, of course, England's captain as well. They'll have the official presentations. Michael has to wait because, I've got to be honest, I'm really looking forward to this. Hey, Joe, we've had some tough interviews over the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, we have.
You look like a new man.
Yeah, I feel good. it's a nice feeling. Hell of a game of cricket.
Yeah.
And actually, for it to be in Warney's memory, this Test match, the way that it's been played, two sides been really aggressive, everything that he spoke about, how he liked to see Test cricket played, I think it's been a really nice way to remember such a figure in our sport. So I think it's quite fitting in many ways.
Yeah. You're very emotional. You're looking emotional coming off. How did you feel?
I felt great. It's obviously been a long time since we've won a Test match, so it meant a huge amount to the group. It was nice to do it for Ben as well. The amount of times he's did it for me over the years, it's nice to give a bit back to him. So really pleased for him to start the way he has done, and it's an exciting time for the team. Of course, there's things we can look at, but we should enjoy this, really enjoy it, because it's been a long time and it just shows how important days like today are.
Yeah. Do you in any way sort of feel a bit more liberated without the captaincy?
Yeah, I just love batting. So, I'll just keep trying to love batting and try and score as many as I can for the group. And it was nice to do it so early on in the summer, and hopefully I can carry that forward like I did last year.
Alistair Cook's busily looking up the time that he was born, because you know that you and he are exactly the same day to the youngest people to 10,000 runs.
I've just been told that. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? But
I think you're 10 past 12, so there might be some bragging rights if he's after that, which he might be apparently.
Look, it's just nice to be spoken about in the same breath of England's greatest ever batter. So very privileged.
How about the significance of your first fourth innings Test 100 to actually win a game from there? What does that mean?
Well, like I said, it was. There's been a number of occasions where guys like Ben or Stuart or Jimmy, throughout my time as captain, managed to do something special to win us a game. And more than anything now, that's a big driver and motivator for me, is to try and do it for him and for the rest of the group. And I didn't even know that was the case, to be honest. Didn't feel like fourth innings because of how quickly the game's sort of gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice.
Okay. And a quick word about Ben Foakes too. I mean, he just played perfect second fiddle there.
He did, yeah. Really, really nice innings. It's just exactly what we needed, someone to soak up a bit of pressure on occasions. And a great thing about it was they were trying to attack him and defend against me. It felt like we were able to manipulate the strike quite well and actually force a few more twos and get the board moving quite freely. And it's always difficult having been there myself as a captain to manage that sort of situation if you get it right as a batting side. So it was brilliant to see him perform like that under pressure. Shows what character he is.
Enjoy the day, Joe. Lovely to see you. Cheers. Well done. There we go. There's an emotional Joe Root, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, understandably, he's gone through so much, but he was pretty good with the bat as a captain. So, he's just got this amazing ability that, when he walks out to bat, and that was with the captaincy as well, he's been as good as anyone at just clearing out the noise. All the noise, external pressures that comes from being the captain, being the senior pro. Going out there this morning, yesterday afternoon, when the pressure's on, the team have not known how to win. 1 in 10 games, you forget how to win games. And even though he's a great player, he's been a part of a group that's not managed to get over the line. And just the way that he can, I always talk about this inner zen as a player. He's just got the most amazing calmness and ability just to play the ball and just continue in his, kind of very uncomplicated method. Makes it look so easy. Goes both sides of the ground, front foot, back foot. A nightmare for an opposing captain to set fields to him, because he just rotates the strike and manipulates the gap so perfectly. He must be a joy to bat with. I batted with lots of good players, but he must be an absolute joy because he's always ticking. He must be very positive in terms of the words that he uses. That was a great innings. We've seen him play lots of great innings, but to do it under that pressure when your team have not been winning, when you've just relinquished the captaincy. His good mate Ben Stokes is now the skipper. That was a lovely line when he said that, Ben's done it enough for him. I want to give a little bit back to Ben. That's the kind of guy, and Alistair was tremendous when he gave up the captaincy and went back into the ranks. And I think Joe is that same personality that it doesn't really matter that he's not the captain. He's the senior pro, the senior leader, the best batter. I think he's the best player England have ever had. I really do, across all the formats. There's been some great Test match players. Josh Butler for me is the best white ball batter that we've got and never had. But in terms of a player that can play all the formats, we haven't had a player like Joe Root, and he's still so young. He's still got much more to give. He's still hungry. You know, and I think Brendan McCullum, as the New England coach, will realise that, you know, Joe Root is special. You know, he's got a special captain now in Ben Stokes. Great characters that England have in terms of, you know, Stokes, Root, Anderson, Broad. Some real high-class cricketers. And that's why it's been amazing that they've not been winning, you know, at least competing. And now they've got that first victory and Ben Stokes starts off with a win. It means so much as a captain when you sit in that dressing room at the end of the week and you've got a win. It gives you I know Ben's a really confident guy and he's dealt with it brilliantly so far, but to go back to his room tonight knowing he's won, that'll give him a massive lift.
Yeah. And it will. I'm just looking at the scenes in the dressing room at the time, and the hug between him and McCullum. I mean, it is a perfect way to start by turning it around and by winning the first match.
Yeah, and I don't want to be negative about the old regime, but I don't think England would have won this week with the old regime because there was so much happened and there seemed to be a lot of negativity. Now, Brendan wouldn't have done a great deal this week, but what he would have done would have been very calm, very calculated. This team now know they've got, you know, a bit of a legend in their ranks, you know, coaching them, being around them. I can't imagine he's done much coaching. You know, I can't imagine he's been in the net saying to players, oh, you must do this, you must do that. I reckon he's just been around them talking positively in a sensible way. I bet you when England had that collapse on day one, I bet you he's dead calm in that dressing room. I bet you didn't panic too much. And that's what this England side need. They need a bit of calmness. You know, what have we learnt? They've got to win. That's the main thing. But I don't think we've learnt a great deal. I was
going to put that to you. I mean, apart from Matthew Potts, and we must mention that innings again of Ben Folkes, who played very calmly, very responsibly there. But otherwise, I'm not sure what we've learnt about the obvious candidates.
Yeah, the Test match team has been reliant on Broad and Anderson moving the ball around, and when they do, it's as hard a combination that you can face in Test match cricket. You know, in Joe Root, Ben Stokes, you've got two world-class characters, players that will get you over the line. You know, away from that, you know, the batting is still a huge problem, and when the ball's not swinging, it's going to be an issue for this England Test match team. But it's amazing what a win can do for a group. You imagine today now if England had lost. You know, that top three who haven't had a great week. They've looked okay, but they haven't had a great week. They haven't got the big numbers. There'd have been a lot more pressure going to Nottingham on those young players, setting out, looking at that second test if they were 1-0 down. Now they're 1-0 up. You know, it just gives everyone a lift, and it'll hopefully give those younger players in the side a boost that they've been a part of a Test match team that have won. They haven't won many games. A lot of those younger players have not been known to be around the Test team that have won. So to get a win, it should give them all a huge boost.
Yeah. Well, I hope they enjoy this afternoon and this evening. I think Ben Stokes, who's being interviewed at the moment, said something popular there because you've got a big cheer. He'll be coming to talk to us in a second.
The biggest cheer was about half an hour ago when the game finished, and on the screen behind us, it stated that if there was less than 15 overs bowled today, you get a full refund. And I think there was 13.5 overs. So everyone that's in the ground today, it's for free.
10,000 runs, England win, and everything else. It's a freebie. Well, that's fitting as well, being the Jubilee weekend, isn't it? I mean, an interesting talking point as well, waiting for Ben, is does Jack Leach play on, if he's fit, at Trent Bridge, or do you go with Parkinson? It's a bit of a sort of a strange situation, that.
They decided upon Jack Leach, and if Jack Leach is fit, the selectors made the call that Jack was going to play here. I think they've got to stay consistent to that. If Jack Leach is fit and ready to go for Nottingham and they feel that the conditions are suited to have a spinner in the team, I think from the decision they made a few days ago, I don't think Parkinson quite did enough in that. I mean, it was hard for him. He was having a barbecue, wasn't he? He was about to crack open a can. Well, all of a sudden he had to drive down here, so it wasn't easy for him. But if Jack Leach is fit, I think they should be consistent and go back to him.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, England have won this match, and they did it with no alarms at all, really. They didn't lose a wicket today. They knocked the runs off thanks to Joe Root, who I'm looking at now, is holding a magnum of champagne. He's got the man of the match medallion around his neck, and he scored his 26th Test century. He reached 10,000 Test runs while he did it, and that is no mean feat. There are not many Test batsmen in the course of history who have done that, and he did it at exactly the same time, exactly the same age 31 years and 157 days as Alistair Cook. Now, after quite a lengthy interview, I think we may well... Ben's walking past. No, we'll catch you in a minute, Ben. He's going down that way. Okay, and so we'll catch Ben. We'll catch Ben in a moment. Well, yes. Usually live broadcasters go first, but that's obviously not the case at this time. Never mind. We'll keep chatting along. I mean, his innings, obviously, yesterday, really did turn things around, didn't it? The momentum of the innings.
Yeah, he did. Well, you can just listen to the roots being cheered around the ground. I don't think he was at his best yesterday, Ben Stokes. I thought he came out a little bit frantic, but the character of the way that he plays, it was almost if he wanted to show that he was going to try and do something different. He had that little bit of fortune with Colin de Grandhomme bowling in the no ball. So you do need that bit of fortune, and just maybe England, if you had to look at the odd thing that went their way this week, maybe they've earned the right to get those little bits of breaks in fortune. But Ben Stokes as a captain, I looked at Pat Cummins when he took the captaincy. I was like, you're making it look far too easy. I know there'll be tougher times, there always is as an England captain, but I have to say Ben's made the job look very, very easy. He spoke brilliantly before the match. I know that he's done a lot of work with the players behind the scenes. I know he's been speaking to them all individually. And all I know again it's early, but all the fear of an all-rounder being the captain because of Freddie Flintoff, Ian Botham, but we shouldn't be looking at that. This is a different person, a different human being. He seems ready. He's very calm, controlled, and what he's got is a number 4 who's up there with the greats of the game. Yeah. And when you've got players like Joe Root and you've got Anderson and Broad back bowling with the Duke ball in these conditions. Captaincy, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's quite nice when you stood at mid-off and you've got those two charging in. And, the big call this week, I guess it could have been quite easy for them to play Craig Overton. But they went with Matthew Potts, someone that Ben knows from Durham. I think he had a birthday dinner with him last night, I saw on Instagram. So he'll know him from playing for Durham, and they went with the young kid. I really like that. They went with a young bowler. And he steps up to the plate. He looks like another England bowler. We've got so many bowlers that are injured, but Matthew Potts is now a part of that group that he's looked like he can cope with the pressures of playing for England. The big crowd playing at Lord's is never easy because it can be quite difficult to deal with the whole occasion. But Matthew Potts just looked like he was ready to play. So that's another bowler that England can put into that pack. They still need pace. The cartel of Matthew Wood, Jofra, Ollie Stone, Saqib Mahmood, there's Ollie Robinson, Chris Wood, but particularly Wood, Jofra and Ollie Stone. England needs somehow to get some pace into this attack, and it's not going to be happening over the next few test matches because they're all out for quite a while, but I think Ben will realise and know that the attack does need that little bit of a point of difference.
Yeah. I think the reason that Ben Stokes took Potts out for that birthday supper last night was to relax him. He didn't want him sitting in his room by himself, worrying about batting today, which is why he took him out last night.
Well, again, I think what Ben has is I think he's got that empathy of knowledge and know-how of what it's like to be under pressure. And I think when you're a captain that's been the great player, won big situations. He's also been a little bit in the naughty corner at times. I think he's all-rounded, so he knows exactly what all the emotions are as a player. He knows as a younger player when you're going to sleep at night in a situation that England found themselves last night when Matthew Potts thinking, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to have to try and get 20 or 30 runs in the morning. He was in the nets at 8:30 this morning, Matthew Potts, though. Ben, I think in terms of managing that individual and then obviously the whole team as a whole this week, he's had a fantastic week as a captain.
And what about New Zealand? I mean, we can't write them off. This is only one. There's one test. There's 2 to go in bowler-friendly places too. Trent Bridge and Headingley. You certainly can't write them off.
No, I think this week they were always going to be rusty because they've not played a lot of cricket, and that's why I thought it was important that England won this week, because I think New Zealand will get better. I think Kane will be better for a little bit of time in the middle this week. He's not been in any kind of form. So we know with New Zealand, we've seen it in the test match, they've got great character and will try and bounce back. I'm intrigued to see how this England team go from this, because we've seen in the past when they've got one win, they can sometimes arrive the week after and the week before's work goes to waste inside a day or so. So they've got to really build on this. That batting is still the precarious one that we all look at and think, you know, if you take Joe Root's runs out of this England side, you know, it still looks a massive concern. And all the rest of the batsmen, Johnny Bairstow at 5 had a poor week for Johnny Bairstow. He played well and then plays in a fashion this week that you go, come on, Johnny, you're better than that. You don't need to be playing so expansively. You've got a good technique, you've got a good defence. Just give yourself more of a chance. And obviously that top three of Lees, Crawley and Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope at number 3 for the first time. He'll have learnt from being out there, first wicket down for the first time in his career, but you know, there's still question marks, but they've got the win.
And I guess it does buy a bit of time for those question marks, doesn't it? I mean, yes, people are going to still talk about Ollie Pope at 3 and Alex Lees and his batting techniques, and you can see all that being discussed. But with a win, at least that's kind of almost an afterthought, as it were, rather than being a main focal point.
Yeah, someone like Alex Lees, I hope he looks at his second innings method and it just looked more simple. It looked like he had options on both sides of the ground. You're going to get Ben Stokes finally. Here he comes, the skipper.
Excellent. Ben, well, how does that feel?
Yeah, good, isn't it? Look, it's always, you know, playing at Lord's anyway, you know, it's a special place, but to come away with the win, the way that the game sort of, you know, just ebbed and flowed and no one really took, took the game away from either team. You know, it's chasing 270 on a pretty difficult wicket with the conditions throughout the whole week pretty much being in the bowler's favour was brilliant. And, you know, obviously Mr. Dependable Joe Root there leading the team home and, you know, just, yeah, amazing and absolutely chuffed for him. And you know, I'm just really proud of the way that the whole team operate throughout this whole week. You know, with the ball, James and Brody. That morning yesterday, 49 for 6. You know, that game could have ended up completely different if we didn't have that morning. And having those two back is it's a huge boost for the bowling attack. But just seeing the way that they approach the game, you know, it's a real inspiration to, you know, obviously myself, Joe and Johnny and all the other experienced guys, but the younger guys, seeing those two run in with their, you know, knees up and getting the crowd going and changing the game for England, it's a really good thing to see.
Talk about Joe Root. I mean, you know, clearly very well indeed. He was very emotional there, wasn't he? I mean, it's clearly been a very emotional time for him to relinquish the captaincy and so on. He's never lost his form in that time, of course, but to come straight out and score 100 and such an important 100, that obviously mattered hugely to him.
Yeah, well, I think just playing for England and winning games for England matters to him, you know, and that's the most important thing for him is you know, trying to influence the game as much as he possibly can and walking off there 115 not out. You know, he's won us the game there at a real important time, and you know, obviously after stepping down as captain to come out and do that, just don't really have a lot of words for it, just because, you know, I know how emotional it's been for Joe over the last, you know, especially 2 years. So I'm just great to see him back, and I said it's not like the world's been lifted off his shoulders, but he just doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He just worries about him going out there scoring runs like he always does.
Yeah, which is just exactly all that you want, isn't it? Just leave him to his own devices.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's a world-class player, one of the best in the world, and you know, one of the best Test match batsmen that England will have for a very long time, I think. You know, 10,000 runs, joins an elite club, you know, all these records that he just keeps on breaking. You know, no one's really surprised because we all know how good he is, but yeah, it was great to see him walking off there, and you know, you can see that he's very emotional about that.
And I'm sure you'll keep your feet on the ground and everything else. That'll be the message of the next few days. But a big hug there between you and Brendan McCullum. Does it feel as if you have kind of launched this new partnership in the best possible way?
Yeah, well, obviously getting off to a winning start helps massively, but you know, we're not silly, and we do know that, you know, at some point there is going to be some, you know, times where things don't go well, but it's how we address that, the language that we use in that change room, because we know what we want to do, but we also have the understanding that things, you know, probably are going to go wrong. But the way that we operate today, you know, well, throughout this whole week, any time that we got put under pressure, everybody did what we asked before the game started, is to always look at the positive option, you know, be proactive, and just, I don't know, look to influence the game in your own way. You know, I think the way that I came out and played yesterday was quite a obvious, I don't know, actions speak louder than words. But yeah, you know, like just little snippets that I take out of the batting performance. You know, Leesy, it's the best he's looked in England shirt, although he only got 20. Johnny, again, came out there and just put them straight on the back foot. You know, if we had another half an hour, 40 minutes of him playing like that, then, you know, the game was massively back in our favour. So I don't have any, negative things to say about that. It's exactly what we want, and for lads to buy into it straight away like that is fantastic to see. But it's something that we'll keep working on and keep striving towards.
Go and enjoy yourself, Ben. I suspect you will. And we'll see you at Nottingham. There you go, one happy captain. What a way for him to start too, and his birthday yesterday and all that. Final thoughts on what you heard there, Michael?
Well, what I heard at the end there was it sounds to me that these the engine rooms are going to get given a licence to go and try and influence the game and try and be aggressive, proactive. Look, it's going to be great viewing. I think the 3.5 days here have been a spectacular kind of test match for everyone. It's had a bit of everything. It's had some brilliance, but it's also had some poor stuff at times. And the one thing I'll say is that I do like positivity, and I do love the words of influencing the game, but you've also got to be smart. You have to be smart. You can't.
It's a fine line, as we've said it before, about positive and reckless, and we've been there before.
And this is why in that dressing room I think it's so important that you've got Brendan who'll be ultra positive, Ben's going to be ultra positive, but you also need someone next to him go, whoa, we also need to play smart. Johnny Bairstow yesterday did not play a smart innings. To not see off Jamieson, to play that big drive, the last ball of his 8th over, that could have cost England the game. So if England want to become this side that goes up the rankings and potentially really questions the Aussies and the Indian side at the top of those rankings, they're not going to do that by just being gung-ho and being ultra aggressive. They're going to have to be very, very smart at times, and there were times in this test match that collapse in the first innings. All those wickets, the top 7, all real batsmen's errors. That's not smart cricket. So if they want to play this gung-ho style and be ultra aggressive, I'll watch it because it's great, and we'll rock up. And I've said for years that this test match team are well worth watching because you're never quite sure what's going to happen. It's brilliant, it's good fun, but if they want to be the best team, and really challenge for the top of the rankings, they're going to have to be a bit smarter at times.
Well, that's where I think we'll leave it down here for now. Michael, thanks for your thoughts, and thanks to everyone else for coming down and sharing their opinions and thoughts with us. The players, of course. It's a happy scene down here. Simon, I know up there in the dressing room, it's quite chilly, but at least people now they've had free cricket. They've seen all of this, and they can go and enjoy their afternoons as well. So back to you up there.
Yeah, Lord's beginning to empty. But those England supporters who are making their way away from Lord's today will be very happy indeed with what they've seen. A victory from England and a free day out. Doesn't get much better than that. Phil Tufnell is with me, and Alistair Cook is with me, and Andy Zaltzman is with me as well, and we'll discuss this test match for the next 15 or 20 minutes or so.
Back in time for a nice dinner, nice lunch. Why not?
Perfect timing.
It is.
Alistair, assess the degree of difficulty of that Joe Root innings when he came in and what he was able to produce.
Well, any innings in the 4th innings to win a game of cricket is tough, because you not only are you worried about your own game and how you play, there's the situation to play as well. In the first innings, it's all about just getting as many runs as you can. Here, Joe Root had, knowing that the pressure was on him, if he got out, England would possibly lose that game of cricket. He had to be there at the end. He had to manage the Ben Stokes situation. The game management was unbelievable from Joe Root there. When Ben Stokes got out, he had scored 30 of 80 balls. He'd let Stokesy take the dominant role in the partnership, walking down, all the chaos happening at that end. When he got out, he then scored 40 or 40 balls. He took it on. He knew the runs last night were going to be so valuable this morning. He just does it with low risk. And there is no better feeling as a batsman like that he's just experienced there. But forget about the 10,000 runs, forget about the 100. Walking off unbeaten to win a game for your side is a brilliant feeling, because it doesn't happen very often. Batting is a game of failure in general, and normally it always ends with a failure. He's walked off there, everything in control, and that's what it is. Batting is just about control, isn't it?
Yeah,
controlling everything.
He just peeled it off, didn't he? Really. I mean, as you say, those situations, I've been in those situations in the dressing room, and you're sort of all trying to cruise around, sort of thinking, we've got this in the bag, and everyone's, we all sit the same places, not to worry, the boys will knock it off. But inside, you're churning a little bit, and you know what can happen. I think the calmest man in this stadium was Joe Root. He just looked, had a smile on his face, he had those eyes zoned in and just knocked it around. And it was a wonderful, wonderful innings. to behold. One of his best innings. Listen, it was helped by that ball. You know, they came out, as Jeremy was saying, it was a little bit of an anticlimax, wasn't it? Because it was just gun barrel straight, but still, the demons in your head and what have you, he just knocked it off beautifully. And well played Ben Foakes as well, who stuck with him and got that partnership.
The reason why it's so calm because all his batting is so low risk, isn't it? His run making is just low risk. He's that good that
Too clip.
A clip, and there's no margin of error for a bowl. If you go too straight, he never misses it on the legs once he's in. Bowling that channel, which you normally get a bit of reward for, he scores down to point a third man, and it's just in total utter control. That's what makes him a great.
Yeah. Absolute great. You're right. He is a great. I think he's becoming a great. I mean, we heard Michael say.
Well, let's talk about that. Yeah. Michael said he's England's greatest.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes said he's one of the best England has produced. Now, Alistair Cook, you made 12,472 runs. You are England's leading run scorer. Joe Root today becoming the second player to score 10,000 runs. How do you assess, from the top of the tree, if you like, in terms of run scoring, how do you assess Joe Root? Can you give it some context over the years, or is it too difficult to go back that far and say, he's better than one of the greats of the past?
He's the most complete England batsman I've ever seen, or played with, or seen in other formats as well. The only thing he ever changes is his tempo. He doesn't change his technique. I mean, I might have scored more runs than him, but he's a far better batsman than me. I had 3 shots really, and I ground my way through it. And that's not me being modest, that's just what it is. He can score 360 degrees. He puts the pressure back on the bowler, where I had to soak up the pressure, wait for them to stray. He has the ability to knock a bowler off his length, and all in absolute control. So it's not, in my opinion, it's not even an argument. The only little bit I've got above him, I did at the top of the order, and he had to slide down in the middle. That said, very much tongue-in-cheek.
Also, there's an issue of longevity here as well. You were able to get on the field for 161 Test matches, which is an incredible feat, really, to do that. He's played 118 Test matches. He's 2,500 runs behind you. Where do you see him going from here?
You just don't know. I never thought I'd have finished at 33, about 31 when I got past, exactly the same age he's feeling now. I thought I might have carried on a bit longer, but for whatever happened in my mind, and I felt it was the right time to stop. You don't know Joe Root at the moment. He's finding run scoring over the last couple of years incredibly easy. He never had the period I had of not scoring runs, so mentally he'd be better. But who knows? Let's just enjoy Joe Root for what he is now, with the new mentor of this England team. That's not too far ahead. Just enjoy what we've seen today. He could end up with 15,000 runs, whatever, but he is still, however many runs he gets, he's still unbeatable.
He just said in that interview, didn't he? He said, I just love batting. He just loves batting.
I think we'd all would if it was as easy as that.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's the interesting thing, because Cookie, you're right. I mean, you're out there front. It was tough going. You know what I mean? He makes it look such a pleasurable thing to do.
Absolutely, and I always thought when I got to 30, it normally took me the morning session. It was a grind. I got the old edge through and there. You're like, God, I've worked my socks off at lunch. I get your pads down. You look at the board. You got 30. If you get out there and you haven't done anything, like Joe, he look at the board after an hour, he's on 30, and that's more his skill. I'm not begrudging it. That's just his skill. That's just showing the different class and the slightly different player he is.
One thing you mentioned, about you don't know how it's going to go. No one knows. You said you gave up at 33 from the England team, and there is that sort of element of not being captain anymore, and what that feels like. Can you explain what that feels like and how much drive you've got left after you are no longer the England captain?
Yeah, it's certainly the initial bit is one of the great bits where, he'd have turned up today, and yes, the weight of the world would have been lifted off his shoulder. The amount of preparation you do as a captain, the amount of thinking into every single last bit of detail, and kind of the dealing with the unexpected, like Stokes, you would have to have dealt with Parky coming on when after Leach dived over there. Joe in this week, no talking to the media before the game.
Lovely.
Come up. The meeting he turns up to, he sits there, all the stuff, all the planning. If he wants to listen, he listens. If not, he then goes to have his bat, goes out, he can have a drink. It's not relaxed. And Joe Root took the England captaincy incredibly seriously. He was meticulous. He was, he's always thinking about it. And here now, he can just experience that. The element of letting go is quite interesting. Now that control you have as the leader is a nice feeling, and because you feel as if you can influence it. So that's a slightly strange feeling. But if he keeps scoring runs like that, he won't care.
He's always scored runs, even when he was captain, to be fair, was it? So it's difficult to actually up that ceiling, but I think he's got the opportunity to do that. You know, I think I can see Joe Root just enjoying his cricket again, and he said that, as he said, he loves batting, so he's just going to be able to do that now completely free, and he did it pretty well with all the weight of the world on his shoulders. Now that's gone, I can just see another little level. And the other thing as well that I can see is Ben Stokes as well. I think he might just have another little ceiling to
because
climb
he is the captain.
Yeah, because he is the captain. Yes, because he is the captain.
Yeah. I suppose one of the points I was sort of driving at a bit, Alistair, and you can knock this back completely, is sort of the anti-climax when you're not captain anymore. Is there an element of that as a player, or is it, you're still driven, or you're playing for England? It's still, you're still out there in front of thousands of people and millions of people watching on television, listening on the radio, whatever.
Yeah, I didn't experience that at all. So I will just knock that one straight back with a classic forward defence.
Well, he said it again though, didn't he? He said again in interview that Stokesy's done it enough for him when when he was captain, and so I think that could almost be another driver to Joe Root's sort of like run scoring ability. I think he could get a load more runs. I think he's going to make some bowlers really pay on some flat decks, I'll tell you, because you can't stop him scoring, and he doesn't want to necessarily go 3, 4, 5 and over with these great big shots. He just ticks you to death.
Just happy milking him.
Well, the bare bones, he's the 14th player to reach 10,000 Test match runs. He's now scored 10,015. It was his 26th Test 100. Alistair made 33, but there's a lot more to it than that in terms of statistics. So let me hand over to Andy Zaltzman.
Well, yes, it's been a good game for stats fans, and obviously Root's 10,000 runs and that wonderful century right up there. As you say, the 14th player to it, just the second for England. His first fourth innings 100, which was a curious hole in his incredible batting CV. Only the third fourth innings 100 in a winning cause in 142 tests played at Lord's. You mentioned that that feeling of satisfaction of walking off in the fourth innings not out with 100. He's only the 7th England player to do that. Most recently Ben Stokes famously in that incredible Headingley test. Slightly less memorably, Alistair Cook 109 not out in Mirpur against Bangladesh in 2010, which maybe it's not a game that all England fans talk about. But Root, what's interesting with Root is his conversion rate.
It's all you've done, Stokes. Absolutely nailed me all day.
Still a match-winning 100. It's a short list. Since the start of 2021, Root has reached 50 13 times and converted 9 of them into centuries. Over the previous period, so from November 2016 in India, he'd only converted 6 out of 38 half-centuries into hundreds. It had been a feature through his career, the fact that his conversion rate was pretty low. And since the start of 2021, the rest of England combined have made 36 50-plus scores, but only converted 5 of them into hundreds. So there's been so many stats the last couple of years illustrating England's dependence on Root, and that does so, I think, fairly strikingly. In terms of this Test match, a bizarre game, both sides out in under 45 overs in the first innings. That's only the 6th time that's ever happened in a Test match, and only the 2nd time in England. The other was a game, again, we might not remember too well, against South Africa at Headingley in 1907. And New Zealand's top 4 all out for 15 or less in both innings. It's only the 2nd time England have dismissed an opposition top 4 for 15 or less in both innings. The other was 1888 in Sydney. So there's been a lot of stats, Simon, and kind of bizarre but captivating game.
Yeah, a really strange game of cricket, really, with those 2 low first innings scores, and England chasing 277 to win the game. They finished on 279 for 5. We didn't need that second new ball. It was all over in 78.5 overs. I've still got Alistair with me. Jeremy's here as well.
Sorry, I switched off after Zoltz had been nailing the stats all day. So
Yeah.
Well,
It was thrilling, though.
You're still top of the tree, Alistair. You've still got those 12,472 runs and 33 Test match hundreds. No one, not even Zoltz, can take those away from you.
He's trying. He's trying.
Yeah. I'll hack into a database, see what I can do.
But for how long?
Not long, Jeremy. Not long.
Just one quick thing, maybe Jeremy can talk about. Kane Williamson, he's only played 4 tests in the last 18 months.
Correct.
Only 174 runs in those games. You saw him looking out of rhythm. So how big a concern would that be for New Zealand?
Oh, I think a great deal of concern, because he's such an important component really to the New Zealand side that we look to him, and I wondered that's why should he bat 4 and put Conway at 3, but they're both actually just returning and both look rusty, don't they? The one positive thing is that every innings the number of balls that they're facing is actually increasing, so it's heading the right way, but it is of major concern, I think, for New Zealand to score good runs. I think those 2 players that I've just mentioned, really the onus is on them to get the bulk of those runs.
I mean, I find it mad that Conway's batting at 4 as an opener. You know, he's had his whole life at opening. He's had most of his Test success at opening. I would find someone else to bat in his position, and I'd get him at one of the, you know, obviously being one of the form players over the last 18 months when he started Test cricket, double 100 as an opener. For me, he opens. I mean, I'm not that worried about Williamson. Of course, he's form.
They'll come right if they're keen, which they will be, to do well. Conway opened here as soon as Williamson left and was absent from various things, mainly for that chronic elbow injury. Conway slid to 3, and they seem to find this guy Young, who is really a middle order player. I think he's a middle order player still. He wants to hit the ball. Yeah. He's not a line player to let go first. So I've suggested that Conway should be opening or 3. Yeah. 3 because he's been doing it for the last few years, and he's got that, you know, the other hundreds. He's averaging about 60.
As an opener, though, has he opened, hasn't he? That's where
he's been batting 3.
Did he bat 3?
No, Young's been opening, you see, over the past season. Okay. And so he's been taking Williamson's place.
What do New Zealand do about Colin de Grandhomme then? If he's not fit for the next Test match, he's ruled out of this game with that heel injury. How do they rebalance their side? What do they do? 2 choices, I guess. The one, well, certainly an advantage they have now that Mitchell's had a bit of an innings, and Nichols will probably come back. He's been having nets and getting the calf into better position, so he might well be available. And the other option is this young fella Bracewell, who's an off spinner and a bit of a batsman as well. So left-hander and from Wellington, part of the Bracewell brood. So we'll just have to wait and see, but those are the 2 obvious options. And their bowling attack, do they mix and match a bit and change it round and rest a few? They've got Henry and Wagner to come in, haven't they?
I don't know what you guys feel about the 2 bowling attacks we saw on display here, but when you get in conditions where there's not quite the movement that you want, and it is a little bit, you know, either from the surface or it's not swinging, both these attacks look quite one-dimensional, I think. And that's what we found with New Zealand. When there was a partnership between Blundell and Mitchell, it was a bit the same, wasn't it? So I find maybe Wagner might come in as a possibility. Henry is a very good English-type bowler.
Yeah. What do England do? Unchanged? Is it as straightforward as that because you win the game or not, Alistair?
Yeah, I think so. I think Leach, if he's fit, will come back in, I assume. But if not, it will be at the same 11. They're talking about playing the best 11 to win games of cricket. They're not looking for the future. If this was the best 11 to win this game, then surely it should be for next week. Not much has changed in 3 or 4 days, you would have thought, if everyone's fit.
Alistair, Jeremy, thanks very much indeed, and Andy Zaltzman as well. We're very nearly done here at Lords. The lights are still on. It is overcast, but England got the job done today in double quick time, really. Brilliant 100 from Root, well supported by Ben Folkes. England over the line in 13.5 overs. You can watch highlights on the BBC Sport website and app now. Today at the Test will be live on BBC Two, 7 o'clock tonight, and available to watch at your leisure on the BBC iPlayer. Plenty more live cricket across the BBC this week with the T20 Blast on Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and app. The 5 Live Cricket Show is on air tomorrow night with Eleanor Oldroyd from 8:30, and we're back on air 10:25 on Friday morning for the second test at Trent Bridge. Do join us. The first test was a belter. It was a strange game, but it was a belter and a triumph for Joe Root. It's goodbye from Lords.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, tennis. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula 1. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, tennis. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, tennis. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wickets. Ball and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick. She goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, tennis. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowles, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is edge and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bowser! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, tennis. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, tennis. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bowser! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, tennis. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all the way.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time, the longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, tennis. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled him and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net! And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick. She goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
Just little snippets that I take out of the batting performance. You know, Leesy, it's the best he's looked in England shirt, although he only got 20. Johnny, again, came out there and just put them straight on the back foot. You know, if we had another half an hour, 40 minutes of him playing like that, then the game was massively back in our favour. So I don't have any, negative things to say about that. It's exactly what we want, and for lads to buy into it straight away like that is fantastic to see. But it's something that we'll keep working on and keep striving towards.
There you go, a very happy day at Lord's today. England's 5-wicket win over New Zealand in the first test. Well, it's live sport all the way now. Starting on 5 Live, possibly going to 5 Live Sports Extra with the tennis. We will see what happens. Live sport is live sport and we love it. Then we will be in Cardiff, as we've said, for Wales against Ukraine, a place at the World Cup at stake. All eyes on Rafa Nadal, but what about his opponent? Never been past the first round at Wimbledon, never past the third at the US Open, a 4th round best in 2021 in Australia, and now the greatest ever on clay is on the other side of the net in the French Open final. His teacher, his mentor, he has to be strong, he has to believe, as a certain Norwegian band might muse. It's a case of take on me for Casper Ruud today. Russell Fuller, I'm hearing some beautiful music in the background.
It's music to have a massage to, isn't it? We have a dance troupe out on the Philippe Chatrier court, as we did before the women's final yesterday, and 2 or 3 of them have just hurdled the net and fortunately cleared it. So no dancers have been injured so far, but it's actually very, very mellow indeed. There's about 9 or 10 of them out there, and they're dancing. They're not singing live, but the crowd that are filtering into the Philippe Chatrier court, and it's about 2/3 full now, there are about 10,000 people here, seem to be enjoying it. Naomi Brodie is our dance interpreter.
Oh no, I'm not. They're barrel rolling now across the floor.
Yeah.
Look like they're trying to do some stretches if you're not very good at yoga, and they're back on their feet.
I know what film it's
and
from.
He's just jumped back over the net, which is actually really impressive. The net's higher than you think. Oh, and now we're having some break dancing, and he had a beautifully crisp white shirt on before he started, and now of course it's covered in clay.
It's not really the surface for that.
I'm loving this actually, Naomi, here. I mean, how can you say this is bad? This is so impressive. They're amazing athletes and dancers.
Oh, I completely appreciate the physicality of it, but I just don't think it's my cup of tea. I think I'm not intelligent enough to interpret what's happening.
It's the fight, the battle for the trophy. That's what it is.
Yeah. It's
in your street.
It's actually the music from the Hunger Games, if I'm not mistaken.
See, I've not even seen the Hunger Games.
Oh, fantastic trilogy. Is it 3 of them or 4 of them? One split into 2. You must watch it. What keeps Rafa Nadal hungry? When you see these people, because when you talk about greatness in any sport, longevity is part of that equation. If not, one of the 3 keystones to greatness in sport is longevity. To me, it feels like it's the same hunger now, if not more, battling through, of course, the fitness and injuries than he had when he first stepped out there. Before anybody knew he would be the king of clay, that hunger is what sort of sets him aside for me.
It does. There's no question about that, Colin. I mean, he has got a drive, a desire that is just insatiable. He loves being on a tennis court. The greatest competitor in tennis and possibly in all of sport. I mean, I don't know how he does. His threshold for pain is astronomical as well. He is truly amazing.
Yeah, Russell, it's. I think when you're such a big underdog going in as Casper is, you can't blink early, can you? You cannot have a false start.
He needs to avoid doing, if he can possibly help it, what Coco Gauff did in the first game of the final against Iga Swiatek yesterday. A couple of forehand errors and a double fault, and she was broken, and she lost 6-1, 6-3 in just 68 minutes, and that was her first experience of a Grand Slam final. The difference could be, Colin, that Casper Ruud is that much older. He's 5 years older. He's won 8 titles on the tour. He is so comfortable on this clay court, and I think probably having got to know Rafa Nadal over the years and trained at his academy and practiced with him many times, and having developed a good relationship with him, doesn't mean he knows how to beat him, on this court in the French Open final, but I don't think the intimidation factor will be there in quite the same way. So I think it'll be competitive, but I think most people probably are expecting, Greg, that this may well be straight sets Nadal.
I think I might give the Norwegian one set possibly if they close the roof, because it gets humidity, it gets a little bit slower out there. But I just think Rafa, they want to see a victory. It's incredible, this tournament. From round one, the crowd has been back behind Rafa from start to finish, and they've been talking about it. You know, is this Rafa's last ever French Open? So they want to see a win from Rafa. That'll be difficult to deal with.
Absolutely. Well, listen, I'll leave it to you to take us through this men's French Open final. I can't help but think, Russell, as I hand over to you for the next however long it is on BBC Radio 5 Live, that 18-year-old at his academy would have said to him, probably cheekily at one stage, when he was learning from his hero, I'll play you one day in the big stage. Who would have thought it would be this stage, one of the biggest of them all?
And he may have been hoping, I'll take you down when the occasion arises. And this is Casper Ruud's moment. It is the French Open men's singles final of 2022. The 23-year-old who was born in Oslo in his first Grand Slam final. He'd never been in a Grand Slam quarter-final before this week in Paris. He's never beaten a top 10 player in a Grand Slam before, but he has been very successful on the tour with 8 titles, including one just before the French Open began. He was in Geneva, winning the title there on the day before the championships began. A 3-hour final against Joao Sousa. Far from ideal preparation for 2 weeks at a Grand Slam, but it doesn't appear to have affected him. He's come through to the final. He's played a lot of tennis. He's dropped 6 sets, but he's in the final, and he's got a crack at the great Rafa Nadal on Nadal's favourite court anywhere in the world, the Philippe Chatrier court here in Paris, which is now being swept after the dancers have left the court. Shortly, we will see the two contenders for the crown. Nadal hoping to become the oldest male champion in French Open history, trying to win a 14th title. Martina Navratilova's won 9 Wimbledons and Novak Djokovic 9 Australian Opens, but no one's won any more than that other than Nadal at one single Grand Slam. And also chasing a 22nd Grand Slam singles title. And even if he were to never win another one, and were he to win today, that's still setting quite a challenge to Novak Djokovic, who's a year younger, who currently has 20 and is in joint second place in the all-time men's list with Roger Federer, who hopes to return, but surely not as a Grand Slam champion of the future. Greg Rosetsky, Naomi Brody with us here on 5 Live for commentary. We're also on Sports Extra, and should this match be a very, very long one and go past 5 o'clock when it's the Wales-Ukraine World Cup playoff from the Cardiff City Stadium, then you'll be able to hear the conclusion of this match on Sports Extra. We have a British chair umpire in James Keothavong officiating this final. Nadal against Ruud. Ruud, I think, is not going to be overawed by the occasion, Greg. That would be my hunch from what I know about him. He's going to be nervous, isn't he? But I think he probably is starting to believe he belongs at this level now.
Well, he does, but he's got the biggest test in tennis against Rafael Nadal. We're going to see if he can find a way, but I agree with you. The start is going to be key for him. If he starts well and settles in, I think he'll be okay.
1997, première victoire, il en a remporté.
They're playing for the Coupe des Mousquetaires here at Roland Garros today. This is who they've beaten to get this far. Rafa Nadal has beaten Jordan Thompson, Corentin Moutet and Botic van der Zandschulp in straight sets in the opening 3 rounds as the former champion Gustavo Kuerten of Brazil is introduced to the crowd. He's one of the celebrities and former players in the president's box. Then that 5-set match against Felix Auger-Aliassime, only the third 5-set match Nadal has played at Roland Garros. That was in the 4th round. In the quarterfinals, the 1:15 a.m. finish, it was that 4-set victory over Novak Djokovic. And then the semi-final against Alex Zverev, which Nadal won 7-6, 6-all. At that point, Zverev had to retire, having torn what he thinks are several ligaments in his foot. He thinks it's pretty serious. He thinks he's going to be out for a while. It was a terrible scene to see him writhing in agony on the floor and screaming in pain, Naomi. But actually, if you are totally ruthless about it, that was a huge advantage to Nadal going into this final, because they could have played another 3 or 4 hours in that semi-final.
Absolutely. They had been on court already for over 3 hours, so even though they hadn't even completed the 2 sets, it was still not a walk in the park for Rafa. It was a really physical match, a match that he was actually struggling with his kit as well, wasn't he, Rafa? Which another thing we're going to keep our eye on if they do shut the roof and that humidity level goes up. He had to change his kit at the end of the first set, Rafa. Granted, it was a long match, as we're saying, but I mean, he couldn't even put the second ball for his second serve in his pocket. That's how wet he was. He looked like he jumped in a pool. You're only permitted 2 kit changes throughout a 5-set match. So, he was kind of having the conversation with the chair umpire when Zverev had gone off for his injury, and the chair umpire said, if you need another one, you're best to take it now, because then it won't count as your second. So if this match does go to 4 or 5 sets, it's something Nadal's going to have to seriously consider as and when he wants to use those bathroom breaks and kit changes.
I don't think you'll have to worry about it. I think there's rules for some and there's rules for Rafa. He gets away with a lot of things out here. He always breaks the time limit on points played. If he needs to change his kit, they'll allow him to do so, but he'll have to do it at the side of the court within the 90 seconds at the changeover. So I think they'll make a few exceptions. That won't be an issue today, because thank goodness it's not as humid yet, because if there's going to be rain, it's supposed to be light rain. So fingers crossed the roof stays open and we'll get more aggressive, better tennis.
And they can play through light rain on clay. They can play through quite persistent light rain for an hour. There does come a point perhaps where the court gets a little bit too wet, but that is a very plausible scenario for this final as we wait for the 2 players. We're seeing pictures of them backstage now. Casper Ruud reaching this final by beating Jo-Wilfried Tsonga and sending him into retirement in 4 sets in the first round. His only straight sets win came against Emil Ruusuvuori, another Scandinavian. He recovered from 2 sets to 1 down to beat Lorenzo Sonego. 4 sets against Hubert Hurkacz, 4 sets against Holger Rune, and 4 sets against Marin Cilic. So it's not been straightforward, but he is in the French Open final, and he's got a crack at the great Rafael Nadal. Billie Jean King is here. She got the Légion d'honneur from President Macron at the Élysée Palace on Friday. She's also been giving a media conference where she's talked about the need for equality in the night sessions here, that there should be just the same number of women's matches as men's matches, although she didn't throw the tournament director Amelie Mauresmo under a bus, did she, Greg? Because she said it's her first year. I'm sure she'll make changes in future.
I'm sure they'll make changes for that, but the thing is because the men's are 3 out of 5 set matches, while the women's are only 2 out of 3 set matches. So the option was to put the women's match on as well as a doubles one for the crowd. And I'd also like to see that evening session start 1 hour earlier for the players.
Too late, wasn't it? Especially when, as we saw with Novak and Rafa, finishing after 1 a.m. and it hadn't even gone the full distance of 5 sets. It could have been really messy if it did.
They love a late start in Paris, even for this final. It's just gone 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If it does rain, there's a roof, so we do finish today. And here, walking up the stairs, is the Norwegian Casper Ruud. The 8th seed, he's about to experience a first taste of a Grand Slam final. What a moment for Casper Ruud, who's hoping to become the youngest male Grand Slam champion since Juan Martín del Potro at the US Open 13 years ago.
Et il sera opposé à celui qui a remporté 21 titres en Grand Chelem. 13 à Roland-Garros, l'Espagnol Rafael Nadal.
Nadal says because of his foot problem that every match he plays here at Roland-Garros, he doesn't know whether it could be the last here or even in his career. So these are historic moments once again we're witnessing here under cloudy skies in Paris as Nadal walks out for a 14th French Open final. And just let that sink in for a moment. 14 finals, the potential to win the same Grand Slam 14 times in an 18-year span. 1 year he pulled out through injury. On 3 other occasions he's been beaten along the way, but never has he lost a final of the French Open. The green and gold kit that Nadal has been wearing all fortnight is now visible as he takes his tracksuit top off, never still, bouncing up and down on his heels. And in just a moment, the coin toss will take place And now Casper Ruud knows what it feels like to walk out and play Rafa Nadal on the Philippe Chatrier court.
Oh, what a moment for him. I mean, to make your first Grand Slam final. But also, you talk about Rafa. You know, the record before the big three showed up was Sampras at 14. He will have done that at one slam, which makes it incredible if that happens today.
The numbers are very, very hard to really get across.
I mean, his opponent today is how old?
He's 23.
Yeah. So Rafa's been winning this tournament for the last 14 years of Casper Ruud's young life. It's intimidating to step out on court against, isn't it?
It's when economists talk about billions and billions of pounds and dollars, and we don't really have a concept of exactly how much that is. And it's the same with Nadal's titles here. I think people have become used to Nadal winning at the French Open. They've almost taken it for granted, and I think we're probably all guilty of forgetting just what an extraordinary sporting achievement this is. Perhaps the greatest in all sports.
You come here and a photo facing the photographers.
James Kyothevong just lining Rafa Nadal and Casper Ruud up either side of the net.
This way.
The umpire has to choreograph the mascots that walked onto court with the players, choreograph this photo shoot. And now there'll be a picture for the two mascots.
Matches. Any preference on the towel box? Okay, Rafa orange, great for you, Casper. Any questions? Okay, Kellis, who would like to call, 22 or Roland Garros? Roland Garros. 22. Serve?
So there we go. Nadal allowed Ruud to call. He called wrong. Nadal will serve and Ruud will stay at the commentary box end. We are on the 5th level of the broadcast centre in the René Lacoste stand, and we're looking down now at Casper Ruud, who's hitting a forehand to the Rafa Nadal backhand. But don't worry, we're not underway yet. It is only the warm-up. Let's hear from Nadal now on a man he's got to know very well over the last few years, having seen him train with him at his academy in Mallorca, and he has high praise for Casper Ruud, both on and off the court. Well, I can't hear anything, so I'll assume you can't hear anything either, and we'll continue chatting amongst ourselves as we prepare for this French Open final between Rafael Nadal and Casper Ruud on 5 Live, with Wales against Ukraine to come from the Cardiff City Stadium at 5 o'clock this afternoon on 5 Live. And a reminder that England have won the Test match by 5 wickets with 100 from Joe Root, and the highlights are on BBC Two at 7 o'clock this evening. I was struck by Casper Ruud saying he was going to visualise hitting incredible winners and being involved in unbelievable rallies against Rafa Nadal over the last couple of days. How much importance do we need to attach to visualization ahead of a big final?
I think it's huge. It's so important to see yourself doing it. If you can't see yourself doing it, you can't achieve it. Chris Evert, one of the greats of our game, used to play the whole match in her mind the day before she played every match. And she didn't do too badly in her career as well. So I think he's doing the right thing, trying to get himself in the zone. He also has to anticipate the crowd being against him, having to deal with all those sorts of things today. So I think it is the right thing to do for this final.
Yeah, I agree. I think visualization is incredibly important, especially going out there against Rafa, such a big moment. As we say, he's grown up, it's kind of his idol, isn't it? Almost like a hero of his growing up. He was here when he was a kid watching Nadal in one of those finals, Casper Ruud, and now he's out there himself in the final playing against him. So it's just kind of one of those full circle life moments, and you want to have the visualization so it doesn't become too much for you.
So let's hear from the two players now. Here first of all is Nadal on Ruud, the man he knows both on and off the court.
Well, I have a huge respect for him. First of all, in terms of friend, he has a great character. He's a great guy, and he has a great family. Honestly, no, that's the main thing. And then, as a player, of course, I respect a lot him. He did a lot of great things the last couple of years. I don't know. He's the number. Which number? He's 8, 7 in the world. So. That's the ranking tells by itself, and it's not a surprise. So that's it.
And here's Casper Ruud on looking up to Rafa Nadal for many years as he prepares to play him in the biggest match of his life.
It's obviously going to be tough. I know we all know what a great champion he is and how well he plays in the biggest moments and the biggest matches. So I'm just going to try to enjoy. I will be the underdog, and I will try to, tonight and tomorrow night dream about great winners and unbelievable rallies, because that's what it's going to take if I want to have any chance. And I will need to play my best tennis ever. And to play Rafa in a Roland Garros final is probably the greatest challenge there is in this sport. So I believe he's 13-0 in the final. So just shows that it might sound like an impossible task, but of course I will give it a shot.
He will give it his very best shot as the sun comes out. It's the brightest it's been for several hours in the French capital now. The warm-up is drawing to a close. Both players are hitting a few serves. Greg, what would you say to Casper Ruud, other than starting well? Is there any particular strategy that he can use to perhaps really unsettle Nadal in the early stages?
Well, I think the thing that he's got to do is he's actually got to start serving into the forehand of Rafa, because Rafa's backhand return, ironically, is better. First serve percentage has to be high, and he's got to get his forehand into play early on. If Rafa gets into Casper Ruud's backhand, it could get very, very one-sided. So this opening few games are key for him to stay toe-to-toe with Rafa. Everybody knows when you play Rafa, you go quick into that forehand side and keep him off balance. Make him hit forehands in his forehand side and then attack into the backhand. Easier said than done on a clay court.
So this could be a repeat of many other French Open finals in the past. Think of poor old Roger Federer, who had a single-handed backhand being targeted in the same way, Naomi.
Yeah, and that's, I think, why Rafa's had so much success. Again, it's that leftiness that Greg was talking about. He knows it so well because he had that advantage himself as well, being a lefty.
I did, but unfortunately I didn't have the Rafael Nadal tennis game. I wish I did.
You had the serve, though. You had the advantage with the lefty serve, but it's that forehand cross-court. Again, it's such an extreme forehand with the pace, the spin he gets on it, but then to be kicking up into the right-hander's backhands on the clay, it's just a recipe for success.
And that lefty serve worked to pretty good effect in the US Open of 1997, didn't it? Where you reached the final.
Well, I did.
And the top four in the world.
I did make a good living out of it, so the serve. But I wish I had the two-handed backhand of Rafa or even Casper Ruud's backhand. That was my faiblesse. But I can't wait for this one to go. And the crowd is so into this right now because they want to see Rafa win his 14th major here at Roland Garros.
Well, the clock again is down to 0, which means that Nadal should be ready for the start of the match. This happened in the semi-final, and the umpire did nothing about it. It's a big call to give somebody a time violation before a Grand Slam final begins.
I'm not sure we're going to see it.
And there will not be one from James Kiyothavong. But again, it's against the rules. The rules have been set for a reason, to try and get things moving faster. What's the point of having them if you don't impose them?
There's rules for some and there's rules for others. You know that, Russell. Don't you know by now?
Yes, I do. Here we go then. French Open final. Nadal aiming for a 14th title. Serves first to the backhand of Casper Ruud. The forehand cross-court from Nadal. The backhand from Ruud. The forehand from Nadal cross-court to that backhand of Ruud. Nadal with a forehand again, targeting the backhand of Ruud. Nadal goes cross-court with that forehand. Ruud cross-court to Nadal's forehand. A forehand now for Ruud, and ironically, that was the one he shanked, and Nadal has the first point of the final here on 5 Live.
Well, we talked about it before the match. That pattern all day long, forehand cross-court to backhand. Ruud tried to get around there, but just didn't get his feet into place. That's why he shanked that forehand.
Light green top, darker green shorts worn by Casper Ruud. The white headband, wide stance, about 6 or 7 meters behind the baseline as he prepares to receive this Rafa Nadal serve. The serve and then the forehand by Nadal. The slice backhand drop shot from Nadal, which is just too good for Ruud, who skids to a halt on this freshly swept clay and leaves a mark of about 8 or 9 feet in length.
Well, I liked his comments before the match, Casper Ruud. He was kind of laughing and joking, wasn't he? You know, saying when he was asked, did he ever beat Nadal in practice? And he said, well, no, but, you know, I was just being polite. I was at his academy, knowing full well that means he's never beaten him, not even in one practice set. It's tough to get the belief.
It is going to be difficult.
30-love Nadal puts a first serve into the net. Yes, he comes across as a very nice man, but that fire will be burning strongly inside him. He will be desperate to try and do everything he can to win this title. 30-love. Second serve for Nadal. The backhand reply from Ruud. Forehand from Nadal to the backhand of Ruud. Nadal's forehand is cross-court, again onto the backhand side of the Norwegian. Now forehand from Ruud, and he can be very dangerous off this wing. Nadal going just long with the forehand after extra pace from the Casper Ruud forehand.
It's quite interesting to see how calm and composed Ruud is. It's almost like a practice session. Each player knows exactly where the other one is going to hit the ball. And I think if we look at the women's finals yesterday, Goff didn't have that sense of comfort that Ruud has on the court so far.
The advantage of having practiced with Nadal so many times, although the other side of the coin is that Nadal has a lot in the memory bank as well, as Ruud just misses his backhand down the line service return.
Interestingly enough, every serve from Rafa has gone into the backhand side in this match so far.
He likes to send the message early, doesn't he?
He does. It's just backhand, 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 the way he used to beat Roger Federer here every year in the finals.
40-15. First game of the final. 2 game points for Nadal, who's never dropped more than a set in any of the 13 finals he's played previously at Roland Garros. And a 30th Grand Slam final in all for him. He's now just one behind Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer. (40-15). Second serve Nadal.
Second service.
And a let is called.
And the sun's creeping out a little bit right now as well. We're just starting to see a few shadows for the first time of the day. It was getting brighter, wasn't it? But the sun hadn't managed to peek behind the clouds just yet.
It's Rafa weather. He would like it hotter and sunnier than this, but given the forecast, it's pretty much as good as it possibly could have been for Nadal right now. His forehand to the Ruud forehand. Backhand cross-court from Nadal onto the forehand of Ruud. Nadal will now go down the line to the backhand of Ruud, and that's into the net. And Nadal holds in the opening game to 15.
Really some high-quality stuff from both men. And we talked earlier on how the backhand is so improved from Rafa. We saw some good examples, really rifling that backhand cross-court and then striking it up the line beautifully. I think it's underestimated how much he's improved that shot in the past year. It's so much more offensive.
Even the serve from when we first saw him, break through onto the tour all those years ago when... How old was he when he won here first? 19 years old?
Yes.
And the serve, he kind of just had to roll. It was a point starter, wasn't it? Then he obviously had to develop that side of his game to become more aggressive, to be competitive on other surfaces, to have a chance to win at Wimbledon. It's not like when you come out on tour, that's your game and you're set. These players continue to evolve and push themselves and work.
Well, the reason they're such great players is, as you say, Naomi, every year they get better and they add more to their arsenal. This is a huge game, by the way, for Casper Ruud coming up right now. He needs to hold here right now.
This is what Coco Gauff was unable to do in her first couple of service games yesterday in the women's final, and soon found herself 4-love down. Serve a bigger advantage in the men's game, so we'd expect to see fewer breaks, and often one can be decisive, although we see more breaks of serve on clay, given that it is a slower surface than most of the other surfaces they play on around the world. Mind you, there are some very slow hard courts these days as well. The forehand from Ruud after a good reply by Nadal, who's now going down the line. Ruud on the defensive, the low volley from Nadal. Beautifully done, just gliding in, and that was a backhand drop volley winner for Nadal.
And unfortunately for Casper Ruud out here, Rafa looks like he's brought his A game for the final. This is the best start I've seen him have all tournament, I think.
It kind of reminds me of the match where he played Novak Djokovic. He is just up for this.
Uber aggressive.
I mean, just doing everything right now.
Love 15. Ruud serving down the middle. There's a high backhand return by Nadal, unable to control the length of that. And Ruud's won his first service point of the final. Rafael Nadal first said 8 years ago that his generation was on the way out. And we laughed then. And we still smile now, because no one is ruling out the possibility that Nadal will be here for at least another couple of French Opens. Good defence here from Nadal. A big forehand from Ruud. The backhand from Nadal. Right onto the baseline. Another backhand from Nadal to the backhand of Ruud. Nadal's backhander. Miss-hit. It's only just cleared the net, but he's still in this rally. And now a much more fluent backhand from Nadal wins him the point as it's punched into the net on the forehand by Casper Ruud.
I don't think I've ever seen a better player change defense into offense on a clay court than Rafa. He was way back behind the baseline, but then all of a sudden got the height, the depth on that backhand and took command of the point again.
Enjoying the slightly quicker conditions, certainly far quicker than in that semi-final against Alex Zverev played under the roof. Nadal. 15-30, Ruud serving. Second serve to Nadal coming up. It's on to the forehand of Nadal. Ruud is running back behind the baseline to hit a forehand. Nadal, again, not really getting too much on that, but it's over the net and it's in play. A high return from Ruud and a short one. Nadal's off forehand is so dangerous, he'll have to play a smash Nadal, which gets tangled up with the net, and Ruud gets a racket on it, but that second smash was a foregone conclusion, and this is very ominous indeed for Casper Ruud. He's going to have to fight off 2 break points in his opening service game of the final.
At what point does the panic set in, Greg, for Casper Ruud, or does it? Does he know how difficult it's going to be out there, or after those first 2 games he's lost his first service game, is there a bit of panic now?
I don't think there's any panic because it's 3 out of 5 sets. If it was a 2 out of 3 set match, you'd have more panic. But Rafa right now is playing about as good as it gets, and even if his ball lands a little bit short, it forces Ruud to create pace off that backhand side, which is more difficult for the Norwegian.
Here's breakpoint number 1 for Nadal. It's a backhand return. Ruud with a forehand, hitting in behind Nadal and saving the first of 2 break points.
There we saw a little bit of a change-up serving the forehand. I'd like to see Ruud do that again. First serve into the forehand and then quick into the backhand. And he's got to make these tactical changes on big moments. If he doesn't, he's going to be second best today.
Second chance to get the early break for Nadal. Ruud missing with his first serve.
He's one of the few players that doesn't keep the second serve ball in his pocket, isn't he? He turns every time to get another from the ball boy.
Breakpoint Nadal, backhand return, a short one. Ruud's forehand, backhand Nadal, hit deeper. Ruud makes room for a forehand. Nadal now going cross-court. Ruud will go down the line with a forehand. Nadal on the run with a forehand cross-court. Passing winner. We've seen it all before, but it is no less spectacular every time, and Nadal has the break and leads by 2 games to love.
You can't approach to the forehand. How many times do we learn this on court? It's so tempting because he's hit such a great cross-court forehand there, Casper Ruud. He's got Nadal way out of court. He's gone massive down the line approach shot. Against most people it'd probably be a winner, but Rafa's not only quick enough to get there but also hit the passing shot angle winner as well.
Well, if you're going to go into that forehand side with an approach that it's almost got to be a winner. If it's not close to a winner, you're always second best, as you said there, Naomi. But also, interestingly enough, on that point, Rafa took off before he hit that forehand approach, knowing exactly where it was coming to.
To love, Nadal has the break in the first set. He's serving again here into the net. The oldest Grand Slam, or rather French Open male winner in history was 50 years ago, Andres Gimeno. He was 34 years and 10 months old when he won the title at Roland Garros. So another piece of history Nadal is chasing this afternoon here on 5 Live Sport on the BBC Sounds app. Cross-court with the forehand goes Nadal. The backhand from Nadal, the forehand from Ruud. Backhand Nadal. Ruud's got a shorter ball here, but he's netted on the forehand.
You could hear there on the final backhand from Nadal, he actually mishit it a little bit. It sat really nicely for Ruud, but again, I just feel like the pressure of Nadal making those extra balls, which would normally be winners, Ruud just going for a little bit too much, maybe snatching at that final forehand, dragging it down into the net.
Two love. 15 love. Nadal missing his first serve. Seeded 5 and ranked 5 heading coming into the championships. An unusual position for Nadal, but remember he missed a couple of clay court tournaments he would normally expect to win in Monte Carlo and Barcelona because of the stress fracture of the rib he suffered in the Indian Wells semi-final against Carlos Alcaraz in March. Went on to play the final to Taylor Fritz, but actually lost Nadal his first defeat after 20 wins in a row at the start of the year. Nadal has gone long here, so it's 15 all on serve.
But also, by the ranking dropping down to 5, this will be one of the first slams he has to win by beating 4 top 10 players. So doing it the hard way, not the easy way.
He's like, I don't mind, I'll do it anyway. Give me whichever draw you need to give me.
Especially on this surface. But boy, would Casper Ruud like to get a break back here. A big game here. Rafa taking that little extra time that he always does. He's definitely over the time limit, but no call from the chair umpire.
Into the net with the first serve, Nadal. In fact, he's never had to beat 4 top 10 players to win a Grand Slam before. The only 2 men who've had to do that, Roger Federer here, no, at the Australian Open, in fact, in 2017, and Mats Wilander here in 1982. If you're ranked in the top 4, the way the draws work out, it would be impossible as Nadal serves a double fault. So there's hope for Ruud here at 15-30.
I think this is where the mindset of Ruud is so good. He doesn't panic, he just stays in there. And he knows even the great Rafael Nadal has a few lapses and he'll get some opportunities.
(15-30). Ruud's serve has been very solid throughout the French Open. He's going to be serving more aces, even on a clay court, than Nadal. 52 aces from Ruud in 6 rounds before this final. Second serve for Nadal here. He's got the early break. He leads Casper Ruud by 2 games to love, but he's 15-30 down. And it's another double fault for Nadal.
Well, interestingly enough, you talk about service games won, and Ruud's at 89% through this tournament, while Rafa's at 80%, so he's been broken much more often than the Norwegian.
When he has been broken, it's kind of felt like lapse of focus at times from Rafa, which is something we don't really see from him, but he's been broken in ways that, you know, he's producing unforced errors like the double faults, you know, maybe coming up with a drop shot badly or poorly executed.
2 double faults in a row give Casper Ruud 2 break points in a row. Maybe he only needs 1 of them to get the break back. He's gone long, though, Ruud, so that is 1 chance squandered.
I know what you're trying to say there, Naomi, by basically he's being a little bit human at times, because historically he would have 0 lapses, so he's giving you at times a little bit more, but he's so resilient. Usually when he gets broken, he breaks back usually straight away.
Yep.
But a huge moment here. Boy, would Casper like to get the break back here.
30-40 down Nadal. Second break point for Ruud. And another first serve finds the net.
Surely he won't hit 3 double faults in one game.
Have we ever seen Nadal serve 3 double faults in one game? Very, very rarely.
There's always a first. I'm sure Casper Ruud wouldn't mind right now.
Second serve, break point down Nadal. It's in. Ruud with the backhand return. Nadal's forehand into the net. And a forehand he didn't get hold of at all. And that was a very poor game by Nadal, that unforced forehand error. A couple of double faults, and after playing such a fantastic first couple of games, he's given his academy graduate a gift.
But here's the question, which is the side of the foot that's bothering me? Is it the right or the left foot?
Left.
So the left foot, and you look at those serves, he wasn't being able to drive up with the legs, because I've had many foot surgeries and problems with my feet. And that's something that's difficult to do if you're used to driving up with your legs. And if you look at the 2 double faults and the missed serves, he wasn't pushing up. When you're going side to side, it's a little bit easier, but that's where you really see if it's bothering him. He's not going to show you that that possibly could be a slight problem today.
The trumpeters are back.
They've grown, haven't they? We only had the one drum at the start of the tournament, then we had a drum and a trumpet, and now we've got almost a full brass band.
All the Grand Slams have their own sounds, don't they? And I don't think you would ever be mistaken for where you were if you put a blindfold on and listened to the shouts of the crowds at Roland Garros.
I do think it's one of my favourite crowds here on Philippe Chatrier. They just seem to have such a deep understanding of the sport. They know when it's a big moment. They love to get behind the players. They produce so much noise at times, and they're a little bit naughty and cheeky as well. They're not afraid to boo if they don't like what the players on court are doing. They're kind of a bit wind the players up at times as well. It's good fun.
Yes, they boo their own. They will boo French players who have to retire from a match through injury, which is something we saw happen to Alizé Cornet earlier at this French Open. Back on serve here in the final with Ruud serving at 1-2, the backhand from Ruud. Nadal's forehand, Ruud with the backhand, pushed to the forehand of Nadal. Down the line goes Nadal, a slice backhand from Ruud, forehand cross-court from Nadal, who's in at the net. Ruud nets as he tries to go down the line with the passing shot.
Well, he's just got to get more depth on his shot. He can't allow Rafa to dictate him. You know, Rafa wants the break back straight away. You know, first serve percentage is so important for him. If it gives Rafa too many second serves, he's going to be second best today.
Casper Ruud at the 5 Live Sport commentary box end here on the Philippe Chatrier court. Rafa Nadal a good 6 or 7 metres behind the baseline at the opposite end, in front of the President's box, in front of the Coupe des Mousquetaires, which he's got his hands on 13 times before. And the great Billie Jean King, who's one of those watching on from the front row. Ruud serving down the middle. It was an excellent serve, the short forehand from Ruud, and he made no mistake with that.
The Norwegian royal family are here somewhere as well, aren't they? We're not sure exactly where they're sat. I would assume they'd be sat in the president's box, but maybe they're in the players' box of Casper Ruud.
I believe they're in the front row to the right of Billie Jean King, the royal family. I did a little research online. Can't say my knowledge about Norwegian royal family is that good.
They look fairly royal from this distance, don't they?
I need binoculars. I don't know how both your eyesight's good enough to see all the way over there.
I can't see it 2 inches in front of my eyes, but I can see from distance quite well.
It's a fabulous sight. Virtually every single seat is taken. 15,000 capacity. Fairly bright but grey skies above. And those inside the stadium are watching Casper Ruud blast a forehand over the baseline. And he's 15-30 down, having just got the break of serve back. Line judges either sitting or standing, wearing blue hoodies. Our umpire, James Keothavong, in the chair with a couple of ball boys squatting down next to him with their orangey brown tops and their black shorts. And the unmistakable sound of the feet of ball boys and ball girls just sprinting across the clay. Forehand from Nadal. Ruud decides to play this on the forehand, and Nadal makes another error with that forehand from inside the baseline by dumping it into the net.
That's one he'd like to have back there, because that one he should have driven straight through and come forward on. You know, both men's forehands haven't been firing as well as they'd like. I mean, Ruud's only had 2 winners with 3 unforced errors from that side.
1-2. 30 all. 20 minutes played. First set of the Roland Garros men's final on 5 Live. Forehand hit by Ruud. Nadal with the backhand. Ruud's forehand to the slice backhand of Nadal. Ruud hits the forehand down the line. It's a winner.
Right on cue, Greg. Just as you say, they're not executing their forehands. Really nice one there from Casper Ruud on his front foot inside the baseline. Nicely executed, good margins.
Well, it's going to be the one who hits those forehands better that's going to also come through. That's a key shot for both men today.
Yeah. It's a massive part of both games as well, isn't it? Casper Ruud, it's by far his strongest shot from the back of the court, and I mean, we can see that by how much Nadal's trying to pepper his backhand out there early on.
But interestingly, tactically, Rafa hasn't stayed at the backhand like he did in the opening 2 games. He's gone into the forehand a little bit too often.
Game point Ruud to level up this final at 2 games all. 40-30, second serve backhand from Ruud. Forehand Nadal cross court. Ruud with the backhand, and that's missed. A flyer from Ruud, and it's deuce.
I think you could have called 4 for that one, Russell. That wasn't even close to the court.
No, that was a bit of a shocker. Robert Lewandowski has stayed on for the men's final as well.
Is he a bit of a tennis fan? Because he's been here for a few days, hasn't he?
Yes, he was here to watch Iga Swiatek yesterday, certainly. And Marco Verratti of PSG, who doesn't have particularly far to come, given that the Parc des Princes is about 400 or 500 yards from Roland Garros. That was a horrible miss from Ruud inside the baseline. Another miss hit, this time on the forehand. And now it's his turn to gift Nadal a break point.
We've had a lot of footballers in, actually, haven't we? I think we had Thierry Henry a few days ago. We've had Zidane. Maybe a lot of them in town for Champions League. And
yes, they were in for the Champions League final, weren't they, last Saturday? Arsene Wenger was here.
And Novak actually said when he'd spotted Arsene Wenger, it made him play better. He wanted to step up to impress him.
Break point for Nadal. Backhand return. Ruud with a forehand. Nadal with a forehand. Now starting to come slightly closer to the baseline, Nadal. Forehand from Ruud. Nadal's backhand. Short. Ruud with the forehand to the slice backhand of Nadal. Ruud with the off forehand. Nadal is there and he's hooking his forehand cross court. Ruud very carefully places this down the line. Nadal goes cross court and another miss hit from Ruud. Well, that was 3 poor errors in the game. Admittedly there at the end of a longer rally and in a little bit of a tight spot in his forehand corner. But you can't afford to gift back a gift when it's given to you by Rafa Nadal on the Philippe Chatrier court.
Yeah, but when he had that game point, all of a sudden he hit that horrible backhand that didn't even come close to the court. And then he started thinking to himself, I'm playing Rafael Nadal. He wasn't playing the ball, he was playing the situation. And that's what Lendl used to say. It doesn't matter who I play, I've just got to play the ball I'm given. And it's so difficult to do that against your idol. And we all know how Casper has talked so fondly about Rafael Nadal.
3-1, Nadal leads. Caroline Garcia and Kristina Mladenovic have won the women's doubles title. Coco Gauff, runner-up for the second time this fortnight, partnering Jessica Pegula. It was 6-2 to the French pair in the final. Backhand from Ruud. Nadal with the forehand. Ruud with the backhand to the middle of the court. Nadal's forehand, again, is a little bit conservative. Forehand again, Nadal lands right in the middle of the court, but the errors are just flowing from the racket of Casper Ruud now, who's gone long again. And Nadal 3-1, 15 love.
The problem is Ruud cannot hurt Rafa from that backhand wing, and Rafa knows that, so he's just going to keep going there, especially if he knows he needs to win a big point.
It's like he's remembered the tactic, hasn't he, that he used in the first 2 games. As you say, he kind of stopped doing it, but now he's right back on it again.
Yeah, why change a winning formula?
Nadal serving now at 15 love, right onto the service line, so he's got a short return from Ruud, who's staying in this rally with a forehand, in fact pushing his Spanish opponent back behind the baseline. Nadal down the line with a forehand, and that is too good for Ruud.
Really nice point construction there from Rafa, just moving his opponent slowly side to side. Again, he knows now he can just go back to that backhand if he needs to stay in the rally a little bit longer, if Ruud is getting too much time on the forehand side. But when he's being that aggressive, Rafa, it doesn't matter which part of the court he hits into. Too much court to cover for Ruud.
Other doubles champions crowned today. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, a 10th consecutive Grand Slam wheelchair doubles title. We hope to hear from them in the next 10 or 15 minutes here on 5 Live. They beat Gustavo Fernandez and Shingo Kunieda in 2 tie-breaks to win the French Open crown again. Nadal hits his forehand to the backhand of Ruud. That's cross-court. Nice hit by Ruud, who's going down the line with the backhand now. The drop shot from Ruud, but it's a little bit too deep, and Nadal has all the time he could possibly need to just stroke the forehand down the line and notch up another point on the board.
Well, my dad had texted me at the start of this match and saying, I'm going for the underdog in 4 sets here, and I've just texted him and said, let me know when you change your mind.
Did you not say, Dad, I'll give you 5-1 odds and have a little wager?
Maybe he's trying to pretend Rafa's the underdog. I feel like that's the reply I'm going to get.
Yeah, he's got himself covered there, hasn't he? 3-1 40 love. Nadal serves into the net. 111 matches won and 3 lost at Roland Garros. And of those 111, 89 have been won in straight sets. Amazing numbers. Nadal with these game points serves. It's the second serve, his forehand to the forehand of Ruud. Backhand Nadal. Ruud with the backhand cross-court. Nadal's forehand cross-court. Double-handed backhand from Ruud down the line and really close to the sideline. Now coming into play the drive volley. Nice point by Casper Ruud.
Well, he's got to be more offensive with that backhand as he was in that last point. He's got to take some risks today, especially when he's returning, and just start cracking that backhand a little bit more. And if he misses a few, it doesn't matter. But that was probably his best point from that side today so far.
It just puts Rafa off ever so slightly, doesn't it? If it's a bit unpredictable, if he is going to do him a bit of damage off it every now and then, you know, at least on a big point, Rafa will have that in the back of his mind. If he's just going to rally with him, it becomes such an easy target.
Well, if he decides just to rally with Rafa, you know, he might as well hand him the trophy, I'd say. He's got to take those risks.
40-15 Nadal. There's another miscue from Ruud, and it's wide, and Nadal leads by 4 games to 1. He just played that one poor service game, didn't he? But otherwise, he has been by far the stronger player. Too many errors from Ruud in the early stages. Nadal with that 4-1 advantage, trying to win a 14th title here. The first one he won was against Mariano Puerta of Argentina in 4 sets in 2005, which was the first time I'd ever been to Roland Garros. And I was out here at the time. Jonathan Overend was the correspondent. Alistair Eakin was out here as well. And I came for 3 days to do some commentary for what was called Sports Plus, which was the precursor to Sports Extra. And I was not here, therefore, for the final, so I didn't see the first title. And in my mind, I was out playing in the park with my then 1-year-old son, who's recently turned 18. I didn't even get to see it with my own eyes.
Unbelievable. I mean, to think you've been doing this that long since 05 as well, and have not seen Rafa, but knew where he started this great run. I mean, it is incredible to think 14 Roland Garros titles if he wins today. On top of that, you talked about the matches of 111 wins, only 3 5-set matches against 3 players. Can you name those 3 players?
I can. John Isner, Novak Djokovic, Felix Auger-Aliassime.
I know, it happened this year. And it was very interesting, that match with Felix, because the fact that his Uncle Tony was there as well, watching in the stands, and that was one of the few 5-set matches.
Casper Ruud about to serve again, 1-4 down. Let's say good afternoon on 5 Live Sport, and congratulations to a pair who've won 10 consecutive Grand Slam wheelchair doubles titles, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Well done again, guys.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Russell.
7-6, 7-6 against Gustavo Fernandez and Shingo Cuneda. Looked to be fairly hard work out there, Alfie.
Yeah, no, obviously we've had a lot of battles against them in recent slams as well, so we knew it was going to be a tough one, and they're both in the singles final, probably playing some of their best tennis. So yeah, it was a real top performance from us both today to come out and get the victory.
Nadal hitting a forehand down the line for the winner there, so Casper Ruud already on the back foot, serving at love 15. Let's describe this next point, and then we'll find out how Gordon has pulled up, having had quite a nasty wrist injury for much of this year. Ruud is serving now. It's onto the forehand of Nadal, and that's a little bit too long. I did wonder whether the streak was in serious danger of ending here, given that you've had so little time on court, Gordon.
Yeah, I think there's a few of us that thought that. You know, I hadn't played at all since the Australian Open doubles final until about 3 weeks ago. So, yeah, it's been a real challenge, and it's been a tough few months physically for me, but obviously really happy to be back on court again with Alfie.
15 all here. Second serve for Casper Ruud coming up. He just has to hold on to his serve here. 1-4, 15 all. It's just the one break of serve down to Nadal in this first set of the final on 5 Live. Ruud serving. Backhand return from Nadal. The drop shot from Ruud. It's a much better played drop shot this time. Nadal gives up the chase about 6 or 7 feet before the ball, and it's 30-15 to Ruud. What do the other players in the draw make of you two guys? I mean, you have this hold over them. It must count for such a lot when a final gets tight.
I don't know, you'll have to ask them, but I think from our point of view, when we're getting to these situations and big matches and finals, you know, we've got a belief within ourselves. We've been here so many times, and yeah, I think that helps for a lot.
Nadal's hitting a backhand close to the sideline. Now he's stepping inside the baseline to hit the forehand. Ruud is defending in his backhand corner. The forehand from Nadal is a winner. So 30-all now on the Ruud serve. And Alfie, this has been quite a breakthrough year for the wheelchair events at Roland Garros, hasn't it? Given that there have been a couple of finals on the Philippe Chatrier court over the last 2 days, and the wheelchair singles draws are now 12. Are we where we need to be now, do you think, with wheelchair tennis?
Yeah, it's obviously great exposure for our sport. You know, these are the biggest stages in tennis, and for us, we're obviously extremely grateful to be able to showcase our sport. And there's been a few other slams now that have done the same. So yeah, hopefully we can kick on, and maybe Wimbledon will be the last one to have us on.
Yep, that's a slightly different conversation, isn't it, given the fact that grass is a different surface to clay and hard courts. 40-30 Ruud. And so just finally, you are very busy over the next few weeks, I know. Do you get a chance to have a little bit of a break before starting your grass court seasons?
Yeah, I think myself and Alfie are both kind of have different schedules coming up. I've got a tournament next week near Nice in Moratoglu's academy, and Alfie's away back home to start the work on the grass, and then we're both going to be at Queen's in a couple of weeks. So yeah, not too much rest. You know, straight back to it, and grass is probably my favourite surface, so I'm really looking forward to getting back there.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you both at Queen's, and congratulations again on a 10th consecutive title.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Russell.
Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the champions. Nadal has just missed here with a backhand, so Ruud has held serve, and it is 4-2 in Nadal's favour. And we're watching the first set of this final, the men's singles final on 5 Live with Greg Rosetsky and Naomi Brody. Good for them.
Oh, a fantastic result. I mean, they just work so hard, so dedicated, and their record is incredible. I mean, 10 slam titles together. What an accomplishment.
It's 10 in a row, isn't it, as well? Like, just sheer dominance. It's almost Nadal-esque.
We love a streak as well, don't we? We love the fact that Iga Swiatek has won 35 matches in a row, and these guys have now won 10 Grand Slam doubles titles in a row.
Well, it kind of helps you to try and explain and express, you know, how good they are and what it is that they're achieving when you've got those sort of stats to say with the streak that they're on.
4-2 Nadal, his forehand, cross-court, just clearing the net. Ruud putting a forehand into the net, and you can see he's thinking, why am I playing like this? I'm a much better tennis player than I'm showing at the moment.
Yeah, but you've also got to look at the way Rafael Nadal hits the ball like nobody else. Even though that ball was short, it has a little extra spin, a little bit more depth, a little bit more height, plus being left-handed makes the ball move a little bit differently. He is the hardest test on clay, the greatest of all time, no question on this surface.
4-2. 15 love. Backhand reply from Ruud. Nadal has plenty of court open to him to hit the forehand. He's going to have to play another volley, which is a little bit too safe, and the lob from Ruud is just over the baseline. Nearly managed to turn that point around, the 23-year-old Norwegian.
I think Ruud was shocked how bad that volley was. He had so much more time to do something with that shot. Just almost panicked a little bit there, pushing the lob long.
It's a bit awkward, wasn't it, for Rafa? It was high on the backhand side, but rather than just trying to overplay it or go for too much, he just completely put it in the middle of the court. And as you say, Casper had so much time to try and come up with some sort of passing shot, at least make him play another one.
I agree.
4-2, 30 love. Backhand reply from Ruud. Nadal's forehand to the backhand of Ruud. That's drilled beautifully cross-court by Ruud. A backhand cross-court again. Nadal with the forehand down the line. He saw what was coming, and he doesn't miss too many of those, Rafael Nadal. 3 game points for a 5-2 lead first set.
Well, it's amazing how many former champions or finalists are here this year. We're seeing in our pictures Stefan Edberg is here, Guga Kuerten is here. You've got Hollywood stars as well with Michael Douglas here, Hugh Grant. So everybody wants to be at this ticket today. They want to see a little history happen.
Is Iga Swiatek here? Has she stuck around? She often
said
tries
she wanted to be watching it on court. We've not seen her on the screen yet, have we? But I suspect she probably will be here somewhere, having done a few publicity photos and shoots with the trophy, the Suzanne Lenglen Cup in Paris earlier today. Nadal missing here, so the game continues at 40-15, 4-2. Lots to do after winning a Grand Slam title, but invariably with a huge smile on your face.
Yeah, it's not such a chore when you've won, is it? It's not quite the same feeling as when you come off from a loss and you've got the doping squad waiting there for you and you just kind of roll your eyes.
Please stop reminding me of that.
PTSD.
Well, I remember Iga Swiatek saying after she won her first French Open title at the end of October 2020 that she thought actually she'd just be floating on a cloud for the rest of her life. And actually it's not quite like that. You do come back down to earth pretty quickly. And the sheen wears off slightly. Forehand from Ruud, backhand from Nadal to the forehand of Ruud. He's hit that very powerfully onto the baseline, Ruud. Good reply too from Nadal, and Nadal's forehand is long, so some good resistance in this game by Ruud. Now 40-30 on the Nadal serve, but he does lead this first set on 5 Live by 4-2. Later on this afternoon, Wales against Ukraine in the World Cup playoff here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds from 5 o'clock. Ian Dennis, Jane Ludlow and Sam Ricketts, our commentary team for that. And a little later on Sports Extra from 9 tonight, it's the final round of the US Women's Open with Ian Carter and the team. That's taking place at Pine Needles in North Carolina. Minjee Lee, 3 shots clear going into the final round. Forehand cross-court from Nadal. The backhand hit by Ruud. Lovely angle from Nadal. A slice backhand from Ruud. Forehand from Nadal. Forehand from Ruud. Backhand cross-court from Nadal. The forehand cross-court from Ruud. Nadal's backhand is pushed more down the line. One of the longer rallies of the match so far sees Casper Ruud hit the backhand cross-court. Here's the drop shot from Nadal to try and win the game. Ruud with a drop shot of his own. Nadal down the line. And Ruud could not quite reach it with his racket. And it's another game for Nadal, who leads by 5-2 in the first set.
Interesting enough there, you thought we were going to see the big celebration from Rafa with the fist pump jumping up in the air, but he's just sauntering through a little bit of emotion, but not showing too much, just saving those feet out there. I mean, this is what Ruud wants to do. Even though he lost that point, he wants to make every point as long and physical as he possibly can.
Last rally, 17 shots. That was the longest rally of the match, Russell. You were right.
It felt like it mid-rally.
Well, the average rally's been about 6 shots, so not incredibly short in terms of serve and next ball, but also they're not having like extremely lengthy rallies like we saw with the Djokovic and the Zverev matches. It's moving at a much quicker pace, I'm sure, to Rafa's delight.
Well, that's what Ruud has to think to himself. Okay, how do I make him a little bit tired? Remember, I'm 23. I can run all day. Rafa's 36. Yes, he's one of the greatest athletes of all time. But when you're 36 and going into possibly a 5th set, you got to think it's got to favor the younger man somehow. But there's still a long way to go before that happens. He's first got to get a few sets, even though Rafa looks like he's in pretty good control here in the opening set.
And it's that inner drive and that desperate determination. I'm not saying Casper Ruud doesn't have that, but Nadal knows that his career does not have long to run, and he knows he's never been beaten here. This could be a final chance to get a 22nd Grand Slam title, and that is just so compelling and so powerful, isn't it, that woe betide anybody who stands in his way.
No, it is amazing. I mean, he is one of the greatest sportsmen ever to play our sport, or any sport in the world. His determination, his drive and desire is second to none.
Casper Ruud is serving to stay in the first set at 2-5 as the sun comes out again. Nadal puts a forehand into the net. We have fairly lighter, slightly lighter grey clouds, would be a good way of describing it. The sun is doing very well to poke through the clouds because it's fairly overcast overhead, but Nadal will not mind these conditions at all with the temperature at around about 23 Celsius. And he won't mind the look of the scoreboard either, with him 5-2 up in this first set, although it is only the 1 break of serve advantage. Love. Ruud serving to the backhand of Nadal. Ruud hits the forehand, Nadal with the backhand down the centre. Nice off forehand from Ruud, who again is really going for his shots here with the forehand down the line. He's inside the baseline, Ruud, and he's put the forehand away, and there just seems to be an extra little bit of intent in this service game so far by Casper Ruud.
It's the first point I've really seen Casper Ruud look like he's completely loosened up and relaxed, just open his shoulders that little bit more. He's therefore getting more pace behind his shots. Good depth as well, really pushing Rafa, and it then doesn't matter as much if he goes into the forehand of Rafa. As Greg was saying, if you go into that side, you need to do it aggressively. That then opens up the backhand, get him on the move, and that's when he gets in trouble, Rafa.
2-5, 30 love. Ruud catches the tape, and as we've seen throughout the fortnight here at Roland Garros, the ball spins right to the back of the court. Very bouncy net cord. Forehand from Ruud to the backhand of Nadal. He's absolutely hammered that. Good defence from Ruud, who's now lining up the passing attempt. The volley from Nadal, a slice, drop, backhand volley. What a point.
What a statement from Rafa. He said, you've bossed me around the last 2 points. This isn't going to happen anymore. And just throwing the kitchen sink at those backhands. Couldn't hit those any harder.
How good was the final volley as well? I think he'd heard us saying how poor the previous one was, the higher backhand volley, but that one there coming in a bit lower. He got so much slice on it, probably even way more than he needed to, but beautiful shot, such good hands.
30-15. Ruud into the net with that first serve. Nadal's made his point in that last rally. Second serve here from Ruud. Nadal reaching for a backhand. Ruud hits the forehand to the back of the court, and a lovely low volley from him too, because that was really travelling the return from Nadal, and it was a low backhand cross-court angled volley which he picked up from his ankles.
Excellent technique on that backhand volley. An area Ruud has improved over the last year. The serve, the transition game have been real pluses for him, and that's the reason he's in his first Grand Slam final.
(40-15). He's serving to extend this first set, trailing by 2-5, Ruud. A winner of 8 ATP titles, 7 of them on clay. And when your mind was elsewhere last July, after Wimbledon, he won 3 titles in 3 weeks on the clay. Backhand return from Nadal with a little bit of loft. Nadal hits the forehand down the line and he's missing. And Ruud survives. Holds serve. And really, Nadal leads by 5-3.
Really interesting scheduling, wasn't it, from Casper Ruud, as you say, after Wimbledon last year. He chose to miss the Olympics. Didn't bother going, instead took the opportunity when he knew most of the top-ranked guys would be there at the Olympics playing, so he thought, well, I'm going to go away on some more clay court tournaments, take advantage of the weaker draws, and as you say, he won 3 in a row.
Well, the other thing is, you look at his record the last 2 years on clay. Most wins 66, most finals 9, most wins on clay 7. I mean, that in itself shows you who's playing the best on this surface outside of Roland Garros.
Yep. Outside of Rafael Nadal.
Yes, it should be no surprise, really, that he's made his way through to the final here. What he had to prove to people was that he was able to reach the quarter-final of a Grand Slam. He'd not done that before. In fact, Nadal was the last player to reach his first Grand Slam quarter-final and then go on to win the title later that fortnight, and that was here at Roland Garros in 2005. He's serving for the set now, Nadal, at 5-3. His backhand is hit to the backhand of Ruud. Nadal inside the baseline, hits the forehand hard, and hard enough to win the point as Ruud goes long with his forehand.
It'll be interesting to see, Rafa closing out this set, whether he keeps on going after that backhand, because he's mixed it up a lot more in this middle part of the set, but I think he's going to go to Old Faithful and keep on punishing that Ruud backhand.
3 points away from the first set as he chases a 14th title here at Roland Garros, long with the serve. That first one, as we were discussing, in 2005, a year that you would have played in the main draw, Greg.
I would, but not very well, I might add.
Shall we move swiftly on?
Yes, we shall. That was my last decent year on the tour before I retired very shortly afterwards.
5-3, 15 love. Backhand return by Ruud. Nadal's forehand hit to the backhand of Ruud. Nadal will go down the line now with the forehand. Ruud defending well and sending the forehand deep and actually forcing the error from Nadal on the backhand side. So he's just got to be careful here. There are a few T's to cross and a couple of I's to dot before Nadal wins the first set of the final.
Maybe not expecting as much depth as he got coming at him there, Rafa, just trying to change direction up the line, not quite respecting the ball that was coming at him and catching it late out into the tram lines.
Well, I think, Naomi, you've made a great point. Ruud's forehand has been firing. It looks like it's gone up a few miles an hour in the last few games.
Yep.
15-all. This is a 46-minute first set so far, so not particularly long by clay court standards. Fine return here by Ruud. Cross-court he goes with the backhand. Nadal hooks his forehand cross-court. Ruud pushes it down the line. Forehand now from Ruud down the line for the winner.
I mean, that's just humongous, that forehand, because, yes, it was short, but there's no way. That was either going to be a winner or a miss, and he's just getting his range in beautifully at the moment. It's a huge moment coming up here at 15:30.
Two breaks to one in Nadal's favour at the moment, but when he was broken himself, it was a very poor game that included a couple of double faults, so you wouldn't expect that to happen again. Maybe Ruud can break with a little bit more brilliance that we saw in that last point. Nadal 15-30 down. Backhand from Ruud is long.
It's just an easy out for Rafa right now, isn't it, Greg? Because, as you say, as soon as he really needs the point, he just goes back to the A game, back to the backhand of Ruud.
Well, also tactically so astute. That was only 110 miles an hour, making sure he gets the first serve into the backhand side. I wouldn't be surprised if he does the same thing again here.
All. 2 points away from taking the first set. 5 Live, BBC Sounds, Greg Rosetsky and Naomi Brody here for this French Open final. Ruud goes just wide, and there's a rare celebration in this first set from Nadal. He knows he has just one more point to win to take the first set. 5-3, set point Nadal.
You know, if I'm Casper Ruud right now, I'm sitting all day long on that backhand return and just giving the tee serve away and say, Rafa, I know where you're going. He's got to change up his return to serve position.
Set point. Rafael Nadal leading 5-3, 40-30. Backhand return from Ruud is wide, so wide that it nearly took James Kyothobong in the umpire's chair out. It certainly gave him a fright. It hit the little parasol, the metal parasol, if you like, that is above the umpires' heads to protect them either from the sun or from the rain. And that is a long-winded way of saying that Rafa Nadal has won the first set by 6-3, Greg.
Oh, so impressive from Rafa. The last 3 points just shows his tactical awareness. All first serves, all into the backhand side, all unforced errors from Casper Ruud. It's those little moments who play the big points better.
So, Nadal has the first set. 2 more required, Colin, for a 14th French Open title.
Thanks, Naomi. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Russell. Back in just a few minutes. Viva España, indeed. Playing out in the background at Roland Garros. This is 5 Live Sport. Let's pause for the latest news. Here's Matt Bone.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
More than 10,000 people are taking part in a pageant near Buckingham Palace this afternoon as part of the last day of events marking the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. The celebrations began with the Gold State coach making its way down the Mall. The Queen wasn't inside, but screens in the windows showed film footage of her from her coronation day in 1953. The BBC's Martine Croxall watched the coach make its way past the crowds.
There's the Golden State coach with the virtual reality Queen in the window. That must be a first. There are screens inside there as well. It does look spectacular, even on a relatively dull day.
EasyJet says it's cancelled around 80 flights today. Most of them have been at Gatwick Airport. At least 2 Ukrainian cities have been targeted by Russian missile strikes. Moscow said the attacks in Kyiv destroyed tanks and other armoured vehicles. And police say an illegal rave in Cornwall's continuing into its 3rd day with several hundred people still there. There's now a police cordon around the site at Davidstow Moor.
This is 5 Live Sport.
Yes, and if you're just tuning in, you're more than welcome. All roads lead to Cardiff, Wales, Ukraine for a place at the World Cup. 5 o'clock kickoff right here. Live commentary and the voice of the nation. But right now, the only game that matters, Solihull Moors and Grimsby Town. For their fans, the National League playoff final. A return for Grimsby to the EFL, or a first time in their short history in the Football League. The prize for Solihull Moors. And we're underway, Aaron Paul.
We are, and amid a bad week of PR for the National League, Colin, the game we've all been talking about is finally here, and the prospect of a place in the EFL for one of Grimsby or Solihull Moors. Grimsby on the hunt for an immediate return to the Football League. Solihull Moors, of course, led by former Wimbledon boss Neil Ardley, have never been in the EFL. Now, Colin, there may have been a trumpeter at Roland Garros, but we've had a crooner on the pitch pre-game. We've had a medley of classic hits trying to get a very sparse London Stadium crowd going, as Solihull Moors just plant the ball wide. What a brilliant chance that was for Harry Boyes. Ball in from the left, and it floated around into the middle, and Harry Boyes was just a snapshot, but he planted it wide of the post. Yeah, we had a crooner pre-game, tried to get the crowd going. The thoughts of many people here in the press box, if they'd spent the used budget on discounting the tickets, maybe the fans would have sung off their own volition, and we wouldn't need to have a singer mid-pitch. Look, it's a gloomy, murky afternoon here on the banks of the River Lee. A lot of seats empty here at the London Stadium, but we are very much underway. It is 0-0.
And you're worth every penny. Aaron Paul will let us know if a goal goes in. If and when a goal goes in, well, something has to give today. One needs to go to the EFL, but one right now needs to go back to Roland Garros. The second set underway with Naomi Gregg, and hello for the first time this afternoon, David Law.
Hi there, Colin. And yes, second set is underway here, and Rafael Nadal has started it like he started the match, by winning the first point of it against the Casper Ruud serve. Now he's crunching a forehand down the line in that trademark fashion, and the ball crumples on the racket of Casper Ruud at the far end. And at love 30, Naomi, this is already an anxious situation.
Yeah, he's going to want an early break again here in this second set, Rafa, because he had one in the first and he let it go. Ruud was able to break him back. He then had to break back again, Rafa. So he's going to want to get off to another positive start, give himself that cushion.
Smashes his serve down. The forehand comes back and just goes an inch long. And Ruud is walking up to it, circling the mark in the top dressing of this orange clay court. And umpire James Kyoth-Lavong's index finger goes up. He's out of his chair to show to Rafael Nadal and everybody else that the ball was indeed long. They don't have electronic replays here, no Hawkeye or anything like that. The ball makes a mark in the surface that tells the umpire and the players whether the ball is in or out. Here's a forehand from Ruud. He's got to get that shot working. Down the line goes Nadal, whose forehand never seems to not work, as he hits it left-handed and hooks it up cross court, and with that lasso-like motion above his head, he'll now hit his backhand with more penetration, hitting it flat, and then the forehand long again, Greg, from Casper Ruud. That shot has to be a weapon, not a liability.
Well, it has to be, and that was just a wrong shot selection. He's 2 meters behind the baseline, the ball's above his shoulder height, and he's trying to hit a winner up the line. You just got to stay in the rally, and you have to choose your shots. You have to suffer the pain of playing Rafa and making the right shot at the right moment. Early on, this isn't a good start to the second set.
It's really not. Greg Rosetsky, the 1997 US Open runner-up, alongside Naomi Brody here on 5 Live for the French Open men's singles final. Casper Ruud is 2 break points down right at the start of the second set. Nadal, trying for a 14th French Open title, has won the first set. He hooks his forehand mid-court. Ruud attacks with his forehand. He's coming in, playing a forehand volley. Nadal's going to get there, is he? He pokes it down the line, and then he tries to finish it off with a high backhand volley. He puts it in the net, and then he puts his hand to his eyes as if he can't bear to look at what he did.
Well, he missed the easiest shot of the rally. I mean, getting up to that ball was the hard part. Put in a perfect position. Tried to do the Hollywood 360 backhand smash finish, and it all went wrong.
You can tell Greg's hit one or two of those, can't you, Naomi? Because he's already got that description down perfectly.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rafa was just not even looking at the ball by the time he'd hit it. He was facing the back of the court, wasn't he? He was facing the baseline with his back to the net. Funny reaction there, just headed his hands. He was almost embarrassed that he'd missed the open court.
Casper Ruud of Norway got away with one there, big time. Can he somehow turn that into a service hold at the start of this second set? He's got to find a way to feel part of this match, because at the moment he feels on the periphery of it. It's the Nadal show as he steps into his backhand, a man who's played 13 Roland Garros finals and won the lot. Ooh, Nadal goes for an explosive forehand, and the oohs tell you how hard he hit it, but he missed it by an inch.
But that's very rare to see Rafa with back-to-back errors on break points. If you were a betting man, you would have said for sure he would have won one of those 2 points.
Especially the final forehand. It's actually quite a poor miss, wasn't it? It was kind of right around the middle of the court, both in depth and width. He had so much time on it. His opponent had ran the other direction in the court. He could have had a huge margin, but just went for way too much.
Juice points on the Ruud serve. He's dressed all in green at the far end of the court. He's got short brown hair held back by a white headband that's tied behind the back of his head. Sort of a mid-green, kind of like the backdrop here at the French Open, if you've ever seen this court, as he hits his backhand cross-court and hits it wide. That shot doesn't look particularly stable.
Well, when he tries to accelerate it, he's got to be smooth and get his weight in the right position. It's not technically that bad, but you just like to see at times more length. He doesn't really circle it beautifully like Rafa does, or Novak or Andy Murray, but it's not that bad. But against the very best, it just doesn't quite stand up.
Yeah, I mean, not that bad isn't good enough against Rafael Nadal, is it? That's the problem. Mid-court forehand, he's good at those. Cross-court, he crunches it. Nadal edges it into the crowd, and man nearly catches it one-handed in the front row of spectators, and then he tosses it back to the ball kid. That's a good little hold of the point, and 3 break points saved now from Ruud.
Who do you think has the best backhand out of those top 4, Greg? Federer, Djokovic, Murray, Nadal?
Djokovic, no question about it. When his is on song, there's nobody's better. I've managed to play all of them, at least in practice, and Novak's is pretty laser-like when he's on.
Yeah, signature shot, isn't it, that one? Drop shot by Ruud, in comes Nadal, just reaches it but can't get it over the net.
This is a huge game for Ruud if he can win this opening game, saving those 3 break points, because all of a sudden he'll feel, I got out of jail. Maybe he'll just relax all of a sudden.
Is he playing too nice here? Does he need to have a bit more devil about the way he's hitting the ball and try and just go for broke?
Well, the problem being is that's not his personality. He's settled into this match at stages, played better in the second half of the first set, but right now, if he wins this game, maybe it'll loosen him up to be more courageous.
Interesting. Well, there's a drop shot that he played there, and it had some effect. He really goes after that forehand, and he's won the point. He's won the game as Ruud. He's skipping back to his chair. He's turning around to his dad, Christian, who was a top 100 player himself, and he's clenching his fist. That is a huge moment for Casper Ruud, Naomi, because 15-40 down in the opening service game of the second set when he's a set down, and Nadal had that game won, except he messed up a backup. What can that do for Casper Ruud?
Well, it's going to boost Casper Ruud's morale and, more importantly, his self-belief. But if anything, I think Rafa's going to be really annoyed at himself there. He was 15-40, missed first the backhand volley, you know, albeit it was a kind of tough. He was having to jump round, as Greg was describing, in a 360. But the second break point, the forehand that he missed, you know, he's going to have to put that straight out of his mind here, Rafa, because you don't want to get broken straight back. I feel like that's often when you're at your weakest to be broken, is when you've just had an opportunity, you didn't quite take it, and then your opponent suddenly, their confidence levels raise that little bit more.
I would agree with you definitely in that, Naomi, but the other thing is, this is Rafael Nadal. He's got the amazing thing of actually putting things out of his mind quicker than any player on the planet, as we saw in his run here, and especially against Novak Djokovic.
That's Greg Rusedski and Naomi Brody here with us on 5 Live. It's the French Open men's singles final. The women's final won yesterday emphatically by Iga Swiatek, who's on this incredible 35-match winning streak. Nadal, a man who's put those streaks together himself, is hitting cross-court with his forehand. He's now crunching another one. Listen to the noise he makes as he hits these balls, how hard he's trying to hit them. Ruud tries to retaliate, but he's hit the net with his forehand.
Well, he's just going to the old tactic, backhand, 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 and backhand. And when he has the right ball, then he changes it quickly into the forehand to draw the error. So I wouldn't be surprised. First serve right now, going out wide to the backhand. And this is where Ruud changed the position, stand up, give him a different look.
You have to be reactive out there on the court, don't you? As you say, if you start to get wise that your opponent's doing that tactic, you have to counteract it, as you say, change your court position.
you want to make your opponent have to think and try to fizz their mind something and make them do something different. Ruud hasn't been able to do that today so far.
If things weren't going to get bad enough, the sun has just come out to bathe Court Philippe Chatrier. From a Ruud perspective, he's going to be facing an even higher bouncing ball from the Rafael Nadal forehand, who hits it down the centre. Forehand is hit aggressively this time from Ruud. He's in charge, plays a backhand volley. Will Nadal reach it? He will! And he goes cross-court with his backhand for a winner.
I like the aggressive forehand down the line from Ruud. Again, we're saying if you want to go into that forehand from Rafa, it's a good tactic. Do so it aggressively, then open up the backhand. He kind of played the right sort of play, just didn't do enough with the volley.
Yeah, but I would like to see the volley back behind him cross-court and getting closer to the net. He was a little tentative moving forward.
Yeah.
Rafa anticipated, and it was an easy backhand pass.
French Open men's singles final here on 5 Live. The World Cup playoff final is coming up a little bit later from 5 o'clock. Wales against Ukraine at Cardiff City Stadium. Ian Dennis, Jane Ludlow, Sam Ricketts will be all part of the coverage of Wales against Ukraine. Nadal taking his time, as he always does. At 30 love here. Love one down in the second set, but he's won the first set as Nadal, and he just smashes a backhand cross-court for a winner. Didn't even seem to line that one up with any great ferocity, and yet the way the ball leaves the strings.
Oh, just incredible. I mean, just the footwork and just getting his whole body weight leaning into the shot. I mean, just rifling that. And also, second serve was very good, over 100 miles an hour into the body, which gave him the short reply to punish.
When Nadal came along 17 years ago and won his first French Open title, as he hits his serve down the centre and backs it up with a forehand drop shot. In comes Ruud, plays a forehand drop shot of his own. That's a wonderful angle from Ruud, and he's put Nadal into his own seat on the side of the court. He almost collided with his own pink and orange racket bag, and he actually gave a little racket tap round of applause to Ruud.
He's so nice, Ruud. He's almost too nice sometimes. Why is he apologising there? He's not done anything wrong. He didn't accidentally or dodgily hit that fantastic angle drop shot. Rafa's just not got enough space to run into it. Sorry, I've hit a winner.
Well, sorry, the chair wasn't moved so you could get to the ball.
40-15 Nadal. This to level up at 1 game all at the start of the second set. He puts the serve onto the service line and smacks his backhand cross court, shoulder high, and then just tosses the ball away that he had in his pocket. Nadal is just cleaning the baseline with the sole of his foot, the way he always does. He has his routines, he sticks to them, and he's level up at 1 game all.
Yeah, but that was a brilliant game from Rafa, because, you know, most normal human beings, having had 3 break points in the opening game, would have had a lapse. He actually raised his level up another standard. I mean, that is just so impressive and so difficult to do, to just stay in the present after not breaking in the opening game.
Has there ever been a tennis player better at doing that, staying in the moment?
Not that I know of.
I don't think there's a player that's as mentally tough as Rafa, and that's really the definition of mental toughness, isn't it, to stay in the present?
Well, it is. I mean, the only guy I could possibly think of who retired a little bit too young was Bjorn Borg, if I talked to all the past great champions.
Whose son is now
He's a player,
playing.
Leo Borg.
Yeah, he's doing well, I think, as well.
Bjorn Borg, a winner of this title 6 times.
Only 6 times?
Well,
That's
when I was a young lad, I thought that was the most mind-boggling record, and of course it is, 6 French Open titles. Well, Nadal has won 13 of them. Here's a forehand hit inside out by Casper Ruud from his backhand corner. That's his sledgehammer shot, the forehand. He does his damage with that shot. He's trying to fell the ultimate tree here in Rafael Nadal as he hits his backhand down the centre. It's 15 love to the Norwegian. 1 game all in the second, and then boom goes the forehand by Rafael Nadal.
It's almost an identical forehand to the one he had at break point in the first game that he missed wide, but he made no mistakes with that one. Landed an inch or 2 inside the sideline. So much pace and power behind it. You can almost hear the grunt from Rafa, the shots that he puts the extra effort into. It gets louder and louder. It becomes more physical as the point goes on.
It does, but, you know, getting back to that Borg point, wasn't it 6 French Open titles in a row and 5 Wimbledons in a row?
I mean, that element of it makes it all the more
incredible.
I can't believe he won 6, because how old was he when he retired? He was
26,
young.
26 years of age, yeah.
Amazing.
Rafa is 36, just a couple of days ago, as he hits his backhand down the centre. It's 1 game all, 15 all. He lifts the backhand on the defence, does Nadal, because this is good attacking play from Ruud. He goes cross-court with that forehand. He's targeting the backhand side of the left-handed Nadal, who's now got that left-handed forehand to go down the line. And then Ruud just opens up on the forehand down the line and cleans that line.
I mean, some fabulous hitting from both players there. Rafa cleaning a line, now Ruud cleaning the line, and all of a sudden the crowd's getting a few little Ruuds going on. That's
I was going to say, they're not boos, they're Ruuds. It's a bit like that Ronaldo that we had, goal celebration that we had going around at the Australian Open that was just infuriating everyone because they're doing it every single point.
Tell me about it. Here's a forehand down the centre by Nadal. Ruud goes down the line with his backhand, he's coming in, and Nadal tries to pass him with a backhand cross-court and pulls it into the tram lines. But there seems to be more clarity of thought about Ruud now.
Well, there is, and that's what's so nice about a 3 out of 5 set match, is you got a little bit more time to settle. There's not as much panic. And that opening game of the set is huge. And, you know, for both men, this second set is very, very important. More so for Casper than for Rafa, obviously.
Nadal in his 14th final here, and he's never been taken even to 5 sets. As the serve and volley point is won by Ruud. Shoulder-high backhand volley cross-court. He sits down with a 2-1 lead, does the man from Norway. It's Rafael Nadal ahead by a set to love, but this is already a more competitive set of tennis, and it feels as though Ruud has settled down a bit now, Naomi.
It really does, and as you were just saying, he seems more clear within his tactics. He's settled earlier on in the set, which is going to help him a lot, because of course walking out in the first set, it was, you know, you've got the crowd, this massive cheer for Rafa. The funniest part for me is when they read out all the tournaments and titles that Rafa's won, and you're there in the warm-up trying to hold your nerve and keep self-belief that you can beat this guy, and they're just reeling off title after title, year after year that he won here. But of course it's then going to be difficult, and maybe it's no surprise that he's broken so early in that first set. But if he can just stick with Nadal here in this second set for as long as he can, keep within touching distance, especially holding his own service games, who knows what's going to happen at the back end of the set.
Well, also, Naomi, imagine if they read out all the titles he'd won. It would be longer than the warm-up. It's 91 titles and 13 French Opens. That's intimidating enough. I mean, Rafa would like it because he likes a 10-minute warm-up. So.
I'm still waiting to see if Rafa's going to get a time warning this match or not.
Now, James Kjothavong looks a little frightened there. He's not going to call him a time warning.
I think James is a strong enough chair umpire to do it if he felt it was deserved. So far, Rafa, he's actually been a little bit quicker today, because I keep keeping my eye on the shot clock, and he hasn't been going over by 3-4 seconds. He's been over by a second every now and then, but it's been pretty borderline.
Too much?
Yeah, but it's been borderline. You know, it's kind of the rule of, is he still bouncing the ball or has he started the action? You don't have to have hit the ball, do you? That's not the rule. You have to have started your service action, not including the ball bounce. Because of course some players bounce the ball, as we've seen with Marin Cilic a few days ago, 20, 30, 40 times before the shot clock was brought in.
I don't think he wants to get booed by this whole crowd, because we know who they want to win today.
I mean, there is a judgment call element to it. You have to decide when to press the button to start the timer off, don't you, depending on what sort of commotion the crowd are making, how much of an energy was expended in the previous point. Nadal's just netted a forehand there. He's a set to love ahead. 2-1 for Ruud in the second set. And yes, I get the feeling that every time you hear somebody sound like they're booing, Casper Ruud may just have won a point because they're shouting his name, Ruud. And it could get annoying, but we'll try to keep jolly. Here's the Love 15 point with Nadal serving at this near end. He's wearing a fluorescent yellow shirt, serving and volleying and playing a low half volley on the backhand. That's come at his feet and he's netted. And this is a chance for Casper Ruud.
It is a chance for Casper, and this is where Rafa had his lapse in the opening set when he was up a break. It's exactly the same situation as in the first set, and real opportunity for Ruud here. Love 30, chance to get a break. It'd be the first time where he really seizes the initiative.
Well, you both pointed out, Naomi and Greg, that point that Nadal had break point on, where he missed a backhand volley that he would have hit in his sleep normally, could have been a turning point here in this set. might just help Ruud to feel properly part of this French Open final. He was a little bit... well, he was struggling in that first set, wasn't he? A little anemic, his performance. Hardly surprising, given the nerves that must be involved against the great Rafael Nadal, who's his hero, who he trains with at the Rafael Nadal Academy. That's where he has learned his trade in the last few years. As Nadal hits his forehand cross-court. This is to set up break points for Ruud. Hits his forehand down the centre. Deep as well. Now he's got a backhand hit. Goes cross-court. Can he get Nadal on the defensive here? The chance for the forehand, Ruud, but it's not really penetrating the defences yet. Hits his backhand cross-court. It's just found the sideline. He's got another backhand hit. He slices it down the line. Now a slice cross-court is into the net. Nadal. And these are 3 break points against the great Spaniard.
I love the patience there from Ruud. You know, yes, he could have rifled that forehand, but he's willing to take a physical battle with Rafa. You've got to stand up to him and play these long sorts of points. Yes, he was a little lucky with one mishit shot there, but love the slice backhand up the line. We're seeing a lot more different things in the Norwegians' arsenal. One serve and volley, slice backhand, patience from the back of the court. He deserves these 3 break points early on here.
Now then, Casper Ruud is leaning forward, swaying to and fro, 2 hands on the racket, eyeballing Rafael Nadal, his great hero, who he's trying to prevent from winning a 14th French Open title and a 22nd Grand Slam title overall, which would take Nadal 2 clear of Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer. Ruud has love 40 on Nadal's serve. Break points. That is a double fault Nadal into the middle of the net.
We saw 2 in the game earlier when he was broken as well, and both of them I think were in the net. Ball toss ever so slightly too far in front there, bit of a nervy looking serve to me.
Well, it was, but also his legs didn't get up, and that was the concern we talked about earlier. How's the foot, how's the pushing up on the serve? Because right and left it looks all right, but you know, I always wonder if Novak Djokovic is watching this match at home, you know, thinking, I'm a Casper Ruud fan today, because he doesn't want to see 22 slams. That's 2 ahead of him.
I'm sure, absolutely.
Yeah, they're having their own battle for history. The Djokovic, Federer and Nadal. Nadal has pulled clear, 1 clear. He wants to put daylight between himself and the others today. Long goes Ruud, who leads 3 games to 1 in the second set, but he's at love 15 here. Nadal ahead by a set to love.
How many wins do you think that Rafa and the other top guys get? We'll just talk about Rafa because he's on court obviously right now, but how many wins do you think they get when they're not playing the best just because of who they are?
Tons. I mean, their lowest level is better than 90% of the men's tour.
But in terms of their opponents having like self-belief enough to get across the finish line as well, because I feel like that's the only reason Rafa was up in the semi-final against Zverev. Zverev was the better player.
Well, probably only the big 3 or the big 4 have that mentality where they think, okay, I can actually beat you. The other guys are thinking, can I beat you?
Yeah. Huge forehand down the line by Ruud. Steps in, he's going to polish off this forehand, and Ruud is coming alive here. 3-1 up in the second set and 15 all on his serve.
This is a huge game for Casper Ruud. You know, once you've got the break in the second set, you want to keep the momentum going, and this is where Rafa becomes his most dangerous, because he's one of the best players after losing serve to break back right away.
And just the point you were making, Naomi, about winning matches in the head. Imagine being Casper Ruud right now. 9 years ago, he was in this stadium watching his hero, Rafael Nadal, win the French Open against David Ferrer, and he pictured himself aged 14 in the stands, and he's hitting a forehand down the centre, aged 23, playing the 36-year-old Nadal, who hits his backhand down the line, and then a backhand down the line long by Ruud, and this is 15-30, and it's a must-hold service game for him.
It is, but that was tactically so astute from Rafa. You know, he got that backhand, he gave it a lot of height, a lot of bounce, up high on the Ruud backhand. The backhand above Ruud's shoulder, he can't really generate enough pace as the very top guys can, and Rafa knows that, so he's going to keep on pounding that side to try to get the break back. This is where he needs a first serve, Ruud, so he can get his massive forehand into play.
Ruud at the far end from where we sit on the 5th floor as a Philippe Chatrier court, as a forehand goes down the line from Ruud. He's underneath a lob, it will drop out. And Ruud's back to 30 all in the game. 3-1 ahead he is. Set down.
The reason I asked the question is, for me, Rafa's not playing his best tennis out there today. The first 2 games, I thought, oh, hello, he's come to play today. You know, we didn't get to see that sort of level of Rafa against Zverev. Every time Zverev got ahead 4-2 or 5-3, even the first set when he was 6-2 up in the breaker, he was just tightening up. You could just see he didn't quite have the full level of self-belief that he was actually going to beat Rafa. These are the generation now that have grown up watching him. The first year Rafa won the French Open, his opponent today would have been 9 years old. I mean, that's really when you start to get into the sport and take it seriously and decide, hey, I want to be there. It's then so difficult to play the person on the other side of the net and not the idol.
Here's a big forehand from Ruud. He's blasted it long and he looks to the sky in frustration because this is break-back point Nadal.
There's a prime example of playing Rafa rather than the ball. That forehand he should be making 9 out of 10 times, and just because Rafa's standing there, he misses it.
Yeah, so and it's often when they're ahead, isn't it?
Well, it is when they're ahead, or, you know, they should be basically holding on here. This is another big game. Can he get over those demons as he did in the opening game of the second set?
Ruud 30-40 down here in the French Open men's singles final. He serves down the centre, break point down, 3-1 ahead with a forehand down the centre from him. Lofted up in the air from Nadal. This is a slow-paced rally at the moment. Neither one going after any shots. They're playing safe tennis down the middle of the court like neither one of them's got any confidence. Now Nadal accelerates into a forehand that Ruud retaliates with. But he's playing patiently here. Doesn't want to make an error. Perhaps he senses that Nadal's not firing on all cylinders just at the moment. Nadal goes cross-court. A chip cross-court is wide by Ruud. Nadal breaks back. And it's 3-2 now for Ruud in the second set. Nadal ahead by a set to love. And we can go and speak to Aaron Paul at the London Stadium.
Grimsby nil, Solihull Moors nil. We've had a frantic 25 minutes in this game, very much end-to-end. We've seen Joe McDonnell at full flex after a deflected Grimsby effort. Looked like it was nestling into a corner, but Solihull looked very, very strong on the counter. 27 minutes here, 0-0.
Thanks very much, Aaron. We'll keep you right up to date with that National League promotion final. Tonight we have the final round of the US Open Women's Golf with Ian Carter. That's from Pine Needles in North Carolina, and it'll be on Sports Extra from 9 o'clock. We've got the World Cup playoff final between Wales and Ukraine at Cardiff City Stadium from 5 o'clock with Ian Dennis. And we've got the French Open men's singles final taking place right now, and the crowd absolutely jam-packed, 15,000 people. And I've seen, Naomi, about 40 or 50 Spanish flags.
At least. I've seen one Norwegian flag, but it is in the player box of Casper Ruud. So not quite as many fans. I'm not sure that all the people holding these fans are Spanish, or if they're just massive Rafa fans. It's obviously impossible to know, but I just think there are that many in the crowd. Surely they're not all Spanish.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they were. If you look at the top tier, which are not the most expensive tickets here, even though they are pricey, I can count about at least 100, 150
Masses, yeah.
flags from Spain. So, I mean, this is a big moment. The Spanish want to see history. They saw Real Madrid win their 14th Champions League title. Rafa was there. He wants his 14th Roland Garros title.
It is incredible to see these two behemoths of sport in Spain going title for title. Nadal 2-3 down in the second set. The sun comes out and illuminates him at the far end in his bright yellow shirt and green shorts. Ruud, all in green, attacks the net behind a backhand, but he's passed. And he slips, and Nadal's got him.
I mean, that's a good point from Ruud. I mean, trying to take that backhand early up the line, kind of didn't time it perfectly, gave Rafa a fraction of a second longer, and if you give Rafa a fraction second longer on the passing shot, you're always second best.
So tough on this big court as well. They've got a huge big screen on the court and they're actually playing the replays of some of the shots. So if you lose the point, you have to rewatch it in HD.
Just don't look up. Might discourage you even more.
Crowd all bathed in bright sunshine now as Nadal hits a little drop shot on the forehand. Oh, it's perfection. Didn't see that coming at all. I don't think Ruud did either.
It's a low percentage shot, wasn't it? He had a short ball, Rafa. It was quite high as well. He ran up to it with a slice grip and kind of chopped down on the ball. Got a big angle on it. Low over the net.
The only good thing for him, he was inside the baseline when he played it moving forward. It's a little bit easier, but I don't have that in my repertoire, and my coach would yell at me if I played that shot.
30-love Nadal trying to level up at 3 games all in the second set. Nadal first set 6-3, and Ruud finally got that break that he was looking for and led 3-1 in the set, but he was immediately broken back. Nadal serves down the centre onto the backhand. His feet pitter-pattering away on the far end of this orange rectangular court as he steps in and hits his forehand cross-court again. Ruud hitting his backhand well cross-court at the moment, but Nadal's just targeting that shot. Ruud goes for a drop shot. Oh, it's a good one, but down the line goes Nadal. He's 36, this guy. How did he get there that quickly?
I mean, just the movement is exceptional from Rafa moving forward, but not only the movement, it's being able to control and hold the ball. He actually held that backhand a fraction longer until Ruud moved to the other side of the court and then beautifully pushed it up the line into space.
Almost toying with him.
Well, it's amazing composure, but to have that composure, you need to have the mindset, but also the physicality.
Nadal goes through the same routine every single service point. And now we'll serve cross court, out it goes.
Has he changed that routine at all since he first came on tour?
No, still picking at his pants, still mopping his brow, still brushing his sole of his shoe along the baseline to clear off the little bits of sand that accumulate there. That's why we say a player has cleaned the line when they hit a forehand or a backhand that hits the line, because it whips off the little bit of dirt that's sitting on the top of the line. There's a backhand that goes into the net from Ruud, and it's a service hold to love for Nadal to level up at 3 games all. Did Ruud make mistakes when he got broken in terms of his tactics? Because he played that final point so patiently and ended up making an error. Was that just a bad choice of tactics?
I think what cost him was the 30-all point when he missed a really ducky forehand. You know, he gets up 40-30, he doesn't get tentative because the other break points he lost, he was too aggressive. He hasn't really found the balance there, but right now, this 3-all game, the 7th game of the set, this is huge. He has to stop the rot right now, and Rafa's going to make a huge effort right now to get the break. Wouldn't be surprised if the Spaniard breaks now.
There is a slightly different look about the body language of Nadal right now. He seems to be pulsating with adrenaline and energy. I think Greg's onto something here. It's 3 games all. Second set. First set, Nadal 6-3. Forehand cross-court by Ruud. In steps Nadal with a backhand down the line. Now he's got a forehand to go cross-court with. Thought he might come to the net there, but changed his mind. Goes cross-court with his forehand again. Nadal. Forehand down the centre by Ruud. Then one on the run from Ruud. What a brilliant shot. Scooped back by Nadal. Now Ruud again cross-court. Nadal can't reach that one.
I mean, that's one of the best points from Casper Ruud today so far. I mean, electrifying forehand, but a beautiful short angle backhand to get through Rafa. Sometimes you don't have to go through your opponent, you have to go around him, and that was excellent from the Norwegian number 1.
I actually think you need to do that more against Rafa than to try and hit through him, because he's so comfortable often camped way back behind that baseline, isn't he? You need to use those shorter angles up the court, drag him in.
Easier said than done when he gets that depth with that high bouncing ball.
Absolutely.
You need a short one. You got to bring out the slice.
Yeah, that ball, when it's jumping up at you from the Rafael Nadal forehand, looks like a dog jumping up at its owner. He hasn't seen it for a month. It's 3 games all, 15 love, and the forehand is crashed down the centre by Ruud. On the run, he goes down the line, but he goes long.
See, that's the one that if he strikes it well, great, it's a winner. But if he doesn't, he loses the point. I mean, that's the one you want to come back with height cross-court or that short angle forehand once in a while. And if Rafa hits the winner up the line and backhand, you say too good. You can't just give those cheapos like that. You have to be absolutely stingy and execute to perfection if you're going to get the job done here against Rafa.
6-3. Nadal first set, 3 games all in the second. Backhand return just drops to the side of the sideline from Nadal as he was stretched out wide, and Ruud goes through the same routine himself. He goes over to the little box on the side of the court, takes the white towel, mops his brow, and it's going to be increasingly necessary. Humid day and the sun is out.
Why don't I get a percentage every time the player goes to the towel, David?
Yeah, Greg Rusedski. used to go for his towel every single point, regardless of whether he was perspiring in the slightest. Isn't that right, Greg?
It was. I started that terrible trend.
Yes, and that was when there were ball kids who were having to wait on your every move. As Ruud goes long with his forehand, and it's 30-all.
But that's what I'm talking about, Ruud. You see, the last plays a good opening point, plays a good third point, and then 2 unforced errors to go to 30-all. You can't afford those little lapses.
Why did you used to go and get a towel every single?
I used to play too quickly. That was the problem.
Try and slow yourself down.
Exactly.
I know a lot of players do it as part of the routine, don't they, to try and, well, for similar reasons, to slow down, to keep a clear mind, to try and have enough time to give themselves to think what they're doing.
Here's a forehand return by Nadal. He's got a chance here for a break point. It's 30-all as the forehand is driven down the centre by Ruud. He's underneath the lob and he smashes, but straight back at Nadal, who crashes it at him, and Nadal lifts another lob, and Ruud will smash this one away this time.
Just having that patience each and every point, but it has to be aggressive with the patience. You know, he's up at the net there. He's just gone straight down the middle of the court when it's a tough first overhead. He's then hit a good first volley. Rafa's still getting the ball back, but there's just no panic. Eventually the court will open up, the angle will open up for the winner.
Well, he's coming along strong now, is Casper Ruud. 3 games all, 40-30. You can hear the isolated shouts of Ruud when he wins a point. But the vast majority of the support inside court, Philippe Chatrier, is for Nadal. Inevitable, really. There was a period about 4 or 5 years ago when I think Rafael Nadal fatigue set in here at Roland Garros. Somewhere around when he was winning his 9th and 10th titles.
Do you think he's better now than he's ever been? Do you think he's past his peak?
Well, some of the tennis he's played these championships has been as good as it gets, to be quite honest with you. But he is human. He's having a few more lapses. But if you're in the finals, you're in up a set. You got to have improved as a player every year. Because the other players are getting better as well, let's not forget.
He's probably finding different ways to win these days, isn't he? Because
that's why I asked the question earlier as well, though. For me, it's not always because he's the better player. Sometimes it's just because the opponent doesn't believe because they've grown up with him as their idol.
Trying to do something he's never done in his career and win the Australian Open and the French Open in the same year as he hits his backhand cross-court, then leans into a shoulder-high one down the line as Nadal crashes it down the centre. This is game point for Ruud, but he's clipped the top of the net there and he's put it long, and so it's juice.
You're bringing up Naomi, is he better? That two-handed backhand is about as well as I've ever seen him hit it. I mean, the pace, the power, the placement, the aggression. I've never seen him hit it better. And we talk about the serve. The serve has improved over the years dramatically, and it's there when he needs it. So, in my opinion, he's a better player now than he was when he won his first title. And if you don't get better every year, you only go one direction, and that's backwards. And that's what Djokovic, Federer, Nadal have done throughout their career.
Returns with his backhand cross-court. What a great shot by Nadal. Now he's in on the forehand, and he swipes it away. And he's got break point Nadal at 3 games all.
What a return. I mean,
look at that pace from that far back off the backhand again.
It's a good first serve, isn't it, from Ruud?
It is a very good first serve. And, you know, we always talk about the forehand, but the backhand for me has been the shot of the day from Nadal, as well as his incredibly good tactics.
Nadal is prowling around the baseline at the moment, eyeballing his prey. As Ruud hits his serve down the centre, break point down, he hits a drop shot. Here comes Nadal, he reaches it, goes cross-court, down the line goes Ruud. Just long, I think. And that means that Rafael Nadal has won the game, his 3rd in a row. And from 3-1 down, he moves 4-3 ahead with a break of serve and leading by a set to love. The Spanish flags are flying inside court. Philippe Chatrier got it.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a second, but from Paris to Cardiff and some team news from Ian Dennis.
Well, as expected, Colin, Rob Page has made wholesale changes from the side that lost to Poland in the Nations League in midweek. Hennessy, though, is preferred in goal to Ward, and it's Moore and Bale who are up front. There is no Wilson in the midfield. Wow. As for Ukraine, they are unchanged from the side that beat Scotland at Hampden Park on Wednesday. But the big hitters for Wales all return: Ramsey, Bale and co.
Still a lot to talk about there, and we'll have time to do it on BBC Radio 5 Live, where it is just we're spoilt for choice. We will have live commentary from Cardiff at Wales against Ukraine for a place in the World Cup. We'll keep you up to date with that National League playoff game, Solihull Moors against Grimsby Town. But back to Roland Garros and Mr. Law.
Can't wait for that, Colin. 5 o'clock. Commentary from Ian Dennis, Wales against Ukraine. And we'll be bringing that to you here on 5 Live. And perhaps after the conclusion of this French Open final, depending on how long this lasts here, it may not be that long, because Nadal up a set and a break. It's going to be difficult from here from Ruud. He's got to retaliate quickly.
Well, he does. He's got to find a way to get back onto level terms in this second set. If he goes down 2 sets to love, it only looks like there's going to be one winner. And it's going at a rapid pace for a Rafael Nadal match. It's only just over an hour and 30 minutes. Well, in his previous match, it was an hour and 33 minutes just for the opening set.
Well, still plenty of support out there for Casper Ruud, particularly out on social media, actually. Hashtag BBC Tennis at 5 Live Sports. Steve says, I'm hoping Ruud is going to dig deep, stay strong and keep in this, make a match of it. Chad says Ruud is trying to out-moonball the moonball king. That ain't going to work.
God, I wish I hit moonballs like that. They're definitely not moonballs. Those things have ferocious spin and kick.
Sorry, Chad. Greg's not with you. There's a forehand volley by Nadal. In rushes Ruud and lofts a lob, but that's into the tram lines. And I suppose the other element here for Ruud is, can he keep his belief that he can actually win this match? He's playing nicely. He's playing a good competitive match, but he's not really hurting Nadal.
Well, he's not, but I mean, this second set was huge for him. When he was up the break, he had to consolidate, at least stay at level terms and find a way to win this second set. If he goes down 2 sets to love, it's going to be a heavy mountain to climb. I don't think anybody has beaten Rafa here in Paris down 2 sets to love.
No, well, they haven't. He's never been beaten in that sort of scoreline as the backhand has gone cross-court from Ruud and out. Only 3 people have ever beaten Rafael Nadal. He's only lost 3 times, or to 3 different men. In fact, 3 times to 2 different men, because it was Robin Soderling first in 2009, and then 2 defeats to Novak Djokovic.
I was wondering who the third was going to be there, David.
I was thinking maybe Casper Ruud. It's not looking good at the moment, but you never know. Backhand on the line from him, goes long.
Well, and the other thing you got to remember, there's only 3 players who've taken him to 5 sets out of those 111 wins. Isner, Djokovic, and Felix Auger-Aliassime this year. And John Isner had a 2 sets to love lead in the opening round a few years back.
I have seen Nadal lose from 2 sets up a couple of times.
On a clay court?
Not on a clay court. One of them was to Fabio Fognini, the richly talented Italian, on a hard court at the US Open a few years ago, as he aces down the centre Nadal and marches towards his chair at 5-3. It's not a change of ends, he just needs another racket. And the other one I can remember was Stefanos Tsitsipas, the Australian Open a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but that's a hard court. It's a little bit easier to do that, even though it's a difficult feat to do against Rafa, just because the clay buys him that fraction more time. In this game style, with the explosion he gets off the clay and just being able to move easier with the body, it's almost an impossible task. But there's always a first. You never know.
You can see how much he respects Casper Ruud as well, because as much time as he's taking Rafa, he's at least jogging to get back into position. Maybe just he's a few times kind of apologised for taking as much time as he does, but he can't help himself because it's his rituals, it's his OCD. He needs to do it.
Hits his backhand on the line, does Nadal. 6-3, 5-3 ahead. Needs 3 sets to win his 14th French Open title and his 22nd Grand Slam title overall. It would make him the oldest men's singles champion ever here at the French Open, and he's missed a forehand. Listen to the crowd shock.
He is human, though, but, you know, Naomi, you talk about the OCD in the locker room. The players used to say, oh, we should just kick over his water bottles, and if we kick them over, you know, maybe he can't play. Australian player did it in Monte Carlo. I can't remember his name.
Marinko Matosevic.
Yes, he kicked them all over. Rafa smiled, and he didn't get another point in another game. So don't make him angry.
You wouldn't like him if he's angry.
He was a character of a player. He was great fun to watch. He coaches now, actually. I think I saw him here during the qualifying. I'm not sure who he was here coaching, but he definitely wasn't playing.
Naomi Brody and Greg Rusedski here with us on 5 Live as the backhand is hit down the centre by Casper Ruud, who's had a fabulous French Open, but so far he's up against the ultimate warrior in Rafael Nadal. And Nadal carves a backhand volley cross court, and it dies on this clay court surface, and Ruud nowhere near it. 6-3, 5-3.
I mean, David, when you say the ultimate warrior, I think of that wrestler. And Rafa looks a little bit like that with the headband and the outfit today.
It wasn't a coincidence that I said it, Greg. Yes, I was into 90s wrestling. 15-all. It's my misspent youth. Not so worried. Here's a backhand down the centre by Nadal, who moves to his left, hooks at a forehand cross-court, slapped forehand on the line by Ruud, who's retaliating with power of his own, but as he caught the line, I think he has somehow. Here's Nadal, though. He's going to step in and finish this point, surely, with that forehand, but no. Ruud turns the tables and tries to hit the living daylights out of a backhand, but it goes long.
Done all the hard work, hadn't he, Ruud? And he's not happy there. You can just see his reaction. He's looking up to his box, muttering away. It's like, what do you need to do to win a point against this guy? He's hit the most unbelievable running forehand, Casper Ruud. He's just caught the back of Rafael Nadal's baseline. He's then turned the point around, got on the front foot for the backhand. Almost got overexcited with it, gone for way too much. Hit it about a metre long.
The problem with Rafa, he makes you feel like you're playing a human wall. You don't think you can get through it, and you just get frustrated.
2 more points for Nadal to take a 2-set lead. Long goes the Casper Ruud serve. It's kind of like watching Rafael Nadal light down the other end of the court. He's a very, very good player, but he's not Nadal. Nadal hits this backhand down the centre. Now he'll hit a forehand cross-court. Ruud is trying to show him he's got some power of his own here. He's hitting hefty forehands, but they're coming back with interest. And Nadal finishes the point with a forehand of his own, as if to say, now that's a forehand.
I mean, what a turnaround this set has been. 3-1 down, now double break point to win 5 games in a row and the second set. I mean, this is truly remarkable from the defending champion.
Casper Ruud is fighting as hard as he possibly can, but he's up against a man that just seems unbeatable on this surface when he's in this form and fitness. 6-3, 5-3 Nadal. 15-40 he has for 2 sets to love in the men's singles final. Nadal will hit his backhand down the middle. It's going to go long.
Again, just another glimpse of the human side of Rafael Nadal. He hasn't been 100% today. He hasn't always been able to be clinical when he needs to be. He had lots of time there on the backhand return.
Still set point Nadal. Can barely see him. He's so far behind the baseline. Right, standing next to the line judge at the back of the court, almost with his back leaning against the wall. Here's a forehand cross court by Ruud. Chipped down the line by Nadal into the tram line. So again, Ruud just trying to scramble his way out of trouble, and he's got to the relative safety of deuce.
Well, it'll be interesting if Ruud can hold on here. You know, when Rafa was serving it out in the opening set, you know, a few nervy points early on. Just want to ask the question. At worst case scenario, you're starting to serve first in the 3rd set.
Deuce now. Ruud with a great serve down the centre. A lofted forehand return, sits up for Ruud to attack cross-court, but Nadal gets himself back to neutral in the rally. He's got a backhand to hit, but he doesn't need to, because Ruud's pulled it cross-court and out.
I'm just feeling like they're both tightened up a little bit here, because they're not quite hitting it with as much aggression from behind the baseline either. You can see there's more height on the ball. They're each trying to get it up, kicking up off the clay, shoulder height, head height even.
A 3rd set point for Rafael Nadal of Spain to lead by 2 sets to love in the French Open men's singles final. He hits his forehand return down the centre. It sits up for Ruud, who swats it down the line. Now he's going to step into another one, but Nadal will reach it and chip his backhand, slices it down the centre of the court. He's just slow-balling Ruud at the moment, keeping these balls deep, keeping them in, trying to entice an error perhaps. Forehand cross-court, an acute angle from Ruud, and well played Casper Ruud, because the backhand slice hits the net from Nadal. And that's what you were asking for a little earlier, Naomi. If you can't go through Nadal, maybe you can go round him somehow.
Absolutely, and that's the sort of patience that you need to get the right ball, as Greg was saying, because we're saying we want these shorter angles to hit. They're almost impossible to play when Nadal's hitting these massive topspin shots at you. But Casper waited there. He was waiting and waiting until he firstly got enough angle, but also it was the slice from Nadal, so the ball's then staying much lower, and it's much easier job for him to create that acute angle.
Service swings out wide from Ruud. Can he do what Greg Rusedski's just been asking for, to get this service hold? Ask the question of Rafael Nadal. Could even Nadal get nervous? Nadal hits his backhand cross-court. Forehand down the line is crunched by Casper Ruud, who steps into another one. Nadal's going to reach it, though. Down the line it goes.
I mean, that is just absolutely ridiculous from Rafa. I mean, great defense with the slice forehand. Ruud runs around to hit a forehand inside out. Rafa just waits there. He knows it's coming, and just easy forehand winner up the line. It's like paint by numbers. He knows what number's coming every time.
I mean, it's so easy to see from up here, but as soon as Ruud set up for that forehand, I mean, he's so far out of the court, isn't he? As soon as he went into the Rafa forehand, I'm just shaking my head thinking, no, this is going to be a winner up the line. This is a Rafa special.
Advantage Nadal. Set point number 4 for 2-0. And that was a not very effective serve right into the net from Ruud. He plants his green shoe just behind the white baseline on this orange dusty court. Serves down the centre, double fault Ruud. What a sad way for him to end that set. He's walking with his head bowed back towards his chair, and in all likelihood Nadal is going to win this. And that was the situation at the start. It's even more the situation now, Colin, because it is 2-0 for the great Rafael Nadal.
It is indeed. 6-3, 6-3. We'll be back at Roland Garros in just a second. But let's take you to the London Stadium, a place in the Football League up for grabs. Grimsby against Solihull Moors. It was the first half that had everything apart from a goal. But that's not the case anymore, Aaron Paul.
No, Grimsby nil. Solihull Moors won. A half full of chances comes to a close here, Colin, and it is Carl Hudlin whose header separates these two sides. Scored on the stroke of half-time. Hudlin rose highest after Joe Sabara's cross was floated in and planted the ball past the goalkeeper. This has been a frantic game. Chances at both ends, with both keepers pulling off acrobatic stops throughout. But it is Hudlin's header which has Solihull Moors 45 minutes away from the EFL. Grimsby nil, Solihull Moors 1.
What a story it is if they make it for the first time in their short history. Aaron Paul will keep us up to date, but all eyes, well, how far away now? 64 minutes from kick-off in Cardiff. That World Cup playoff final. At last, it's Wales against Ukraine. In the commentary box for 5 Live, over 50 caps for Wales. It's one Sam Ricketts. Good afternoon, Sam.
Good afternoon, Colin. How are you?
Yeah, I'm better than you, I would imagine, at this stage, without having any skin in this game. Can you just sum up what it is like outside the stadium and now inside this stadium, and what is just an epic afternoon?
Yeah, the atmosphere is building inside. The music's playing. Fans are filtering their way in. As I came in, it wasn't a stream of Wales supporters coming from Cardiff City Centre. It was a river. Honestly, the streets were packed, all in red shirts. If there wasn't a red shirt, it was a red jumper, something red. Everyone wants to wear red today. And you say, how's the atmosphere? I'm twitching my feet and I'm not even playing. I didn't even realise I was doing it.
In terms of who is playing, it's interesting. On the BBC website, we've been asking Welsh fans to pick their starting 11. And in terms of the 10 outfield, it's exactly as the fans want on the BBC website. The only difference was Hennessy, Ward. That was the only difference, but that was always going to be a toss-up. What's your thoughts on that starting 11?
Yeah, I think Wales are a pretty settled team. As part of their success, that the players know each other very well. They know how each other's going to play, and the team nearly picks itself, barring a few injuries or a little bit of form in a couple of positions, centre-half Obviously, Chris Mepham's out a bit at the moment. Given if he gets playing well again, he'll find his way back in. But it's a settled team, which is always good in big games, because you need the players around you, players who you know, and you know their games very well, and they know you. And also a bit of continuity if you're speaking to each other during a game, you can help each other through. If you make someone a bad time, you know him well enough, you know what to say to help him out and get him through the next 5-10 minutes.
If you're putting £1.50 on a team here, you'll get just about the same odds. So you've got to look beyond the starting 11 with extra time, a genuine possibility. So you look to the bench, you look to the likes of Harry Wilson, who's had a great season at Fulham, and there's reasons to be cheerful there too.
Yeah, you look at that, like you said, Harry Wilson's one. I think Brennan Johnson's another one, just got promoted to the Premier League with Nottingham Forest. Both young, big energy, both attacking-minded players as well, which is what, as the game goes on, and tired legs, you want the fresh impetus coming in up front. So they're the two big standout players in terms of that. Backup at the defence, obviously, but the starting line-up's strong with a couple of options off the bench, like you said.
And the Ukraine side is unchanged from the team that were so impressive, Sam Rickerson, particularly going forward against Scotland.
Yeah, they were. Everyone spoke about Ukraine, and rightly so, over the last couple of months because of what's gone on in their home country, and still is going on. That no one really ever mentioned just what a good footballing team they are, and I think the performance they put out against Scotland just reminded everyone and made everyone stand up and take notice. These can play football. They're not here for any other reason than they can play football. They're good at it. Technically very sound, tactically very sound, with some very, very good players as well.
I suppose the big question is, you've been part of it, you've had to try and handle that history, and generation after generation have either been in the wilderness or been so close to qualification for World Cup after World Cup. In your heart right now and in your head, is this the day for Wales?
I think so. I think we've got a togetherness within the group, not only the group but the supporters. And Wales is obviously and always has been a predominantly rugby country. Well, over the last 10 years, the tide has turned a little bit, and football has become more prominent. Packed out now every game. Whether it's someone's granny who's 90 odd, it knows about this game today. She's watching it, wishing Wales on. Or it's a 6-year-old down the local park scoring the winner this morning in his Sunday League game. Everyone's rooting for it. We've got a group of players who are good enough to do it, close enough together to do it. This is the day.
Cliff Jones has just put a lovely good luck message out there on his Twitter, which is a nod, of course, to that history. We were talking to Ellis James earlier, and he made exactly the point you were saying of that transformation in how Wales now comes together to watch football, not just rugby, whether it be an unofficial anthem, whether it be when Land of My Fathers goes up, but there is a feeling of real strength there.
Yeah, there is, and when the Welsh crowd all singing and get together, it then have to make an atmosphere. Everyone who's witnessed it knows what I'm talking about. If you haven't, just get yourself to a rugby game or a football game, and you'll hear the Welsh voice in full cry. And listen, it helps the players. Undoubtedly, it helps the players. The home record for Wales is very, very good. So yeah, hopefully we'll be loud and proud again today.
Well, listen, Sam Ricketts, I was able to talk to you for a little bit longer because Rafa Nadal had a toilet break at the end of the second set. I think you might be needing a couple of those before 5 o'clock, but we'll be back with you soon, my friend. Take care.
Cheers, thank you very much.
No rude awakening so far for the King of Clay, Roland Garros. Let's get back, Russell Fuller.
Philippe Chatrier caught in fabulous voice now, Colin. A Mexican wave rippling around the stands. Nadal is back after the bathroom break. An extra couple of minutes allowed to change your attire, so players are allowed 5 minutes to do two things once the bathroom door is closed. And finally he's back out, and he'll serve first in this third set, having broken again at the end of the second. He leads Casper Ruud 6-3, 6-3. He's won 5 games in a row, and he's a set away from that 14th French Open title, that 22nd Grand Slam title, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon here in Paris. An hour ahead of you in the UK, and an hour away from Wales against Ukraine in Cardiff. Nadal to serve first then. Greg Rosetsky and Naomi Brodie are in the commentary box with us here on 5 Live. Nadal is troubled by a couple of spectators who have not taken their seats. and are just at his lion's eye as he prepares to serve. But now he's ready. The forehand from Nadal, the backhand from Ruud. Nadal's forehand cross-court. Ruud with the backhand to the Nadal forehand, and that's cross-court from Nadal, catching his opponent by surprise. And it's a pretty easy volley put away by Nadal, running into the net and just slicing that backhand cross-court and doing everything he can just to put the brakes on in time to make sure he doesn't make contact with the net in front of our British umpire, James Keothavong.
God, he makes this game look so easy sometimes, Rafa. You know, just simple tactic. Go to the backhand, wait for the short ball, get forward, knock off the volley.
Simples.
It's unbeatable.
The problem is executing that all the time.
15 love Nadal. We have the best weather of the afternoon. This couldn't have worked out better for Nadal, meteorologically speaking, either.
Yeah, I just popped outside the commentary booth for my own quick break, and it's absolutely lovely out there. Lovely and warm in the sunshine, not too hot like it was yesterday.
Warm and sunny and much more blue sky above the Philippe Chatrier court now as Nadal serves. It's a backhand return from Ruud. The forehand down the line from Nadal. He's into the tape.
What I love about Rafa, I mean, he just shakes his hair. The frustration, he knows he should have made that one. It's just amazing how much drive and desire this guy has at 36 years of age.
Constantly striving for perfection, isn't it?
I mean, when I was 36, I was done and dusted. I couldn't think of that. My mind was fried. He just has that abundance of youth and energy still in him.
At what age did you decide you had had enough, Greg?
I was 33. The body said no more, and so did the mind.
Backhand reply from Ruud. Nadal's forehand. Ruud hits the backhand to the forehand of Nadal. Backhand from Ruud. Nadal's forehand hitting in towards that backhand of Ruud, which is his weaker wing. Cross-court with the backhand, and just long goes Ruud, and Nadal has 30-15. Just a questioning glance at the line judge at the opposite end of the court from Casper Ruud, but he accepts it was long, and the point again is Nadal's.
You can see that both players are really respectful of each other. Both of them just acknowledging to each other as well. If they felt that the ball mark was out there, they're not even asking the chair umpire to get down and go and have a look, are they? They're just accepting each other's word.
No, he's had a rather sedentary afternoon, James Keothavong. He's got the best view in the house as Nadal hits the service line and moves to 40-15 as Ruud nets on the backhand.
I mean, if I was going to be critical of the Norwegian, the only thing I would have done is change my return to serve position. He's staying so far back, he's not even moving over to the backhand side and say, come on, Rafa, hit it into my forehand. Especially on that first serve, and even the second serve, we haven't seen him on one occasion run around and hit a forehand. I know it's harder to do against a lefty on the ad, but still.
Nadal, 40-15, the backhand from Ruud. The forehand cross-court from Nadal. Ruud with the backhand with a bit of air. Nadal's forehand is to the forehand of Ruud, and he's missed the Norwegian. And that's 6 games in a row now for Nadal, who's won the opening game of the third set. And he will be hoping the final set of Roland Garros 2022.
Well, it's the first time we saw Casper Ruud really just shake his head, look a little downtrodden body language-wise as well, too. So Rafa's really in command at this moment. You know, this is where you want to see Casper maybe just show us a little bit more emotion, try to get the crowd on their side. Yes, everybody wants Rafa to win this, but they also would like to see more tennis.
Yeah, I'm wondering if at some point we're going to see the crowd start to even out their cheers a little bit. I'm not so sure with the amount of Spanish flags around that it's going to be totally 50-50, but as you say, I think they'll want this to go on a little bit longer because by Rafa standards, it's quick, isn't it?
It is.
Anything under 3 hours is a very quick match for Rafa Nadal, isn't it? Even though he tends to win his matches over the years at Roland Garros very quickly in terms of set scores. The clock often suggests otherwise, but we get longer rallies on clay, being a slower surface. And that match against Alex Zverev, 2 uncompleted sets, remember. Zverev having to withdraw, retire, because he tore some ligaments on what was the final point of the regulation set, just before a second set tiebreak. And they'd been playing for 3 hours and 13 minutes at that stage already. Nadal's got the court open, and he finds it. No surprise to anybody, a backhand winner.
I mean, the backhand has been fabulous today. And also, after the second set, they actually water the court and they sweep it. And it just buys Rafa a little bit more time. I thought it would help Ruud to have a little bit of a slower court, but Rafa's the one taking advantage of this early on in this third set.
Love 15 on the Ruud serve. It can be a fairly lonely place out there if you're on the end of a beating, as Nadal is unable to time that service return. Good serve down the middle from Ruud. The court is the regular dimensions, but there is about 10 meters behind either baseline and a good 6 or 7 meters to either side of the court before you start to run into the digital advertising boards.
Yeah, all tennis courts are the same size, aren't they? It was a fact I learnt during lockdown that not all football pitches are the same size. They kind of have within so many metres, but
Correct.
Otherwise they're all different. I found that absolutely mind-boggling.
And you can play to your strengths. If you like a little bit of width, you can produce a slightly wider pitch if you have the means and the resources. Here's a forehand from Nadal, the forehand from Ruud, the backhand from Nadal is long. 30-15 Ruud just needs something spectacular to happen, something that nobody here is anticipating at the moment, because you can sense the mood of the crowd. They don't really feel this is a contest at the moment. They think they know exactly how this is going to end, and at the moment they're here for a moment of history more than anything. But can Ruud somehow force his way back into the match, as he threatened to do at the start of the second set, getting the early break on Nadal? 30-15. A missed first serve from Ruud.
Like you say, we just want to see a little bit more, don't we? Just hang on in there a little bit more, push Rafa in this third set, just to up the excitement a bit. I would say it's the only downside of having won 21, almost 22 Grand Slams, is that it can become a little bit predictable as to who's going to win.
Backhand cross-court from Nadal. Ruud with the forehand just long. 30 all on his serve now, and particularly when you play a first-time Grand Slam finalist. That was the advantage of the draw, I suppose, for Nadal, in that if he were going to play Novak Djokovic, it would come at the quarter-final stage. It was much earlier than he would have anticipated, but if he was able to get through that, then there was always the potential for what, on paper at least, would be an easier final.
Well, the top half was stacked. Alcaraz, Djokovic, Zverev. The bottom half was Tsitsipas and Ruud, really. So, and Medvedev's never really been a contender here in Paris.
Backhand return from Nadal. Another backhand from him down the centre. Ruud's forehand hits the net. It's sitting up for Nadal. Here comes the forehand. And here comes another break point for Nadal for a 2-love lead in the third set.
Very similar to that opening set when Rafa got the early break here. And, you know, he needs to find a way to somehow stay level with Rafa. If he goes down a break in his third set, I feel like the afterburners are going to come on from Rafa, and he's just going to really throttle this third set home. That's where Rafa is the best in the business. When he's got a lead on this surface, he is not going to end up second best.
Breakpoint Nadal to win a 7th game in a row. He's right next to one of the line judges at the back of the court, Nadal. The line judge will be able to smell his aftershave.
Well, hopefully it's aftershave.
Yeah, after 2 hours on court.
Amongst other odours. Long from Ruud, but that was a first serve after the let. Second serve, Ruud. Break point down again. It's a familiar feeling. The backhand return from Nadal. Sun bright on the Philippe Chatrier court. A Ruud forehand hit to the Nadal backhand. He's taken that so early. And he smashed it cross-court for another winner. And that is 7 games in a row for Rafael Nadal, who, as our listeners on the BBC World Service join us, leads Casper Ruud of Norway, the 8th seed, by 2 sets to love. And now with the break by 2 games to love. 6-3, 6-3, 2-love. Naomi Brody and Greg Rosetsky, 2 British players, are with us in the commentary box. And Greg, it's one-way traffic.
It is one-way traffic, and you know, the last winner was on the backhand, so that has impressed me, that shot throughout this, man. The willingness to take it on, to be aggressive. I mean, Rafa has just gone from strength to strength. I mean, Casper Ruud has to stop the rot now. That is a total of 7 games lost in a row.
And Nadal has another service game to come here. The backhand reply from Ruud, the backhand from Nadal. Ruud's forehand hit cross-court. Nadal hits down the centre. Ruud opts to return on the forehand, his favourite wing. Forehand cross-court from Ruud, backhand from Nadal. Ruud with the backhand cross-court, Nadal with the forehand cross-court. The backhand from Ruud, nice angle, and Nadal into the net with the forehand, forced into the error. It's not been vintage Nadal has it so far. The way he played against Novak Djokovic, particularly in the first set and a half, was the best tennis we've seen him play at Roland Garros. But he was out of sorts against Alex Zverev. He's doing plenty here, but he's not absolutely firing on all cylinders.
But that's what the greats do. They do just enough. You have to do something special yourself to make them raise their game. Rafa knew he had to do it against Novak. Against Casper, he knows that his 90 to 95% game is good enough. He doesn't need to be at 100% to win today.
Love 15 down here, Nadal. The backhand from Ruud. Drop shot from Nadal. Ruud's drop shot down the line. And the forehand cross-court from Nadal. In fact, that drop shot from Ruud just landed in the middle of the court. Just where Rafa likes it.
He was like caught between wanting to hit the drop shot reply and pushing the ball long. He didn't really do either. Just sat there nice and short around the service line and on the Rafa forehand. Never a place you want the ball to land.
We've been struck by the number of Spanish flags in the Philippe Chatrier court this afternoon. And what is now a lovely sunny afternoon. Backhand reply from Ruud. Nadal with the forehand. Ruud with the backhand cross-court. Nadal's forehand cross-court. Very close to the sideline. Short ball for Nadal. He's hitting through that backhand. A volley from Nadal. Ruud goes cross-court. What a piece of magic from the Norwegian. Just turning the wrists and working that backhand cross-court for a bonus winner. And those are not boos if you're joining us for the first time. It's Ruud.
I mean, it's one of the best points from the Norwegian there as well, is, you know, just check stepping before he slides in and slices the winner back behind it. A little opening here at 15:30 to get a game on the board after a long while not being able to post.
Ruud led 3-1 in the second set, but Nadal has won 7 games since. So 6-3, 6-3, 2-love, but now some work to do. 15-30 down Nadal and missing his first serve. He's never won the Australian Open and the French Open in the same year. That is what he is now 1 set away from doing.
Wow. That's an unbelievable stat considering he's won
13 French Open titles.
Yeah.
But
and only 2 Australian Open
That's what I mean.
titles.
He's only done it 2 times. So this is only the second time he's won the Australian. So
Wow.
not many chances to do it.
Forehand from Ruud. He's attacking hard, but Nadal is picking this backhand up and hitting it cross-court. Ruud now with a forehand, putting loads of power on that. Nadal's got a bit lucky here, and net cord has landed in. Forehand cross-court from Nadal. Now he's pushing Ruud back. Nadal with the forehand.
I mean, that is the most devastating shot in men's tennis when he's in the center of the court, Rafa, that massive inside-out forehand winner. And sometimes you need a bit of luck, and that lead court really helped Rafa turn that point around.
It's just unplayable, isn't it? I mean, the combination, the power, the rate at which the ball spins, it then kicks up off the clay, how early he takes it at times as well, Rafa.
30-all. 2-love. Nadal leads in this third set. He has won each of the Grand Slam titles at least twice, as has Novak Djokovic. The only players to have done so in the Open era. Good deep return here by Ruud. Nadal cross-court with his forehand. Nadal down the line with a forehand, but Ruud is there in time, trying to set up a break-back point. Nadal under pressure here, hits the forehand right to the back of the court. Forehand from Nadal. Everybody knew what was coming. One of Nadal's very, very best. Ruud, helpless. Game point, Nadal.
Well, also, Russell, you were talking about Nadal's record of winning every slam at least twice. Let's not forget the 2 gold medals he had added on there, 1 in singles and 1 in doubles. That's something Novak is missing from his repertoire.
Yes, and that is definitely one of the cards that Nadal fans will be using when everybody meets to vote on the greatest player of all time in 5 or 6 years' time.
Well, there's a long way to go in that race, especially with Novak being so healthy. Right now, Rafa's in pole position.
40-30, game point to win an 8th game in a row. Backhand from Nadal, the forehand cross-court from Ruud. Nadal with the backhand cross-court. Ruud with the forehand cross-court. Nadal slicing into his backhand. Ruud now coming forward to play the drop shot and netting. And he has a very resigned look on his face as he makes his way briskly to his chair, Casper Ruud. He knows this has nearly completely gone now. It is slipping away rapidly. Nadal has won 8 games in a row in the French Open final. He leads by 2 sets to love and by 3 games to love.
Well, he'll know he'll have lost 8 games in a row, and that's a hard thing to manage mentally. This is where you have to say, okay, let's forget about it. Pretend the score is 0-0, and that is the hardest thing to do mentally, because he obviously had huge dreams and aspiration to try to win his first major, but Rafa's saying, this isn't happening on my watch, and you've got to get out of your mind you're up 3-1 in that second set, but with every game he loses, that reoccurs in your mind.
Well, we really don't know what the future holds for Rafael Nadal. He has promised to address his foot problem once the French Open comes to an end, so he may provide us with a few answers about his plans for the next few weeks and months. He may not have any plans. Certainly there have been reports in the Spanish press that have been denied by his agent Benito that he's definitely skipping Wimbledon. There were also reports circulating amongst a few radio stations that there might even be a special press conference after the French Open, and they were speculating that Rafa was about to announce his retirement. Again, denied by Benito. So we will see what Nadal has to say and whether he's actually made any decisions about how much further he can play this year.
Surely he's going to give himself as much time as possible with the foot. I mean, obviously we don't know the extent of it. As he said, he's going to try and explain exactly what's been going on and how the doctor's been able to help to get him through this tournament. But considering he's won Australia, Roland Garros, surely he's going to give himself the opportunity of getting the Golden Slam.
We would love to see him try for the third leg. If he wins here in Paris at Wimbledon in 3 weeks' time, we'll be there across BBC Radio, television and online. This feels like a formality now, but a historical formality as Nadal, attacking hard, wins the first point against the Ruud serve.
The other thing is, you look at Rafa throughout these championships, he doesn't look like the foot's bothered him. It doesn't look like he's been limping whatsoever like he was down under in Australia, so he has managed it brilliantly. I would be shocked if he's healthy enough. Why wouldn't he be at Wimbledon?
Love 3, love 15. Forehand returned by Nadal. He's got a backhand here. The volley from Ruud. Nadal with the put away, running forward. Cross court with the backhand. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone right. Could have gone left. Could have gone straight at Casper Ruud, who is suffering badly out there. I'm sure you don't wish these Grand Slam finals away, but there must be a part of him that thinks, I just want to get off court.
I don't think he wants to get off court. I think he wants to get a game right now. And just he doesn't want to be bageled here in the third set, because you know, that is not a good feeling to not win a game from 3-1 up in the second set. There's a lot of pride at stake still.
Ruud serves at love 30. Misses the first serve. 2 hours and 7 minutes we've been playing for in Paris. Day 15 and the final day of the French Open on 5 Live and the BBC World Service and the BBC Sounds app. The forehand from Nadal, the forehand down the line from Ruud. Cross court goes Nadal, playing without pressure at the moment, playing with the prospect of a 22nd Grand Slam title in the back of his mind. And these are 3 more break points, and it's very, very quiet, somber for the moment within the Philippe Chatrier court. That will turn into a mood of celebration if and when Nadal wins the title, but the sympathy for Casper Ruud at the moment, who is triple break point down and in danger of losing a 9th game in a row. Return from Nadal, the forehand from Ruud, the backhand from Nadal, the volley from Ruud into the net. And he's broken to love, and Nadal is 2 games away from the title.
I mean, this is the situation you want to be in, trying to win your 14th slam here. His coaching team looks very relaxed for the first time in this match. See Carlos Moya, who's done a fantastic job with Rafa over the last few years, taking over from Uncle Tony. You know, obviously former French Open champion, world #1. You know, he's the guy you have to credit for improving that two-handed backhand, changing up the service patterns as well, and getting him to strike it harder. You know, he can actually just enjoy the last few games, which is a rarity for a coach.
And a player. I don't think there have been many finals that Rafa's been able to enjoy the end of.
Well, he'll be as intense as ever because he doesn't give anybody an inch. That's what makes him so great.
Nadal is serving here at 4 love. There's a miscue from Ruud that just clears the net, but it was only delaying the inevitable. Nadal moving forward, backhand cross-court winner, 7 points away from the title now. as he leads this third set 4-love and 15-love with Wales against Ukraine, live from Cardiff to come on 5 Live Sport for a place in the World Cup finals in Qatar this November and December. 40 minutes from kickoff. Nadal coasting to the title here in Paris. Yet another title, a 14th French Open title. He serves to the backhand of Ruud, and that backhand return is long. And the ease of the victory should not detract at all from the achievement, because it is simply extraordinary. And he's beaten Novak Djokovic, and he's beaten Alex Zverev, and he's beaten Felix Auger-Aliassime. And if he beats Casper Ruud, he'll have beaten 4 top 10 players to win the French Open for the first time in his career.
There's very few players that win slams having to beat 4 top 10 players. I think there's only 3 in the Open era who've done so, so what an accomplishment it would be.
Nadal serving at 30-love, missing with his first serve. Felt very bad about his chances at the French Open when he was beaten by Denis Shapovalov in Rome in the 3rd round in 3 sets, and his foot was a major issue then. Seriously affected his movement in the deciding set. He's serving now, he's been moving fantastically well at Roland Garros, all things considered. Forehand cross-court from Nadal, the backhand from Ruud. Nadal hits the backhand into the net. That's one of the first errors he's offered Ruud for some time.
Well, he is human. He's allowed to make one mistake once in a blue moon. I mean, it has been a spectacular performance. I mean, this 3rd set is about as good as it gets from Rafa. And on the other hand, Casper Ruud has probably played one of his worst sets of the championship.
And do you think that's mental?
That is mental. He's just checked out after that opening game and getting broken early on here in the 3rd set, sorry.
Nadal serving now at 30-15. It's a serve and volley from Nadal, working Ruud so far out of court with a serve aimed at his backhand side. He was not far away from the geraniums and the spectators and the advertising boards there. And it's a very forlorn walk for Casper Ruud from one side of the Philippe Chatrier court to the other. Nadal has a couple of game points, and this will be to win a 10th successive game. Nadal serves into the net as the sun comes out again in Paris. No risk, it would seem, of the roof being closed, which was a threat for this men's final this afternoon. The showers have stayed away. Not wishing to rain on Nadal's parade. Forehand return here from Ruud. The backhand from Nadal cross-court. Ruud with the forehand cross-court. It's long, and that is 10 games in a row. 6-3, 6-3, 5-love at the change of ends. A few people are standing to applaud. The Spanish flags are starting to wave again. I do think the atmosphere is going to increase fairly spectacularly as Nadal gets the points he needs, either in this game or the subsequent one. But it is a very strange atmosphere, isn't it now, Greg, for the closing stages of a Grand Slam final with Rafael Nadal about to win a 22nd Grand Slam title?
Well, it is. We're used to the finals being pretty tight, only one break possibly in the final set, the crowd still being into it, but it's been so one-sided. As you said, 10 games in a row. I can't remember that happening in a men's finals for a long, long time. So, yes, the Spanish that are surrounded here and the Rafael Nadal fans want to cheer their man, but there's not a lot to cheer about, and they're feeling bad for Casper Ruud.
Makes a joke of equal prize money, doesn't it?
I'm not even going that one. I'll let Naomi get that one. How's that one for you?
I just hope Casper can hold on at least this one game, just get himself on the board in this 3rd set, because, I mean, you don't want him to be completely dejected coming away from this final. It's going to just give the crowd that little bit more excitement. I'm not sure if they need it or not. Rafa runs out to the baseline.
Well, they are finding their voice now. They know that this could be the final game of the match. Those Spanish flags are waving. There is a Norwegian flag among a pocket of Spanish flags to our left. Viva España rings around the Philippe Chatrier court. People settling down now, retaking their seats. Casper Ruud is serving to stay in the French Open final. He trails Love 5 in this third set. His forehand is a big one, but it's missed the mark again. And Nadal is now just 3 points away as he cleans that baseline with his right foot. As meticulous as ever until the final point is won, Rafael Nadal, but he is on the verge of more history here. Love 15 as Ruud serves, the forehand from Ruud, Nadal with the backhand cross-court, forehand cross-court from Ruud, Nadal with the backhand down the line.
He doesn't want to let Casper Ruud get one game on the board. He wants to get to 22 in style.
Well, he doesn't want to take any risks whatsoever. I mean, he is just brutal. When you win a game or you win a set against Rafa, you've always earned it. He's not making any exceptions, even for his good friend Casper Ruud.
He's won 23 sets, 6-love before at Roland Garros, and he's done it a couple of times in a final. Rafael Nadal. That was against Roger Federer in one of the greatest clay court performances of all time in 2008. And then against Novak Djokovic in the autumnal final of 2020. Is Casper Ruud about to add his name to that list? The backhand return from Nadal. The drop shot from Ruud. Nadal hits to the back of the court. The lob volley from Ruud. The backhand overhead from Nadal, who's got time to hit a forehand cross-court, but into the net.
What a point that was. I mean, one of the best points of the match. Great backhand smash from Rafa, but I'm a little disappointed on that forehand. He would have expected to have made that one.
Not really showing any mercy, I don't think. Just an error from Nadal. Ruud at 15-30. Can he stop this run of 10 games against him just in the nick of time, even if the result seems to be a foregone conclusion and seems to have been for some time here at Roland Garros. Nadal winning his first title as a 19-year-old in 2005. 2 points away from winning a 14th as a 36-year-old in 2022. The forehand from Ruud. Nadal's backhand onto the baseline. Backhand from Nadal. Cross-court for the winner. And Rafael Nadal of Spain has championship points at Roland Garros for the 14th time in his career. Two sets to love, and by 5 games to love he leads. And Casper Ruud serves at 15-40. Championship point number 1. Backhand from Nadal is a wild one. One of his worst efforts of the afternoon as he makes his way to the towel, perhaps one last time. Wipes his sweaty hands, wipes his sweaty face. Nadal with a championship point for a second time after 2 hours and 17 minutes.
Merci. Les joueurs sont prêts, s'il vous plaît.
Nadal has been ready for a while. Ruud serving, championship point down for a second time.
Merci beaucoup.
Just breaks away. And now, championship point number 2 on the Ruud serve for Nadal. Forehand return from Nadal. The forehand from Ruud. Nadal with the forehand cross-court. Ruud hits the forehand with a bit of air to the Nadal backhand. Cross-court goes Nadal with the backhand. Now he's got the chance to put it away by going down the line with the backhand. And Rafael Nadal wins the last 11 games of the final to win a 14th French Open title. A simply nonsensical number. 22 Grand Slams in total. The oldest male champion in Roland Garros history as he embraces Casper Ruud, just tosses his racket to one side, exhausted but triumphant once again on the Philippe Chatrier court. 36 years of age, 14 titles in an 18-year span, and he's equalled his beloved Real Madrid, who won their 14th title in Paris just 8 days ago. Mind you, it took them 67 years to achieve that feat. And Nadal has done it in the blink of an eye. Unrivaled once more in Paris. Nadal the champion. French Open title number 14. Grand Slam singles title number 22.
Oh, just amazing. Incredible stuff from Rafa. There was no way he was going to lose this match today. I mean, just went from strength to strength as well. What a performance from the 14-time Roland Garros champion, a record that will never be broken.
And now we're seeing some more celebrations from Nadal. He's just disappeared out of our view, and I think he's going to be emerging very shortly in the president's box, in the players' box, and he's going to be congratulating and embracing and celebrating with those so close to him at the end of another French Open victory. 14 times we have seen this.
It's unbelievable. I mean, just incredible. I mean, 22 major titles now. I mean, separating himself from Novak Djokovic 2 away. He's done it the hard way, having beat 4 top 10 players to win a slam for the first time as well. And today he was simply too good.
No sign of Rafa as of yet. Maybe he's gone off for a quick kit change before he goes up to greet his box, but
and we can't
just astounding.
We can't be quite so descriptive about the bathroom break that he might now be having, because that is taking place behind a closed door. But like you, I was expecting him to emerge triumphant into the sunlight, to embrace all his family and friends, but maybe there was a more pressing matter at hand.
Well, I mean, he was really sweaty. We've seen that for the last few days. It is humid here, so that's all I can imagine, is he wanted a full kit change to be... Maybe he's got a special outfit for his number 22. Maybe we're going to see him come out in a new jacket or something.
Well, that's what Roger Federer done when he had a few records at Wimbledon.
Here he comes. He's bypassed his family and friends. They can wait. He's put his tracksuit top on and he's waving to the crowd. And they have seen history. And it was a little bit muted in the end because it was so ridiculously easy. Nadal winning the last 11 games of the final, as Greg said. When has that last happened in a men's Grand Slam final, or a women's final for that matter as well? Utter domination, and the downside perhaps of having a first-time Grand Slam finalist on the other end of the court, on the Philippe Chatrier court of all places, with Rafael Nadal as the opponent. Nadal will not mind a bit, though. The stage has hastily been constructed, and we are going to see the presentation to Rafael Nadal very, very shortly. That presentation you'll be able to hear on 5 Sports Extra, but with the Wales-Ukraine match just minutes away now on 5 Live, we sign off from Paris with the news that Rafa has done it again. For the 14th time, Colin, and for the 22nd time across all Grand Slams, he's the champion. So with Naomi Brody and Greg Rosetsky and me, Russell Fuller, if you're hastily retuning or finding the 5 Sports Extra icon on your BBC Sounds app, then we'll continue to describe the presentation ceremony, which is about to get underway. So, as you say, no one is ever going to win 14 Grand Slams at the same event again, are they? I think we can very, 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 very safely say that.
Not in your or my lifetime, maybe in 100 years from now, but not during our lifetime. And let's not forget, the record for most slams before the big 3 showed up was Pete Sampras at 14. Prior to that, it was 12. We've had 3 men break that record in this era, and all of a sudden, Rafa does it at 1 major. That is astonishing, and I wouldn't be surprised if number 15 happens next year. That's how good the man from Spain is playing.
Next year? I think it might happen this year.
Well, I mean, he can't win the French Open for a 15th time this year, can he?
Of course.
David Law's with us as well. I mean, I think there's a lot of optimism. We see him play like this, that he's just going to play on and on and on and on and on. But I think we need to wait to see what he says after the final.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, I saw a tweet from our colleague Stu Fraser from the Times, who quoted the score, his age, the way he'd won that title, and said, well, why would you retire when you're playing like that? And I take that point, but the thing is, his foot is being held on, and, you know, that is not a good quality of life, I think, long term. He's got to find a solution to that, and maybe he doesn't want this life anymore. Maybe he doesn't want to have to walk around between tournaments and training and feeling terrible physically. That point is going to come, and does he bow out before he starts to decline noticeably in front of our eyes? Because that will happen as well one day. You know, if you were going to go out, listen to this.
14 titres à Roland-Garros.
Yeah, I think he very much has the hunger and the desire to keep playing if he didn't have a foot problem. I agree with David. I think that's the issue here. It's about quality of life, and we just don't know quite how bad it is. He says there are no solutions. That's the issue. It's not that he's had enough of life on tour and winning titles. It's just that maybe actually he doesn't think that he can continue like this for much longer.
Well, this is the question, is what is he going to be able to play? What surface hurts him the most? In my opinion, it's the hard courts. In Australia, we could see him limping from the semi-finals onwards into the finals, even when he won that 5-set marathon against Medvedev. On the clay courts, we haven't seen the limp. Yes, we saw him pull out of Rome where he didn't look good, but these 2 weeks, he has been absolutely brilliant. So I think the clay and the grass courts are possibly the easiest for his feet to deal with. It doesn't mean he's not in immense pain, but I do hope his career continues, because he is a great asset for men's tennis and one of the greats of our game, and we'd love to see him playing more.
There's an ovation for all the ball boys and ball girls and line judges and ground staff who are out there on the Philippe Chatrier court at the moment. They are lined up behind the baseline at the commentary box end of the Chatrier court. In front of them, on a clay-coloured shallow stage, are the photographers and a couple of camera crews, and their lenses are pointed towards a currently empty stage. What we need is the Coupe des Mousquetaires, and that is arriving now, brought on by 3 of the ball girls who may well have been on duty in this final today. And one of them has the chance of walking up onto the stage and putting Nadal's trophy on the middle of a long desk, and now the runners-up trophy is put on there as well. And the other ball girl has James Kjotevong's silver plate that he will shortly receive for umpiring this French Open final.
It also looks like we're going to have Billie Jean King presenting the trophy this year. What a legend, what a great of our game.
De récompense du simple messieurs, Roland-Garros 2022. Les trophées seront remis par le président de la Fédération française de tennis, monsieur Gilles Moreton, accompagné de celle qui a été plusieurs fois numéro 1 mondiale, 129 titres, 12 en Grand Chelem, 1 l'Open d'Australie, 6 à Wimbledon, 4 à l'US Open, Roland-Garros il y a 50 ans ici en 72, 39 titres entre les simples, les doubles et les doubles mixtes. Elle a créé la WTA, l'organisme professionnel féminin, et s'est battue pour l'égalité des droits entre les joueurs et les joueuses. Madame Billie Jean King.
A lot of achievements just listed there. All she's done for equality and the titles. 39 Grand Slam titles, 12 in singles, 16 in women's doubles, 11 in mixed doubles, and she's walking onto the court now, linking arms with the president of the French Federation, Gilles Moreton. And we have the tribute now on the big screen to Billie Jean King. 129 titles in total across singles and doubles. One of the founder members of the WTA Tour. Some black and white pics on the big screen, some in colour too. And now, some moving images of some of her successes. 50 years ago, this year, that she won her first singles title, her only singles title at Roland Garros.
Nous allons saluer l'arbitre de la rencontre, monsieur James Kjotevong.
James Kjotevong, such an experienced and well-respected chair umpire, a regular on the Grand Slam final stage, and here's his silver tray to commemorate the time that he officiated the French Open final on the day that Rafael Nadal won it for the 14th time.
finaliste et c'est sa première finale en Grand Chelem, le Norvégien Kasper Ruud.
Pretty chastening experience for Casper Ruud in the end, losing the last 11 games of the match. Let's hope there's not too much scar tissue for when he next plays in a Grand Slam final. Clay, by far and away his best surface. Never won a match at Wimbledon, but he's equipped himself very well on the hard courts too as he receives his silver runner-up trophy, which is a slightly larger plate than the one James Kjotevong received. It is glinting in the Parisian sunshine.
Please, a few words.
Yeah, well, it's this is the first time for me, so let's see how I do. But the first thing and the most important thing is to congratulate Rafa. I think it's your 14th time, 22nd time, or 14th time here, 22nd all around in Grand Slams. We all know what a champion you are, and today I got to feel how it is to play against you in a final, and it's not easy, and I'm not the first victim, so I know that there have been many before, so yeah, and of course and again, to you, Rafa, your team, your family, you have taken me into your academy with open arms, and also to my family, so thank you a lot. You are a true inspiration for me, for everyone who follows tennis around the world, so I hope, we all hope that you will continue for some more time. And to my own team, everyone involved, it's been a long road already, so even though I'm young, I have a big team around me, and this is a road that is impossible without the help of everyone, so thank you. You all know who you are, the closest one, and we're a team, so like I said, I hope we can continue this journey for many more years, and that you will be around me for more years and hopefully more finals in Grand Slam. So thank you so much. And to the city of Paris, the support, the people who came all these 2 weeks, it's been unbelievable and quite experience for me to play in front of over 10,000 people in the final, and it's been 2 difficult years for everyone around the world with COVID, so to see full practice inspiring again, and you have been very nice to me all 2 weeks, so thank you. And it gives me motivation to come back, and hopefully next year I can teach some French if it's possible. It's not easy, but I will try. And lastly, to Amélie, the tournament director, and all your team, I know this is busy weeks for you, so you are doing a great job. You've been a player yourself, you know what we like to do, what we need, so thank you so much for the 2 or 3, almost 3 weeks, and I can't wait to come back near. And again, to everyone here, thank you and merci.
Casper Ruud, French Open runner-up 2022. You're listening to the trophy presentation on Sports World, on the BBC World Service, and also 5 Sports Extra. And it's very shortly Rafa Nadal's turn again.
Vainqueur du simple messieurs Roland-Garros 2022, et il obtient son 22e titre en Grand Chelem, le 14e à Roland-Garros, l'Espagnol Rafael Nadal.
Huge smile on Nadal's face as he takes the trophy from Billie Jean King. chat with the great champion. Nadal now walking to the top of the stage. He's unlikely to get lost at this point. He knows the way. For the 14th time, Rafa Nadal is king of the Philippe Chatrier Court. Clutching the trophy very, very tight, kissing the trophy, looking up into the sunny skies, waving to all corners of his favourite court and just savouring the moment, because however great you are, none of us know whether we'll get a chance to come back. The photographers hungry for a few more
Mesdames,
snaps.
Messieurs, en l'honneur du vainqueur, l'hymne national de l'Espagne. Nous allons écouter Rafa.
Merci beaucoup à tout le monde. First of all, Casper, it's a real pleasure to play with you a final here in Roland Garros. You are great. I want to congratulate you for an amazing career that you are having, and especially these 2 weeks, I think, is a very important step forward. So I am very, very happy for you and for all your family, your team. You are doing great. You are great and very healthy people. So I am very happy for you and wish you all the very, very best for the future. Thank you. Well, I have to follow with my team. I think team, family, everybody who is there. It's completely amazing the things that are happening this year. So I just can thank you very, very much for all the things that you are doing with me and you did over the years. Without you, nothing of this will be possible, without any doubt. Especially in the very tough moments that we went through in terms of injuries. If I don't have a great support from the team, family, everybody that have been next to me, nothing of this will be possible, because I will be retired much before. So many, many thanks for everything. Well, I want to continue saying thank you very much, everybody who make possible this event. Without a doubt, for me, and I think for a lot of people who love the history of this sport, is the best tournament of the world. So many thanks to everybody who make possible this great event. All the ball boys, all the volunteers, tournament director, all the organization, all the people who work behind the scenes,
you are doing amazing. So for me, it's always easy to be around here. You make me feel like home, and just can say thank you very, very much, everyone here in Roland Garros and the French Federation. Cool. Well, for me personally, very difficult to describe the feelings that I have. It's something that I for sure never believed. Be here at 36, being competitive again, playing in the most important court of my career one more time. Final means a lot to me, means everything. It means a lot of energy to try to keep going. I just want to say merci beaucoup à tout le monde ici à Paris. Pour moi, c'est incroyable de jouer ici avec un soutien incroyable de vous. Pour moi, c'est très très joli. Je vous dis merci beaucoup à tout le monde. I don't know what can happen in the future, but I'm gonna keep fighting to try to keep going. So many thanks. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
That is what they most wanted to hear. I will keep fighting to keep going, says Nadal as he ends his speech and now poses for photographs.
Sur l'écran, le nombre 22, c'est le nombre de grands chelems que possède aujourd'hui Rafael Nadal.
On the other side. Nadal the champion, 6-3, 6-3, 6-love. Let's get some closing thoughts now from Naomi Brody and David Law and Greg Rosetsky. So,
I was just waiting for the last sentence. I was just hanging on every word, waiting to hear if he was going to announce his retirement, mic drop and walk off. But no, he said what everybody wanted to hear. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to try my best to keep going.
Which I think is the very best we could have heard in a situation like that. I didn't think for a moment he was about to announce his retirement today. I'm just going to be very interested to hear what he has to say afterwards in his media conference about whether he can continue playing for the next 4-6 weeks. Does he need to take a complete break from the sport a little bit to try and find a solution to the foot problem?
Well, I think what he's going to do is going to have at least 1 week off, and then I think all of a sudden he's going to think, well, I've just won the opening 2 slams of the year. I'm going to find a solution for that foot, and I'm going to go to the Wimbledon Championships and see what I can do out there, because he is playing phenomenal tennis. 14 finals here, 14 wins, 22 major titles. It doesn't get any better. And if you looked at him and you didn't know he had a foot problem, you'd think nothing is wrong with Rafa.
Well, he's right. And look, he's just extended his lead. He's put daylight between himself and Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic. He is comfortably now the greatest player of all time at the moment. And I mean, Greg, I think makes a very good point. You know, tennis-wise, he's never looked better in terms of the toolkit he's got at his disposal. Every shot seems to be getting better. The movement still seems fine. There's just the big question mark over whether that foot is going to enable him to play and how long for. But he doesn't look old. He really doesn't. and the desire is still there, isn't it?
Well, the only thing that's changed is the hairline. I mean, when he first came out, it was with the biceps, the cut-off sleeve T-shirt, the muscles were out. He's leaned his body up a little bit more, but at 36 years of age, as David said, he is playing truly sensational. And I think he's enjoying this moment even more than ever, because the older you get, the more you appreciate you accomplish. And on top of that, with all the injuries, the foot problem, he really thanked his team, who've done a phenomenal job to get him in this position. Because in Rome right now, if you would have said to me he would have won this title, I would have said not a chance. Surprises us again like usual.
22 Grand Slam singles titles, level with Steffi Graf. I don't think this would be a major driver for Nadal, but in the Open era, only Serena Williams is ahead with 23. We don't normally compare the male and the female records, but perhaps an extra incentive.
Well, I think one element that is interesting is, and I don't think he thinks like that. In fact, he's insistent that he doesn't really think about the numbers. And given the way he goes day to day, in fact, point to point, he's about the only person in the world I can believe that might be true about. Play the points, play the games, play the matches, play the years, see how many you end up with. And because he's that much of a competitor. I read a piece today which said he loves the fight more than he loves anything else.
That was always my favourite part about tennis as well, was the competitive side of it. It's the adrenaline rush. You chase after it, don't you? That feeling of being so ultra intense, you just don't get it outside of the court in your normal life. And I think he's secretly chasing down Serena. He's just going to let us all know when he beats her.
Well, the other thing is, tennis is so black and white. You either win or you lose. There's nothing else in life that is like that, because everything's got shades of gray. Rafa knows the numbers. There's no question about it. But what his genius is when he steps on a tennis court, whether he's playing Casper Ruud, Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic, he plays each point for the same value. He wants to win every single point. He is the greatest competitor in any sport globally. I mean, he is truly a phenom.
He's doing a round of interviews on the Philippe Chatrier court below us now. Casper Ruud has long since left. What sort of effect is that likely to have on him, do you think?
Well, Casper's actually right beside Rafa, so he hasn't left. So he is doing his press down there, which is the right thing to do, because that must have been terribly difficult to handle, losing 11 straight games in a row in your first ever Slam final. But he's a mature character. He's a grown-up man. He's more mature beyond his years at 23, definitely more so than I was at 23, and that's due to his father being a former player, having trained with Rafa as his role model. So he's got a lot to be proud of.
So the fortnight comes to an end at Roland Garros with Rafa Nadal and Iga Swiatek as the two champions. We will now wait to see how they line up for Wimbledon. It'll be underway in 3 weeks' time. There'll be no Russian players. There'll be no Belarusian players. We know Leylah Fernandez is missing through injury. Alex Zverev is going to be missing through injury. We hope everybody else finds a way to get to southwest London for the start on June the 27th. Who's going to win the title? Completely unfair question.
I know already. I'm just going to jump in. Novak Djokovic. I mean, he's disappointed. I heard an interview from Ivanisevic where he thought he didn't fight hard enough. He wasn't happy. Novak wants to stop the rot. He wants to win 21 and be in the discussion and try to win the US Open. So Novak in the men's, Swiatek has been supreme. She has truly been phenomenal. And let's not forget, she won Junior Wimbledon. It's time to win the senior event.
Yeah, I would expect those two to win Wimbledon, really. But I suppose the grass makes things interesting, particularly for Swiatek, because it's a little bit new for her to try to conquer that, Naomi.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting for me, because although she won the junior event, as we were saying, Greg, with that forehand grip and stuff, I feel like she'll be slightly more open to a few more maybe tactics from players down the other end of the court. On the clay, I mean, nobody could implement the tactics because of the sort of ball that kicks up off the clay. On the grass, it's going to be interesting how she goes. And also, will the pressure of the streak that she's on start to take over a little bit more as well? Maybe the streak will be broken before she even gets to Wimbledon. I suppose we're going to see for both Swiatek and Nadal which exact clay grass court schedule they're exactly going to play, if they're going to take a week off, or if we'll see Swiatek at Berlin in a couple of days.
But the other thing with Swiatek, which I've been so impressed, is how early she's taken the ball. I mean, her physicality, the way she gets down and the strike is beautiful. The serve is improved. That's the area that if she serves well, I still see her as the favorite. Name me a women's player, apart from Ash Barty, who's retired, that has a great slice backhand. And there's very few out there.
Krejcikova? There's not many. I'll give you that.
I know, but Krejcikova, she's been in the wilderness. She lost first round here.
Yeah.
It's a potent weapon on the grass, is it not? Well, thank you to all of you. It's been a lot of fun having you with us here over the last few days, Greg, and the last 2 weeks, Naomi.
How spoilt we were this year, all getting to come back on site and get one of the best commentary views I think we've ever had. Just the most amazing view.
It is a fantastic position to broadcast
We all
from.
got to witness history.
We did, and Nottingham starts on the BBC iPlayer and Red Button from tomorrow. Coverage of the WTA grass court event there, and then there'll be coverage of Queen's and Birmingham the week after on BBC television, and then the women's event at Eastbourne the week after that. And we'll all be back combined, radio, television, online from Wimbledon 3 weeks tomorrow for the start of the championships. That is it from all of us here in Paris. The sun is shining. The sun is shining on Rafael Nadal again, a 14-time French Open champion.
The best live sport.
On Friday night, join 5 Sports Extra for live commentary from the Super League.
Here comes Burgess! Burgess, what a finish! It's got Field inside, and Jay Field will score!
Salford Red Devils host newly crowned Challenge Cup champions Wigan Warriors at the AJ Bell Stadium.
They're in through Harry Smith! Beautifully worked right from Wigan! The Hootable sound, Salford Red Devils. They have plenty to be happy about tonight.
Live Rugby League, Friday night from 7:45 on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Five, Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Five, Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Five, Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Five, Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Five, Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure